Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Realm Games Brawl in partnership with MinMax Teams. We're in Chicago. At least I am. I don't know where you guys are.
Yep, Chicago as well. All of us Chicago.
That sounds good. How are you, man?
I'm doing fantastic. As you can tell, my voice has changed drastically since yesterday.
Yeah,
no, like Bradley Cooper in A Star Is Born.
I thought I was gonna say, like, listen, good luck in your Barry White impersonation contest. I wish you lots of luck. But we have another competition today. It's the top 8 that we got to settle through.
Yes, we do, and it's going to be a barn burner of a top 8. We've got 7 different heroes, only 2 repeats, and it would be the one that you would expect for the repeat. It would be Azalea. Everybody knows Azalea has always been top tier potential. And so, of course, that is the repeat there. But 7 other, just in general, 7 heroes across the board is incredibly exciting at a large-scale event. It had over, 110 play? No, 114, I think.
I think it was something like 114, 117, around that. It was over 110 players easily that showed up for this one.
I don't know. I don't use the metric system. I'm an American.
Oh my God.
So.
Oh my God.
Okay.
We literally spent, ahead of this, we spent a solid 20 minutes discussing the cost of birthing a child.
Yeah, that actually occurred.
Yeah, that was a real thing.
That was scintillating content that we just didn't bring to you in the run-up to this. So we'll save all of the recordings for that for Tier 3 patron subs.
I know I say about how, I'm not lucky because I never opened a Fabled. I have a Canadian passport. I think I win.
I don't know. Fables are pretty cool. Fables are pretty cool, man. I'm just saying.
You can have free healthcare, but do you have a plague hive? I mean, let's be real.
Yeah, I feel like if you have a plague hive, you're going to need the health care.
Yeah, you might be right. Well, I think let's go ahead and jump into what the bracket looks like today and how we're going to see this all pan out. So if we're taking a look at the bracket and we're seeing the 1 versus 8, then we're looking at Brody Spurlock on Azalea sitting at 7-0 versus Joe Robles on Briar. And then moving down, we've got Naib versus Michael Hamilton. And I forgot, what heroes are those as they're playing? Michael, I think, is playing one.
Michael's an Icelander.
Michael is on our Ice Queen Elsa. And then Naib is piloting Lexi. So a couple of Aria heroes, a couple of Ice heroes. And shocking to me anyway that there weren't more Ice heroes in this top 8, but there was one of each.
Yeah, that's true, actually. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, you got the whole 3-pack there because down the line there, it's Jesse Hudak on Oldham taking on Levi Rauch, who has been waving the Azalea flag for God knows how long and getting rewarded with the set Outsiders. Lots of help coming through this set. And finally, MinMax's own chosen son, Sam Danderino. Did you know that it's short? Dando is short for Danderino?
I think it's supposed to be Drip Drop Dando.
Well, that's Sam is short for Drip Drop.
Yesterday he was going by Drip Drop Dando, so he is the triple D, the D cubed, and on the new Switchblade, played very well. We didn't get to see that match on stream get to the conclusion because it was a timed round against Oldham, so I'm very excited to see if they have a rematch there potentially in the top 4.
Yeah.
Because then we could actually find out who the real winner would have been. That was a very exciting match that was down to the wire.
It was, and that was the for both of their records, that was the only tie, the only blemish on their record. As you can see, they're on the number 2 and number 3 seed towards the top of that top 8.
Sam Dando on Uzuri, so it's one of the newer heroes, the assassin Uzuri, and I spoke to him or a little earlier this morning, and I just said, I'm like, how many pummels are you running? And this might shock you, Charmer. 0. And the reason I asked, I'm like, are you just sort of treating the Uzuri ability kind of like a pummel? Like in the sense of like you're switching out a lower attack for a bigger one that has an on-hit effect, or he's like, I don't know. He's like, I just gonna kill my opponent. I'm like, okay, you want to sort of elaborate on that strategy? He's like, yeah, I just basically step on their neck and don't relent until their life total is 0. I said, okay, you do you, man. Like, that is a game plan, but facing him down is his friend Aiden Kwasniewski, which is going to be bringing in Dash, and that is the super hyper aggro Dash.
Yeah, we saw that Dash on stream yesterday, and they really put the pedal to the metal as far as how they're pushing out their aggression. Played quite well on stream. That was a lot of fun. To watch that matchup kind of play out. This is a stacked top 8. There are great players here, fantastic players even. It's going to be really exciting, and we hope that you have enjoyed the coverage up till this point and are going to enjoy the coverage of this top 8. The way this is going to end up working, we are going to show you 3 games. We're going to show you 1 quarterfinal game. We're going to show you 1 semifinal game, and then, of course, we will bring you the finals here as we go through. What do you feel? How do you feel about this top 8, and where do you think this is going for the how this last couple of rounds are going to play out?
It's really difficult for me to say because I want to root for Brody. I'm a big Brody fan. I want to root for Sam just because I'm really a fan of the Switchblade. I like the play style, but I have to talk about the elephant in the room, and that's that Michael Hamilton is still in this bracket. So even though he's not the 1 seed, as he showed during Worlds, that doesn't matter. You still have to go through the best. So as far as how the bracket is going to play out, in my mind, it's kind of centered around him and whether or not anybody can dethrone him.
He's got a vendetta right, this afternoon, because one of the best comments I saw on Reddit, and if this is your comment, I'm absolutely stealing this. I forgot who said it, but the comment on Reddit from the bracket that was posted was, the surprising element isn't that Azalea is the #1 seed, it's that someone took a game off Michael Hamilton. And frankly, let's be real, like, these are rated games. These games have ELO implications. I double checked and I asked. And this might be the first time that he actually loses ELO in since what? Since like Christmas? Like, how long has it been since he's lost a ranked game?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to. I was thinking about this earlier today. This is a man who in 2021, I believe, picked up the U.S. The calling that ran next to the U.S. Nationals, right? Relatively unknown at the time, won the calling. Unfortunately, those events, the calling event was being run at the same time as the U.S. Nationals event, which was picked up by Tariq Patel. I think we all know Tariq Patel. And so in a way, Michael, his victory was almost overshadowed a little bit because both of those events finished around the same time. And then we see him go on a run and pick up the U.S. Nationals this past year, pick up another calling win, and then just become the world champion. Let me be very clear about that. The world champion, and then continue the dominance by picking up another calling win. It's just insane to see the run since that first calling victory, and to see it just be time and time again, and just a dominant performance.
Hey, he didn't forget the quiver this time.
No, he brought it in. Now, we talked about that on stream yesterday. If you were curious, if you watched back that game against Michael Hamilton, it was a conscious choice to bring in or not bring in the quiver. And Brody ended up, in that matchup, choosing not to go with the quiver so that you don't give your opponent extra timing windows. But here, running the crow's nest.
Gotta wonder here in this matchup against Briar. You know, Briar we've seen for quite a long time now, just the sheer power level that she can output on any given turn, sending, 30+ damage on those kind of dream turns on the back of a Channel Mount Heroic. How important do you think is it for Joe to find that Channel Mount Heroic early and often against Azalea? Does Joe have time to kind of play out this matchup, you think, or do you think that Joe possibly has to sort of get what element of this is him drawing that card? How much of this matchup for him relies on getting that card early?
So it's interesting that you ask that, because in my mind, we all remember Cheerios Briar, and it was very aggressive. But current Briar almost plays more like a combo deck, where you do have these big explosive channel turns, and then the rest are still proactive, but they're not as impactful. Whereas these Azalea lists seem like they are consistently tall, just not to the level of a Channel Mount Heroic. So this is, in my mind, kind of a story of consistency versus combo. And that means if you're the combo player, you've got to find your windows early, or you're going to get in a position where maybe you draw the Channel Mount Heroic, but if you're at less than 20 health when you get your first one, you can't afford to take a bunch to the face to come in with a 5-card hand. So I think the windows of opportunity, they've got to be there. Also compounding the fact that Azalea requires you to have defense reactions to deal with the dominate when she triggers, and this is a Briar list that is not running a lot of them, so you can't buy time to find the Channel Mount Heroic either.
Yeah, and this is interesting, because this is actually how the previous game that Brody played on stream began. He found Knock in the first hand, was able to grab a red in the ledger, and then start off with a red in the ledger. I do believe that this is a solid way to start off your game, especially as turn 0, because what you're doing with this play is you're dominating an arrow, and perhaps the best arrow you could possibly find in this situation, and also telling your opponent that they can't play a wide turn themselves.
When Briar, when Tariq Patel won the U.S. National Championships on Briar, Channel Mount Heroic was not a card that was played, which is very interesting, because that's basically, the engine, or that's the coal in the furnace for Briar for a lot of those explosive turns. But it used to be just a hero that was, sending a lot of breakpoints, a lot of go agains, a lot of fours and on hits and stuff like that. And now, you could still rely on those big turns with things like Swarming Gloomveil and all the other go-agains, but it seems like Briar may have just become a hero that can output some damage, can go again, can go wide, but without Channel Mount Heroic, it feels like you're just lagging behind all the other aggro decks.
Yeah, I think that the real, talking point there, the missing pieces are a lot of the cards that were banned along the way. So old Briar used to have access to Ball Lightning, used to have access to Plunder Run, which was a massive card in that Cheerios list. And so that's what led to those consistent offensive turns. It was very common for you to put out 12 to 16 every round. But with losing a lot of those key pieces, you now require the channel to really pop off. And again, if you can't find it early against this Azalea, you're going to leak damage. We saw there, turn 0, you're already down to 34. And this is going to be a very benign turn because you can't go wide. So you're likely going to be almost 2 turns behind in terms of tempo before you really get started.
Yeah, and to compound upon that, as you were talking about, you want to find channel. And by finding, and a way to find channel is by burning through your cards in hand. And on this turn, and on the previous turn, you were only able to give up 1 card, meaning that you can only dig 1 card deeper into your deck after blocks. And now you're only able to give up 1 card plus an arsenal, so you can dig only two more into there. So the issue that you run into here is that you haven't necessarily dug as deep into your deck as you would like, and so you're really kind of hoping that one of those channels is lurking somewhere towards the top of the deck.
Joe Robles presenting a Surging Strike here. This doesn't have go again. It's just 4 damage, cost you nothing in his hand, and Nimblism. I see a Sonata Arcanix. I believe there's another blue Earth card. It might be Sotomorrow. I'm not sure precisely what it is. I don't think it's Sotomorrow. It might be... what is he holding on to? Either way, Joe's got some other cards here, but Brody's just going to take the damage over here, mark it down 36 to 34 for Brody Spurlock, and it's game time to Brody Spurlock. That was, I think it's a Weave Earth in Joe Robles' hand, so he's going to play a card into the arsenal and hope for a better turn. It looks like he put the Sonata in there, but the difference here is that Joe's hand here, you've got, I think, 2 Nimblisms and a couple of Earth cards. So you're not necessarily, you don't have those go-agains, those attacks, so he's going to have to really hope that Sonata Arcanix finds him some really good stuff.
Right.
Yeah, I think what he's going to be trying to do is set up a position where you're going to pitch some of these blue cards like the Weave Earth so that you can dig deep, but also go above the Arcane Barrier that's available to Brody. So you're going to leak some Arcane damage and then find an attack to then lead off the rest of your turn, because otherwise this hand is just going to be blocking out and trying to reset again.
It could be a block out scenario. It could also just be, try to go tall as well. And maybe the consideration is, like try playing some of these buffs and then using some cards to block out so that you can try to maintain some damage, parity on the board. But it's an unfortunate hand to draw into. And again, you are kind of searching out that Channel Mount Heroic. And as you said, Flake, I think you're 100% correct. You basically want to hope that this Sonata finds you something, maybe pitching into it and digging a little bit deeper.
I think you have to pitch into it because you cannot just, how many games have you played as Briar or against Briar where they go roll the Sonata and then it's just 3 non-attacks or 3 attacks and it just kind of ruins everything for you. You have to find 2 attack actions out of this to really make this turn into something that is actually threatening to Brody, because you're down to 30 now. Brody has a lot of disruptive effects, things like Red in the Ledger, even Remorseless can become nasty. So starting off here with a Read the Glide Path into a Knock the Death Whistle, picking up, is that a Red in the Ledger?
Yeah.
There we go.
Azalea does Azalea things. Red in the Ledger. Did you like the first one? Hey, do you like Red in the Ledger? Because here's another Red in the Ledger.
Yeah, and this early, so you've already got the health lead. Your opponent has been struggling to dump their hand, and you're going to load up another one and make them take another essential turn off, right? It's going to be another benign turn.
Yeah, this will be dominated, and this will have the Read the Glide Path buff, so it will leak damage. It guaranteed. unless they arsenaled a defense reaction, and we know that's not the case.
There is equipment though. I mean, the grasp of the Arc Knight. You do have the hat if you want to toss it in front of it as well. So there's 4 block just from your equipment if necessary. You're never going to see that tunic going away. Right. I don't think that's not the case. But you do have access to block 7, but you're not quite there yet because take a look. That's an 8 dominated arrow. If you've got 3 block in hand potentially. You throw the Crown of Providence. You throw the grasp. You're still short. You know, a day late, a buck short on this, and then Red in the Ledger gets the job done. Whether Red in the Ledger connects for 8 or 1, it's equally as devastating to Joe from a perspective of clapping back.
Yeah, it really depends on if you have a 3-block non-attack in your hand.
Right.
Because if you do, then your embodiment makes you cross that finish line and be able to block it out.
Yeah, I was going to say you're looking for Force of Nature, you're looking for Come to Fight, things like that, but I don't think we saw those.
Oh,
so we might
goodness
just give up
me.
the
Oh, yeah, exactly. That is the only other recourse to kind of salvage your turn is just donating the tunic and a card.
I think this is okay, though. I mean, like, I know that I had just mentioned, like, there's no way that he's giving it up, but that's purely from the fact that, like, based off of your own behavior, you don't want to give up such a valuable piece, such a valuable asset like the tunic on turn 2 when you have 1 counter on it. You got nothing out of it. But I think the strategy here that Joe is relying on is that if I just continue to sit back and kind of nurse this hand that's doing nothing for me, I need to give up my equipment so that I have a turn. And what he's lined up over here is a Sonata Arcanix in Arsenal, and now is the time for him to get lucky because he needs to absolutely find something of value off the Sonata.
Well, he also drew a Sonata Arcanix as well, which is very interesting. And there's the channel that you hate to see.
Oh no. No way, Joe. Oh, my goodness.
gosh.
And there goes not only that, but those were 2 of the Channel Mount Heroics as well. They're getting shuffled back in the deck. He absolutely whiffed. Brody Spurlock was already in command of this turn, of this game in its entirety, and he just, I don't want to say he dodged a massive bullet, but he just moonwalked right past this whole turn.
Well, he can try to do this whole dance again, and he can consider maybe pitching his other card into the second Sonata to try and dig a little further. He did get lucky to cycle with Crown of Providence a card away to draw into that other Sonata. So he has a chance to maybe do the same dance again and draw some stuff this time. But how unlucky would it be if we had that same thing repeat? That would be an abhorrent turn.
I mean, if it was me.
Wow.
I mean, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but even if you find something here, this is an abhorrent turn because you sacrificed your tunic and your crown just to even get here.
Was that a whiff into a whiff?
And you've now whiffed on 2 Sonatas after eating 2 Red in the Ledgers. This is devastating. I can't remember seeing something so unlucky.
But you do have an embodiment of
Yes.
lightning. At least you got an embodiment of
Look
lightning.
at you, Mr. Positive.
I'll tell you what, though. This is one of those turns that can send someone full tilt. And you're in the top 8 of a tournament. You're playing against the 1 seed. And you have that happen to you. The mental fortitude to not full tilt here is further along down the line than what most people have, and it is a very real thing. So I'm curious to see if we see the placement of that embodiment of lightning, or if you're just too far into your own head about how both of those just kind of whiffed.
And it is going to be that much more difficult because I don't know if you know this, but
Brody, you forgot it too. You're totally right.
Brody is a known trash talker, so he's already in your head. I mean, just so disrespectful. Never seen a kid with a mouth like that.
I'm not letting this stand. Brody is not
No,
that
Brody
way
is
at
an
all.
angel.
I would not. I imagine he just whips out the Wonder Bread, starts making sandwiches. He's like, "Are you done? All right, cool. I got your tunic, your hat, and your gloves for absolutely nothing, and all you had for me." But you listen. You're completely right. That tilt factor right now has basically robbed Joe of that lightning embodiment of lightning because he had earned one, and he was just whiffing off of a 4 and then whiffing off of a 3 for back-to-back Sonata Arcanix is a brutal thing to just pill to swallow, and suddenly you're just that embodiment of lightning could have been very helpful on a follow-up turn potentially.
Yes, and unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see that come to fruition, and instead now we're back over to Brody's turn. He loaded up with Death Dealer using the Tunic resource, which is why we see he has a 4-card hand, and he's got some great cards. He's got an E-Strike. He loaded an Infecting Shot. I think that is perhaps my favorite arrow from the Outsider set. Infecting Shot feels so good just to threaten the extra 2 damage, making it basically a 1 for 7. absolutely powerful, and a great arrow that can be played by all of the Rangers there sitting in Azalea's arsenal.
It's the sort of shot that I felt Rangers really needed more of. One of the things that I have said in the past when you talk about the power level of Rangers is that they have a lot of cards that on paper look like they are on par, 1 for 5, right? That's a pretty standard rate in Flesh and Blood. But when you remember that most of the time you have to pay to load them, they're really a 2 for 5 in practice a lot of these times. So the moment that you instead start saying, okay, it's like a 1 for 7 or a 2 for 7, you start to talk about hitting more important break points, but also just keeping up and being on par in terms of damage output. Because the reality is, prior to Outsiders, you required cards like 3 of a kind just to keep up with a lot of these other aggressive decks.
So deciding how he wants to play this out, there's a couple of different play lines clearly based on the way that he's gesturing here. I'm going to guess that's most likely a Ravenous Rabble. To start this turn off with a go again attack that is not E-Strike seems quite strong, but we'll see.
Dude, like I'm just thinking back to that turn where Joe gave up all of his equipment. It's like he paid for admission at Disney and found out all the rides were closed.
Oh my gosh, premeditate
So,
here. Considering
yeah.
the premeditate, which gives the buff to the arrow, but it's also going to allow the possible creation of a ponder token. You want that established before you play like E-Strike here, where you're tucking most likely Drill Shot. Yeah, he's going to tuck the Drill Shot.
Yeah, I think the consideration here was both for sequencing, but also you could have decided maybe I want to go with snaps. Like you do the infecting, you use snaps, and then E-Strike for bigger at the end. But now,
no, he's actually choosing draw card here because this is going to allow him to both pay for it's going to allow him to play the the Lace with Blood Rot that he had in hand, and also pay for the arrow from the arsenal. So we can fully assume this is going to be snapped here. The draw the card option there, allowing you to basically do both and double stack the possible Blood Rot triggers here.
I like the more liberal use of Snapdragon Scalers these days. It seems like a lot of players are just like, you know what, the first opportunity that I have to pop them off. A lot of times, you know, you'd probably save them when you're pushing for lethal to try to extend a turn and just maintain your aggressive standpoint where your opponent has to aggressively protect their health total. But oftentimes, like you see right now, Brody Spurlock just saying, all right, well, I mean, I can just continue the pressure. This seems like as good a time as any. Whether I extend this combat chain or I extend one later down the road, I just want to find the best opportunity to use it, which is what's going on over here. That is a ponder token created. It was hit. That E-Strike punches through for 5. It does have go again. So we're going to see what the follow-up is here, and that's the Lace with Blood Rot.
Yep, he's going to play that. The premeditate is going to fall on that arrow. It is going to push to 11 because the premeditate gives the buff to the next card played from Arsenal, not the next card the next attack you play. The Lace gives the +3 from itself, and then the arrow's already a 5. So we're looking at 6 and 2 procs of the creation of Blood Rot. So in this instance, that Snapdragon Scalers enables at least 4 points of extra damage.
yeah, this is essentially going to be a threaten of 20 damage this turn between the Enlightened Strike, the arrow, and the Blood Rots. Whether or not that all lands doesn't matter. You're threatening 20, and this is after your opponent just whiffed on double Sonata. So I do think that when you talk about the usage of snaps and, you know, whether it's liberal or wait for the right time, I feel like Brody probably just took this opportunity to pounce and say, look, my opponent, they're reeling a little bit. They've had some rough turns, and now I can present potentially 20. That's going to put them that much further in the mental tank, and I can capitalize on that.
And this very well could just buy Joe's entire hand to prevent the 4 Blood Rot damage on your own turn. And you're already looking at taking 11 off this if you don't block. Can you even return
You
something
can't
in the
block this.
ballpark of 15?
You can't block this. I mean, you don't have an embodiment of Earth token.
That is true. That
Your
is true.
whole hand.
Probably blocks 2.
You need 3 blocks in hand, and there's not a whole lot of them in that deck. It looks like Joe is like already marking it down. I mean, let's just rewind here and just sort of look at what happened here. What happened here? Well, Brody went 5 go again into 11 and then had 1 resource floating. That is a Briar turn with the 1 resource floating to swing Rosetta. Like, that's kind of how it feels. A crap load of damage on hit effects, 2 Blood Rots as well. So that turn was absolutely massive. But Brody sitting at 34, it could have been a completely different story because if Joe had hit stuff off of those Sonatas, it could have been a completely different ball game. But
for sure.
Joe's fighting back, as you have to do, as we're going to go from a nimblism into a force of nature, creating that embodiment of lightning token. Those 2 blood rots are still kind of haunting him, but we're going in with a snatch, and that snatch is threatening, I believe, 2 cards on hit here.
Yeah, this is a solid little crackback, and it's threatening the draw off of the force of nature, the draw off its own abilities. It's threatening go again because of the embodiment of lightning. This is a great way to kind of peel your way back into this game. And in addition to that, we're also, if you look at his hand, he's got the infectious host effect in his hand, so that effect would basically just give blood rots back to Brody, which is just a fun inclusion, by the way.
So one of the interesting bits about this exchange right now is that I think it highlights the importance of tempo and being the aggressor first, because let's just say hypothetically Brody was not blocking this and Joe cracked back for 20 himself. Does Joe feel good about that? If your opponent ever just says, I'm going to take it all when you're already at 14 and they're going to come with a 5-card hand, I think I would be quite afraid of a scenario like that. But instead, Brody realizing, hey, I've got this big health lead, we're just going to block a very large chunk of this and try to slow this down.
And again, this is only a few days after the release of this brand new Outsiders set, so everyone looks at Infectious Host and goes, what's that card do again? How do you, what? I know, those are your Blood Rot tokens. You can have those. You keep, no, okay,
Yeah.
I guess I'll get it to you.
It's cooties is what it is, and he wants to give it back.
I'm not interested. No, thank you. No, thank you.
No, thank you.
I like to refer to that card as the communist host because it's not my token, it's our token.
Oh, it's the Kano. It's the Kano mentality.
Yeah.
It's our turn.
All right. Well, either way, long story short, the tunic was donated with another a pair of 3 blocks there to cover up the snatch. Off the go again, and the infectious cooties is being tossed towards Brody Spurlock's way here. And, sometimes you just have turns where you got to take the turn off. I mean, Brody's got enough runway here to, absorb some damage when he finds a hand he likes. It might be that this is just not his flavor, and that's perfectly fine here. Drawing 2 cards for Briar is magical. So I think Brody is respecting this turn off of Joe, and Joe's been doing the work here. So he's going to. It looks like Brody's going to take the infectious host. We're going to trade up those tokens back and forth, and Joe's going to pay the toll for those blood rot tokens.
No, he actually took the damage there on the blood rot. That dropped him all the way down to 10. So you're looking at a matchup where you're drawing into a 4-card hand plus an arsenal, but your opponent's at 30, and you're at 10. Things get a little bit more dicey here.
All right, utilization of the Skullbone Crosser app. Just going to take a look at the top of the card. It's kind of hovering over there above the quiver. Having a good look here. Again, Azalea's ability allows you to go ahead and cycle that Arsenal card to put the top card of your deck into your Arsenal, and if it's an arrow, give it Dominate. So we're going to play that first. The Read the Glide Path, load up one of those arrows again, and that is a nasty one.
Now he's just going to straight up send it on in. This does not have Dominate, but it is buffed up to 8, which does make it a little uncomfortable, particularly after you have donated all of your blocking equipment, -1 block on your gloves, your Grasp of the Arknight. So you are going to have to look at this and really weigh your options. The option here could be literally block with 2 cards and then just as your single action, chuck Command and Conquer.
Yeah.
And that is a solid little way to maintain some grasp of this game if you're holding a blue. And I do think that blue Weave Earth, it looks like he's choosing perhaps to feather those 2 cards. Maybe going to give those cards instead.
I like that move right there, like you said, because if you're going to be limited to 1 action, you might as well make it work. And if you can block out some of this damage and go down a little bit lower, the Command and Conquer does demand respect, especially since a lot of the equipment is gone now. So it's going to take some cards out of your opponent. But Brody, again, can do so much work with just like 2 or 3 cards. And again, the on-hits from Azalea are pretty nasty. So he's going to toss in, it looks like a Lightning Surge and a Nimblism, a white-bordered Nimblism, because Joe has class. We like that. And ultimately, it looks like there's going to be some more damage taken here. Joe getting closer to the edge, but he's going to have something to throw back that Brody's going to have to toss some respect to.
So after that exchange, even though Joe gets to keep the Command and Conquer, you're still down to 7. So at the end of the day, even if this eats some cards from Brody, I think he's totally okay with bleeding, 2 or 3 damage a turn when you have such a massive health lead.
Yeah, at this point, from the Azalea perspective, you're literally looking at 1 to 2 dominated arrows, and this game is basically closed out if you can find them and if you aren't punished in some respect, whether or not like off the top of the deck or with Command and Conquer maybe stealing an arsenal and you getting stuck with an awkward hand where you can't drop an arrow in. Something to that effect would be worrisome, but firmly in the driver's seat, sitting at 28 life, you probably have some life and some room to play with here and try to sculpt the correct hand or two to close the game out. And we do have it a Lace with Inertia. We've got a Deadeye. We've got a Bolton Shot. And I can't quite make out that back card. Is that a Lace with Blood Rot as well? It could be.
Now, Joe's got to come to fight in Arsenal. And again, just the sheer impact of something like Red in the Ledger that does not allow that to connect with the Command and Conquer because there's one floating. It would have been such a wonderful thing that off that one blue pitch, just pair those 2 cards together and go nuts. But Red in the Ledger against a hero like Briar that just wants to chain together so many different things. It's so devastating because that would have been such a brilliant turn off of the 2 cards in hand. Unfortunately, Joe here is going to have to sit on that card in Arsenal. That come to fight is not going to get much work done, but still Brody kind of agonizing a little bit over this Command and Conquer. But like you mentioned, he takes his time, and that's what you got to do. There's no clock for the top 8, so there's no point in kind of just making a rush decision here. You think, all right, well, I'm just going to whatever the weakest cards are. I think what Brody's doing is taking his time to make sure that there's just nothing forgotten here. There's nothing left. That it hasn't been completely parsed out in his mind. He wants to make sure that the 2 cards that he is giving up here, what he's left with, offers the best possible response.
Yeah.
So there's that to consider, but there's also the consideration of, is the 2 cards that you're donating to block still going to be a net better outcome than just taking 6 and letting the arsenal go?
Right. Sure.
Because that technically leaves you with more cards to work with if you take that route. Now, it's going to depend on how much he values that arsenal card and how much he values the health lead, which he's clearly abusing, but that is another part of the equation, right? It looks like he's ultimately going to block here, but that's why Brody's taking his time. There's a lot of things to consider here based on the state of the game.
Oh, he's giving up his hat here too.
This is very intriguing. This changes the entire dynamic of this game because now at this point you're giving up Skullbone Cross Wrap. You're saying I'm no longer being able to peer off the top of the deck. At this point, I feel like that move almost makes it to the point where you feel as though you perhaps just have the lethal. Oh, now this is a great way to see the top of the deck no matter what because you're using your basic opt ability almost. It's pseudo opt. You're just seeing the top of the deck with Ravenous Rabble and then pushing 4 damage here.
Joe's holding on to a pair of stink belows there, so
this is interesting because by denying the embodiment of Earth, the theory is, your hand is now going to be full of 2 blocks perhaps, and now I'm just going to be able to go wide in this respect and then dominate an arrow. 2 attacks, 1 for 4, and then 1 with an arrow dominated, and maybe just close this out. But that may not actually be the case on a turn like this. And if you donate your Skullbone Cross Wrap, now you have to find other ways to look at the top of the deck and find that arrow. This could be a bit of a risky play.
So now we're going to see Joe take their time because, yes, you've got the sink belows, but also this has go again. You know that there's going to be a follow-up. Do you save the defense reactions for, something dominated? We know that there's an arrow on the top because the Rabble revealed it. There's not necessarily an easy decision to make here, as you mentioned, because no embodiment of Earth. And yes, you've got the D-React, but you're at 7. This is looking like it's going to be another explosive Azalea turn, and you've got to figure out both how to survive, but then how do I continue to pressure on my own turn as well? Because otherwise, how do you catch up, right? You're not built for fatigue. This isn't the blocking Briar where you've got all of your 3 and 4 blocks. This is the standard Channel Mount Heroic,
which we have seen twice off of a Sonata. So, again, Joe unfortunately has Not necessarily been too kind to the gods of RNG right now, because they are treating him like a hacky sack and just kicking him about. But ultimately, Brody Spurlock just busting up the last piece of clothing he's got, and it's going to be a lace with, I believe that's laced with Blood Rot over the top of a Bolton shot. So that's going to be over the top. It's going to get the go again as well on hit reload. So that's going to be helpful as well, should Brody want to follow this up with another arrow.
Yeah, and this is going to, I believe, be pushing 8, if counting is correct, because this is I believe this is a red, so it would go. Would it go for 4? Yeah, it is pushing 8 because we are getting the +1 from the Bullseye Bracers load that we had there. This definitely feels like sort of an end-game checkmate play, but there does happen to be a defense reaction here in hand, and so I don't think Joe's out of this yet, and looking at his 2-card hand, he might be able to send back a decent little chunk of damage as firing a return salvo, if you will.
I think what Joe obviously needs to, he's in quite the hole. And the important part here is that he needs to move past those tilting plays at a card. You need to just basically, wipe that server clean in your mind and push forward and chip away and chip away. And yeah, he's taken a little bit of damage, but he's also put a little bit of work in on Brody's side as well. I believe there were 2, maybe 3 red in the ledgers played already, and those are immensely devastating to Joe's game plan. So once those are gone, you can kind of be a little bit more, you can breathe a little easier.
Hold your horses, gentlemen.
Horses hold.
And got the 3rd Sonata.
Oh,
we were talking about 2 red in the ledgers. We've also seen 2 Sonatas that whiffed, and we just drew the 3rd. So this is where you cross your fingers if you're Joe.
I'll do you one better. After this play, we might see a Codex of Frailty to try and maybe close the game out.
Okay. Come on.
Okay,
yeah!
So we do have a... there it is.
Joe just took like a breath of relief. He's like, okay.
He exorcised the demons of his past.
I have exorcised the demons. And 1 arcane.
Yes, now this is the interesting part, too. Because you give up both pieces of arcane barrier equipment, you could now conceivably somehow, reduce these life totals down and then just push for lethal off the back of arcane damage.
That's assuming that you can survive at 5 health.
That's assuming that you can survive at 5 health. This is true, and your opponent may be staring down a 4-card hand with a huge health lead.
Yeah, Joe's going to pop out with this brand new card that they never even released. It's a cost 3, deal 25 arcane damage. Brian Gottlieb, did you even read that card?
I heard that card's pretty good.
Did you even read that card, Brian Gottlieb?
Yeah, I heard that when you play Codex of Frailty, it's an automatic 12 damage.
Is that how it works?
I've heard. Yes.
All right, I'm going to buy up all the copies.
Twitter has never lied to me before.
Oh, and there's the finally we get to play. And look, Humble comes across. That's fun.
Humble, I believe, is the one that turns off your ability, right?
Hero
So,
ability,
and
yeah.
that can be very important against Brody, because Brody, at this juncture with your opponent at 5, it's just 1 tall dominated arrow gets you across the finish line. So not being able to use your Azalea ability gives Joe the opportunity that even if there is a high to the sky arrow, you're able to toss some cards in front of it and at least stay to fight another day.
Yeah, but looking at Brody's hand, he does have an E-Strike. He's got a Codex of Frailty. He's got, I believe he has a Bolton shot in there as well. That is a recipe for success in a lot of different ways, as long as you can think through the problem, put it together as you see fit. Let's see how he chooses to proceed here. You may just consider taking this, keeping... Yeah, you may not care that your hero ability is turned off, because if you just check your graveyard, find your best possible attack action card that you could play, and just string together too much damage.
I think that that's what you're weighing, because right now you know that your opponent's not going to have an arsenal, which means you can force the discard with the Codex. The E-Strike plus an arrow is a relatively wide turn when your opponent's already at 5. I think the real question that you have to consider here is whether or not the embodiment matters. I think that right now that's not the hero power, but it's potentially the embodiment that you were worried about. But looks like they just want to preserve some health. Brody getting a little bit of a block in and going to keep those other cards. And I do fully expect some sort of a Codex play here to force some cards out of their hand.
Yeah. Hell Puppy says at this point, just give all the bad heroes Codex to balance them out. Let's go Kano Codex. Codex Kano. I'm in.
Kanex.
That sounds like a strange, like off-brand, like
It's like
like
some
no, yeah, you just use it for your nose to like clear out your sinuses.
Wow, your toilet's sparkling. I use
It was
Canex.
There it is. There it is.
So 5-go again is going to be how we're leading this in. No more equipment for Brody Spurlock, but there is a codex, like you mentioned, and Joe is going to have to do some nasty stuff. But the question is what arrow do you put in there? The free one is going to be the Bolton shot. Now, there was an opportunity in the previous turn where Brody could have actually held on and not blocked, taken the damage, and then actually used the codex with an extra card in hand. No, then it would have been discarded. So Canex is what he needed.
Yes,
he needed
there you go.
That's my bad.
Gotta check the Codex of Frailty here. It is a brand new card, only a few days old. Is Codex of Frailty already making quite an indelible mark on the community? You know,
people are not happy. They're trying to throw the book at the book. They are trying to get it banned already, and it's been playable for 24 hours.
Yeah, I'm just surprised that Brian Godley had no clue that this card existed. Not a single clue. All right, so Codex of Frailty is, again, every set's going to have powerful cards. We've gone through this conversation with a lot of other cards, frankly. Every set has, that one very coveted and powerful card, be it Channel Link Frigid, be it Command and Conquer, be it Art of War. Like they're very good cards, and this is one of them. And here we see just purely what that power level is, which is Codex of Frailty, putting a Bolton shot. But Joe here has to decide what does he want to put in Arsenal, and then what does he want to toss away. It is a very, very difficult thing to address here because there's so much going on with this card. We've talked about other cards that just do so many things, and the more you read Codex of Frailty, the more you play it, the more you see it in action, the more you realize just how much work this card does.
So laboring over the decision, and depending on what is left in his hand, a 3-card hand, I believe he has a 3-card hand, that embodiment really helps out because it does give non-attacks that extra buff, but it could just mean being at 1 at the end of this turn and, swinging like a paltry, swing back and then just being absolutely clobbered on the finish here. So it is definitely something you want to consider here. What do you actually bring in? What can you threaten with? And it looks like Humble to perhaps just stop the eventuality of just a dominated arrow is the call. And I don't mind that call at all, quite frankly.
Yeah, I think the choice or the decision was between Humble or Command and Conquer. Yep. Your thought process being either I slow down their arsenal because they're a ranger, makes sense, or turn off the dominate. I do love this because as somebody who's played a lot of Bravo, this is what you're trying to do in the end game. Whenever they're sub 5 health, you're just trying to set up that big dominate for the win, and being able to buy yourself time is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, the Command and Conquer buys cards out of the hand, but it doesn't turn off the go again. Like you could Command and Conquer, and then Brody just takes it off the chin and comes back with a 4-card hand and dominates an arrow, and it's all over. The Humble actually is the card that has to be respected.
It does. It has to be considered because if you have a hand that just can't get across the finish line, then this has to be a 2-card block and move on with your life and try to find a way to deal 3 damage. But you're sitting in a fantastic position from Brody's seat with this life lead, with a 4-card hand, staring down 5 damage, and perhaps just the way to go wide enough to just say it doesn't even matter.
So the 5 attack off the Humble, well, it's actually a 6, but the Frailty, that, again, we're talking about just the sheer amount of work that Codex of Frailty does. Well, that Frailty token, for the card that was put in Arsenal, the attack action that was put in Arsenal, it comes, part and parcel with that Frailty, so a 5 attack instead of the 6 because it's being played from Arsenal. Still a 2-card block, still, something that Brody needs to consider here. But you know what? The way around this is if Brody might say, all right, well, maybe I'm not going to dominate an attack, but maybe I'll just go wide. Maybe I have the tools to actually send 2 attacks at you in odd breakpoints, and then I'm taking cards out of your hand again, and then we move on from there, and then the follow-up turn. So Brody here is, again, evaluating how he wants to do this, thinking not just about this turn, perhaps about how he can set up a win on the turn after that. He's in a perfect position here. He's got a life total. He's at 21. He's put Joe into a position where one buff and a dominate is going to end this game.
Yeah, I also think that the idea of just playing, cautiously and slowly and guaranteeing that you're going to be taking cards out of the hand at this point, because no matter what you send, you're requiring cards from hand to block. You can't, there's no equipment that can be used to protect your life total on the Briar side of things. No matter what you do, you're looking at uncomfortable like blocking scenarios. If this connects and deals some damage, it makes your non-attacks block better, but you're not getting an Arsenal this turn, so you can't Arsenal D-react. You're kind of resigned for the rest of this game, for however many turns it goes, to donate cards every single turn, no matter what Brody does. So with that line of thinking, Brody's thinking, I can play a 2-3 card hand and still take cards from you and put myself into a position to finally just decide, yeah, I'm going to take this turn, and then I will win the game.
I'm also really happy that Flake pointed out the Frailty token, because with Codex of Frailty, there is so much going on that even though if Frailty's in the name, it's probably the last thing that anybody thinks about. I'm not even sure that Brian Gottlieb knows that it makes a Frailty token, because he very clearly doesn't read that card.
I think he did. I think he knows. I think that I think he definitely understands.
I had him on the podcast last week. Okay, he is very well aware.
What podcast is that?
I believe
it's called Flesh and Pod.
That is correct.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Some guy named Tannen Grace is on it. I think I can't believe it's not Tannen.
Yeah, it's Tannen and Jordan.
Tannen Zero. Okay, so Ravenous Rabble. So this is what we're talking about here: the go wide strategy versus potentially go tall. This might just be a setup of, okay, I just need to get cards out of your hand. Make sure that your clapback is not necessarily terribly devastating. I just need to eat some of your resources here, so that when I do get the turn back, I've still got the cushion that I want, so that I can go ahead and dominate that arrow. You can see Azalea is turned upside down. She is broken. She is sad. She has been humbled, as it were.
Yep. There is no dominate on the table here, but you know what? It may just be all she wrote, no matter how you slice it, dominate or not. This is going to be 4 damage. You can push an arrow after this that's going to be buffed by 3 at the very least. So we're looking at a lot of damage that has to be dealt with. And a sink below is going to help, but perhaps on the next attack, because here we're going to, throw in one of my favorite new cards, Give and Take. Take 1 and then set up a possible 2-card block here, 1 with sync, 1 with another 3 block, and that is gonna probably push it over the top. Well, maybe not. 9 damage here.
There's a sink below. I believe. Right. Is that a sink below in Joe's hand?
It is a sink below. Yeah. So you could technically give all of the cards in your hand and survive here.
I think you have to, because if 1 damage goes through, the unfortunate side effect is you're going to have to pay for the pox, and it's not likely that you're going to 2-block and then have a blue left.
Well, I think based on the way the cards that you might have here, if you don't donate all the cards in your hand, you may just die anyway.
I mean, we're all going to die.
Okay, that went to a dark place. So here is I believe this blocks for 6. It's either 6 or 5, but then we throw this on top.
Should be 6 with the embodiment.
Yeah. I couldn't remember if Exude blocks for 2.
Oh,
Exude does block for 2.
Exude is 2, yeah.
Hey, Azalea's back, is what we said when Outsiders came back.
Hey, legit, yeah.
All right, so this just reminded me of it. Hey, a Crippling Crush.
Hey, Crippling Crush. All right, so now we're sitting with a 4-card hand, no arsenal on Brody's side of things, but your opponent's at 2. You could probably check the graveyard to see how many sinks they've played. I believe they've played 2. So you sort of have them pinned on 1 sink in hand is the best they can do. No embodiment, so all their 2s are 2 blocks. It's not 3. So now you're just parsing together enough damage to either rip the hand again or to finish the game out. And you do have the ability to possibly dominate off the top, but you can't see what's on the top. You don't have, most likely, unless we've got another Read the Glide Path, we don't have a way to do that.
Joe holding on to a Command and Conquer. I think there's an Earthlore Surge in there as well. I'm not sure what else I'm seeing, but there's a 3-block at the very least, which is helpful. I mean, that's the difficult part here. Again, the value of 3-block over 2, you can see just how much that goes. Oh, boy.
That's a great little draw right there. Premeditate, a fantastic new card from Outsiders. I mean, it is not the most powerful card in the set, but it's certainly up there on the tier lists of powerful, impactful cards. Can't be played by anyone. It is a generic, which is also very fantastic.
I think this just speaks to how powerful Plunder Run used to be. That Premeditate is still very playable, and it is a significantly weaker version of essentially the same effect.
Well, Joe, survives another turn. Brody is whittling him down slow and sure, but Joe's got a card that he can send back. It's a snatch. I mean, it costs you nothing. It hits a break point. Again, Brody's thinking, okay, I got another crack at this. I just got to dominate an arrow. How much do I care about this snatch? I mean, you got to care. But like, what the best case scenario here is Brody lets this for Joe rather is Brody lets this go. Joe connects for the 4 damage, pulls a sink below off the top, and is able to pocket it. That could help you out.
Yeah, that is one eventuality, though quite small in RNG terms. We've already seen several small RNG percentages happen in this game, and if you're wondering why this game has gone so much longer with these life totals being as they are, this is the power of the Skullbone cross wrap to find the dominated arrow so easily and so just turn after turn and consistently. When you don't have that, are you ever just considering, well, you know what, let's try it. This is the blind Azalea play, as all Azalea cult members have done in their time on the hero. Do you ever just blind Azalea? And to me, it's just like, it's a lot more difficult to just consistently close the game with a dominated arrow when you can't consistently see the top of the deck. And that's why this game has gone as long as it has.
Yeah, because it would have been, if it was a sure thing, Brody would have ripped it off, nonstop. I think what he might, I don't know if there's one last Ravenous Rabble that he can rely on.
Oh, no, even better. The final copy of Knock the Death Whistle is in hand.
Okay.
And that literally just seals the deal, because you can now math out how many resources you have, what arrow you can put on top, and how you can go about dominating that. This is actually the turn where he can just close it out.
Yeah, I think they're going through the pile here just to see what the options are.
Let's have a
Seeing
look.
what's already been played versus what I can go find.
Now, again, Knock to Death Whistle is go pick up an arrow, put it on the top of your deck. It's just so helpful because it's a surefire thing for the Azalea move. And at 2, Joe is just clinging for it. So Brody, first order of business, Knock to Death Whistle. This is the first domino to fall. He's going to find.
Go find Remorseless is my guess. Find Remorseless. If it leaks even 1 point of damage, then the game is basically over because your opponent has to pass basically to you on their turn. This is going to be 5 dominated, and you've guaranteed that there's no embodiment, so there's no possible 4 block on like a non-attack card. You guarantee that there's the only way that they live is they find the last copy of Sink Below. And so here we have a 5 dominated. As long as you pitch that last card to pay for it, dominated 5, and unless they've got the Sink, this is the game, and there it is. Brody Spurlock continues his unbeaten streak on the weekend and punches his ticket. Yeah, punches his ticket to the semifinals on Azalea.
This is such an interesting outcome to me because I've seen Brody play a lot of Briar, and I've seen Brody even lose some games to things like bad Sonatas or bricking your hand on 4 non-attacks. And so now for him to be on the other side of the table when somebody whiffs on 2 Sonatas, it's like a little bit of poetic justice.
It is. That's actually a very good point, one we didn't really touch on very much. Brody has very consistently played a couple of heroes throughout his sort of tournament career, and one of those is Briar. He's played a lot of Briar. He's done exactly what you said. He's had those misses as far as RNG is concerned. He's had those hits, and he's done so on stream time and time again. But here, playing on Azalea, he is able to close it out, and oh look, it's just
the Flake show.
It's 1 2.5 men. Yeah. Oh, boy.
Back to Instagram mode we go. That was a fantastic game to watch and a great way to kick off this quarterfinals, wouldn't you agree?
I would not agree if I was Joe, because
Yes.
that was a bit brutal. You get not 1 but 2 red in the ledgers in your face
Yeah.
early, followed by some Sonata whiffs. So not taking anything away from Brody. Fantastic win, well-deserved. But if you're Joe, I don't think this was very fun to sit through.
Well, I mean, it's like, okay, so it started off in the worst possible way with the red in the ledgers into the red in the ledgers. Then it went into, okay, I finally have a window here. I'm going to take some damage. I'm going to give you all my equipment because I've got a clapback that I'm hoping, crossing my fingers, that even I get a little bit of love on. So we go ahead, we pay into the Sonata. Whiff. All right, let's roll it back, baby. Let's roll those bones again. What do we get? whiff. And it's just the worst possible thing because you legitimately just sold the farm in order to have a turn and maybe make that game interesting. And what happens? That the cards do not agree.
No, but a valiant effort, and he hung on for a long time trying to claw his way back into the game. So huge shout out to him. Congratulations on the top 8 finish. And we do have an update for you. When we started this stream, we did mention that we were going to show one quarterfinals game, one semifinals game, and the finals. We're going to change that up a little bit. Now, the quarterfinals was run concurrently. There were all those games being run at the same time, and that round timer was off. They were all just playing their games concurrently. But for the semifinals, we're actually going to put both of those games on stream. So we will show both semifinals games leading up to the finals so that you can get kind of the full picture of how this is played out. And I do want to I want to make sure everyone understands how this entire weekend has been run. This is technically on my channel, but I have to give the biggest of shout-outs to MinMax Games for putting this stream on. The reason that you all, let's see, 927 people. Wow, there's a lot of people watching this stream.
Really?
All 927 of us are gathered around the screen watching these fantastic players play the game that we love because MinMax said, we want to stream this. Let's put a stream setup together. Let's figure out how to make this equitable and high quality for you at home. And then let's hire these bozos to talk about it. Well, I mean, the two of us and then Dad.
I'm just here to chaperone.
Oh, thanks. Absolutely.
So if anything, if you want to say thank you at all, it needs to go to MinMax Games. They are an absolutely fantastic part of this community, and they're the reason that these cameras exist and that this entire setup exists.
Yeah.
So a huge shout out to them.
No, the only reason he's here is because he brings us Capri Suns and fruit roll-ups. So thank you, Dad.
Yeah.
Thanks,
I like
Pops.
the orange slices were a really nice touch.
What is this, a soccer game? Mm-hmm. Oh, is it? Oh,
That's what it is.
Football?
That's exactly what it is. If you didn't know at home, thank you for all the kind words in chat towards this stream and this channel. I appreciate that as well. Hopefully, you've enjoyed this time, both yesterday and today. It's been a blast so far. I think.
I would like to say that yes. The only thing that I'm upset about is that how you beat me at mini golf yesterday because
Yes.
of that absolutely BS Pac-Man hole that was complete and utter horse poo-poo.
No, I'm not gonna lie. I definitely destroyed you.
Yeah, okay.
In mini golf,
Sure you
it
did.
wasn't even close.
It was close.
Was not even
was
close.
close.
Okay, it was pretty close. But yes, absolute destruction on the part of myself against you and all the other fantastic people we played
I need
with.
to talk to the manager there because, frankly, I was trying to bank the ball off the wall, and I don't know.
It was so bad.
I
It was
thought
so
physics
bad.
existed in Chicago, but apparently they don't because I hit the ball and it went in another dimension.
All right, look. We played mini putt golf yesterday, and there was a hole there where you're supposed to like strike past a moving Pac-Man, and if Pac-Man lines up with like a little drop, it'll actually give you a hole in one. I hit the hole in one because I have a basic understanding of how that works. And he missed it, which is understandable as well.
I did not miss.
But so it hit to the side, and then he's like, you know, this is like a 4-foot putt, but you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna face the opposite direction, putt off the wall for style points.
There was like a barrier. There was an actual force field stopping me from going. There was no direct line.
He literally struck the ball backwards, and then it just nestled itself gently into the corner.
You guys are going to see a diagram of the hole, okay? Whether it's now or later, but I'm going to show you just the complete and utter bull poo that occurred on that hole. You were not playing because apparently you were on injured reserve or something.
I was going to say, I tore my bicep last week, so I did not putt.
No, he tore his bicep practicing for putt.
Yeah. I was ready to go hard, but I tore my bicep, so I didn't play putt.
What an All-American.
I had nosebleeds yesterday. Clearly, you can hear I'm losing my voice. I'm literally giving my flesh and blood for the flesh and blood community.
Listen to this guy.
And
This
I
guy
got
took
people
a flight of
complaining
stairs.
about putt next to me. Like, I'm over here dying for this community, and you're like, oh, I lost in mini golf. The world is ending. Brr.
Yeah, the guy took a flight of stairs and he's in severe disrepair apparently. He's
He sneezed and just
Yeah.
blood did not stop pouring for 20 minutes.
Are you
That-
from this planet? Is the atmosphere like not
It
agreeing
is
with you?
hostile to me. It is absolutely. You know, I came here for the Outsiders release, and I have contracted blood
Yes,
rot.
you have
That is what
the
happened.
blood rot pox.
I've heard that Chicago's a dangerous city. I didn't think it was going to be in the hotel at a card tournament.
Look, the production's like, stop talking about literally everything you're talking about and talk about the thing we care about. I'm sorry, chat.
Actually, we
look,
have an update.
Everyone is leaving. No, it's okay. Hey, Sam Dando picking up the win and moving into the semifinals. So if you wanted to see Uzuri, well, you have a chance to see Uzuri in the semifinals.
Yeah. When we were deciding what we wanted to show, I'm not gonna lie, I did kind of say, I'm like, you know what? Like Sam took the game against Aiden early yesterday, I believe. I don't know if it was quite convincingly, but ultimately Sam Dando, I spoke to him this morning. The confidence was just through the roof, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm just gonna win that game." I said, "All right, well, we're not gonna put you in the semifinals then. Sorry, in the quarterfinals. If we'll show Brody, and then we'll put you on in the next one." But that's a game that I think I'm very excited to see. I know that you, CHARM3R, are, because it is that's your hero now, Uzuri Surprise.
Yeah, no, I'm very excited to watch that one, particularly because I'm very into Sam's build. I had a chance to talk to him a bit yesterday about it because I was worried that perhaps the lack of blues might be a bad thing into some of these wizard matchups because his list has 5 total blues. But he said, you know what? I actually don't struggle against Icelanders because most Icelanders are not Michael Hamilton. Now, the funny bit is we just saw our bracket update. Michael Hamilton's still here. So if Sam keeps winning and then we get that showdown, maybe we'll have the real answer. But he seemed very confident. And so I really like his Switchblade build a lot, even with the very low number of blues.
Hey, maybe your nose is like Sting from Lord of the Rings. When Michael Hamilton's close, it starts to bleed.
He's the reason I tore my bicep. It was arm wrestling, the Grim
Okay.
Reaper.
Yeah, it makes sense.
We-
Speaking of which, if you see the way this bracket is shaking out, we are going to get a rematch of that round. I think it was round 5 that we saw yesterday. Match between Brody and Michael Hamilton.
That was the only match that Michael lost, I think. I think that's the only ranked match Michael has lost this calendar year, I think. And it was to Brody Spurlock.
Yeah, so we're going to get another Azalea versus Icelander semifinals matchup, and you are going to get to see that game and the game between Drip Drop Dando and the winner of Jesse versus Levi. So Oldham, Azalea, one of those two heroes is going to come out of that final quarterfinals bracket and move into the semis and face down Uzuri and have to deal with all those switches.
Hey, so Drip Drop Dando, do we call him 3D or do we call him King DDD?
Oh, God, if we don't do King DDD, I don't know what we're doing with our
Well,
lives.
all right, so it's going to be King
I've been
DDD
saying
versus
triple D or D cubed.
D cubed.
D cubed just it sounds too close to Dairy Queen, and I just immediately start thinking
Oh,
about.
I get like early 90s rap vibes. Like it's.
I could see it. I could see it.
What's your favorite Ice Cube song?
I mean,
Baby Shark.
I don't think that I don't think that it's appropriate for the broadcast.
Oh,
so.
is it? That's a good call.
Literally drinking water off screen when you say Baby Shark. That almost ended in disaster. There's a
Yeah.
bunch of equipment in front of us, and that almost ended very poorly indeed.
You know what else there is, though? There is this
box.
box that actually we gave away yesterday. So there was a card. Sorry, the box that was given away yesterday. We also gave away a flick knives and a foil concealed blade. And rumor has it we're doing another giveaway.
Yeah, we're doing another giveaway. So if you go to Twitter and you go to the my Twitter, I posted this
It's
tweet.
my favorite picture.
So yesterday, I mentioned this on the stream yesterday. I got in early, and when they opened the doors, Brody came in. And not only did he come in, he was holding his list, he was holding his phone, he was wearing his backpack all the way tightened, and
We're going
he
on
was
an adventure.
carrying a grocery bag of snacks, okay? And you probably can't make... Well, there's the grocery bag, okay? There it is right there. And I took this picture in mid-stride, so he's looking determined, like a Dark Souls boss. And the music starts playing, and then he just proceeds to go 7-0 on the day and punch his ticket to the top 8. So if you would like to participate in the giveaway, here's what we're doing. Go to my Twitter, go to that photo, give it the best caption you can possibly give it, and the one that makes us chuckle heartily the most will receive some gift. What do we want to give away?
Is that not him?
Oh crap! That
Oh,
actually
man.
that's a no. Don't no. Oh no! Now someone's just gonna use that as low hanging fruit.
that's
now they
mine.
know that
That's mine.
Okay, then
We're
there's
going
yours.
on an adventure. That's kind of what it looks like.
I'm going on an adventure. Yep, I could see it. He is Bilbo. Yeah. Okay. So if you'd like to participate, that is how you go about doing that. Hop on there, give it a best caption. There's already some great ones, which I thoroughly enjoy. Personally, I very much enjoy when people will Photoshop into other things. So there's one with by the table pit where they Photoshopped him into urgent delivery, just running on the wall. Oh, that's so good. Oh, I love it so much. Yes, this is going to be fun. What are we going to give away?
I don't know. I spoke to Jacob at Realm, and basically he said he's going to hook us up with something. I mean, we already have we've given away a box of Outsiders already. We've given away a Legendary, some Rainbow Foil Majestics. I'm sure that we can find something else. We give away a playmat as well.
Yeah, we should give away another box. I think we should give away another box of Outsiders. Let me see if I can go convince them to donate another box of Outsiders.
Come on.
Hey, it's for the stream. It's for the stream. That's what I'll say.
Dad influence to go and.
Sorry, as a dad, all I do is say no.
But you call him the dad.
That is
you have
so
more
freaking
kids.
true. Oh my
right?
God, I felt that right here. Oh my goodness. That is accurate.
I don't even have a plant because
Shout
it's too
out
much
to all the fab
responsibility.
dads out there. There's a small but passionate
Yes, the fab
dads.
dads.
Oh, I heard fat dads.
Oh my God.
Well,
No,
you
I
know
was
what?
like,
You know
why
what?
just them?
Body
Shout out to the
shaming.
fat dads too.
Let's go. Don't you be body shaming people,
I'm
okay?
not. I
No,
was
you're
just-
right. You're
I
right.
was
You're
saying,
not.
Why just them? Why not all the dads?
They're, yeah. All dads that play fab are fab dads. Oh, it's for the stream.
We
It's for the
got one.
stream.
Courtesy
Let's
Midnight. Check
go.
this out. Another box of Outsiders. This
Look
is
at
what we're
that.
going to be giving away to the best caption. So again, go to at @armada_DM on Twitter. Check out that contest. Again, it's just Brody Spurlock going on an adventure. He's got his bag of Wonder Bread. He's got his deli meats, and he's got revenge in his eyes because
He's got a bag full of codexes. Is what he's got.
codex of sliced ham is what he's got apparently. So this is it though. A fresh box of Outsiders is going to be going to whoever gets the best caption. Again, you want a little hint? Photoshop it into a card.
Fab dads
Always.
unite. Fab dads unite indeed. I love it.
Hey,
Yes.
speaking of fab dads, Monroe, happy birthday. Daddy loves you.
Oh my
What? Happy
My youngest son
birthday.
turned 7 today.
That's awesome.
Speaking of giving my flesh and blood for the fab community.
You know what? I've been there.
your
I've done
father's
that.
not
I
there.
appreciate that.
So,
I've
happy birthday, Monroe.
I've been there. I feel that. My oldest son had his birthday when I flew out to an event, just like a little one. It's like Worlds. So I flew out that day. We had a nice breakfast. We kind of hung out a little bit. So we kind of tried to make it kind of special, but totally been there. I appreciate the sacrifice, my friend.
I had a bird once that used to made a nest on my windowsill for a couple weeks.
Go on.
Yeah.
Then it left. So,
So you know the feeling.
oh yeah, that's
Sounds like real family if it left.
I'm like, oh, clearly, just roll that dice. Thanks, man. Hey, Flesh and Blood is
Okay.
great, isn't it?
Yes,
Let's continue
let's,
talking about that before we go on and just enumerate all of my failed relationships.
Segue. So tell me more about your No. Okay. Segue quick. So here's the thing. Leave your best comment. Leave your best caption. We're gonna pick the winner at the conclusion of both of the semifinals. So prior to the finals, we'll pick the winner. We'll get in contact. The best way to get in contact, I think, will be probably reaching out to me. No, it'll be probably reaching out to me via Discord. So if you join the Discord in the description here on the channel, join the Discord. If you end up being the winner, reach out to me there with your info, and then I can pass that along so that we can get everything kind of squared away.
I mean, you can just give me the box now.
You want to hold it for them?
No, I mean, I'm going to win.
No, you're not.
Oh, no, I don't know. So, yeah,
you're
we'll
not.
have to find out. You better try and participate.
No.
You try and participate and see if you can win.
We were watching TV. We were watching South Park at like 2 in the morning, and he came up with a pun that I'm not going to repeat. But I swear to God, if the windows would open, he would have been out of it. I swear.
Oh, no, it was so good.
No,
I texted
it wasn't.
Logan immediately,
Yeah.
too. It was so good.
Logan bounced it off me this morning. He's like, "Hey," and then he said it, and I was like, "You son of a." I'm like, do you know that one was winged past my ears at like 1:30 in the morning when I was half asleep watching South Park, and then he was so proud. But here's the thing: there was absolutely no lead up to this. We were both silent in the room, just chilling out. He's like, I think you're playing like Marvel Snap on your phone. I'm just like half asleep, and he's just like, hey. And then he's like, what if X, Y, Z? And I was like, you mother of God. It's like, you.
Oh, here's a good one. Put it in quotations. About to hand out some arrows to adventurers' knees. I like that one. That's pretty good. That's a good little connection.
Oh, gosh.
I'm a fan. Thanks, Mom. Brody Spurlock.
Hey, Brody's mom is really cool.
She is awesome. I still feel bad. That's how I met Brody. The very first event I ever met Brody at, I beat him at a calling, and then I beat his mom 2 rounds later.
You beat Brody?
Yeah.
Get out of town.
I'm lifetime 1-0 against him. In my defense, though, I was on Starvo when he was on Viscerai, so
whatever.
You're gonna do that, but
leaves.
When
Sonata whiffs.
When Sonata whiffs.
Yeah.
That's Brody's.
That's a pretty good one.
That's a solid one.
Dude, there's some great things.
All right,
over
this
here.
is already starting to get pretty good.
Yeah, so
this is
again,
starting to get pretty good.
Check out Armada's Twitter account. That's at Armada_DM. Go look for the tweet regarding Brody Spurlock where he's off on an adventure. He's gonna go steal some gold from Smog or something. But fascinating element here. Again, you're 1-0 against Brody Spurlock. I've never lost to Michael Hamilton in my life. I am undefeated against Michael Hamilton.
That's
Frankly,
pretty amazing.
Most people in this room I'm undefeated against, which is incredible. You've beaten me. So therefore,
Yes,
you're
I have.
actually the greatest of all time.
I think that's how that works. If we're jumping to internet conclusions, that's exactly how that
Certainly.
works.
It's a jump to conclusions, Matt. That said, Michael Hamilton finally took a loss, and the rematch is what we're going to be seeing next. I'm very, very excited about this one because it is Azalea. Brody Spurlock on Azalea is going to be taking on Michael Hamilton on Icelander. If you were paying attention yesterday, Michael Hamilton lost that match. This is the rematch, and I don't think we've ever seen like an angry Michael Hamilton, but oh my God.
He was, I'll tell you what, he was smiles afterwards, but I could see the fire in the eyes.
Yeah, he rolled around the palliative care unit and just fed some souls into his.
I don't want to rat out people's personal business, but I heard some shouting, some yelling in the hall. He was very upset.
Oh, is the pizza here?
No. I mean, Michael was very, very upset. I'm of course lying. He is.
Yeah, I was
also
gonna
sweet.
say, there's
Just
no
like
way.
Brody, he's an absolute professional.
No, that's the other conference that's going on.
Yeah,
they were
yeah,
playing
yeah.
like bingo, or they were doing like it was some like game that they were playing, and they were like shouting at like 12:30 or something like that. Anyway,
yeah, it's all good. Long story short, friends, I think are we setting up for a short break, or what's the plan?
I think we're going to jump to a quick break because we are waiting on the conclusion of that last quarterfinals match. So let's go ahead and cut to a
the
quick.
Oldham one, so we might be a bit.
Oldham versus Azalea, and it could be coming down to the wire. Who knows? It is untimed. So we will jump to a quick break, then we'll jump back and fill you in on the conclusion of that and what we're going to see in the semifinals. So don't go too far. We'll see you back in a bit.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are just about getting prepared for the semifinals here at the Realm Brawl with Min-Max Games. I've got Sam Dando, who made it into the semifinals on Uzuri. And, you know, a lot of people were talking about this, the new set, how it's going to impact the meta. And it's not just about how heroes like Azalea have come back to prominence because of the cards they got, but there's brand new sauce out there. Uzuri is one of them. You are the only player that is representing a new hero in the top 8. So, talk a little bit about the deck, about Uzuri, why you landed on Uzuri.
So when she was first announced, I immediately was very interested in the deck because I figured it matched my playstyle very well. As some of you know, I came from a Briar background, a Katsu background, mainly aggro. But I always describe my playstyle as disrespectful and more so psychologic damage, and that's exactly what the deck does. But I was really struggling to find a build that was functional and that worked. I really thought my first impression of the deck was it was extremely underwhelming. I was just playing on Talishar. I matched into some guy who was looking for specific reps against Briar, and he beat me, and I'm like, man, I think that was a fluke. I don't think the deck actually works like that. And then my friend playing Dromai played into him, and he also beat him. I thought, okay, there might be some potential here. So I found him. His name is Ben Dodd. He lives in New Zealand, and he comes from a long background of deck construction, mainly in Magic. He loved Limited, and he played Limited all the time. And I saw he had real potential, and I said, hey, man, I want to work on this list with you. So for the last 3 weeks, we've been refining it and really getting it in shape for this event, and it's obviously performing very well. So I'm very happy with the list.
Now, you know, Charmer, who's here, is also a big fan of Uzuri, and he created a list that runs 9 pummels because he just likes to pummel things. Now, I asked you earlier today, I said, dude, how many pummels? And you said a big fat, how many?
0.
Why not? Why 0 pummels? A lot of people are always talking about how it's kind of like you can do the switcheroo with her, and in that regard, you know, it's almost like you're playing a pummel with her ability. You're just going over the top. There might be an on-hit effect, but why not double down on a pummel? Why are you not including even a 3-pack of reds, let's say?
I mean, we did test it. It was mainly an idea for Oldham so that you could get enough damage to pump through and get over him. But we just found, especially with our list being at such a small blue count, so low resource, we really wanted it to be very streamlined. When I build decks, when I look at cards, I want to establish the value of the card on its own, not in comparison to its combination of other cards. So I want its power to go up when it's combined with other cards, but it needs to independently be powerful. Pummel is one of those cards that just continually was very cloggy. It never really worked in conjunction with multiple turns. It was you couldn't really arsenal it securely. We just really wanted the deck to be extremely efficient. You could block super well, and especially if you look at the list, there are very minimal 2 blocks because we highly value 3 blocks in the deck so that you can be as mid-range, as potent being a mid-range game plan as you can be aggressive as well.
Yeah, I mean, the 3-pack of Codex of Frailties, a couple, you have some Ravenous Rabbles in here as well. Those are some of the 2 blocks, I guess, that you're worried about. Ultimately, though, the big, outlier of this list is the fact that there's only 5 blues. But you've beaten Icelander with almost no blues. And can you just talk a little bit about why you're kind of just running away from blues when ice heroes like Oldham, let's say, but more prominently, Icelander is still out there?
I mean, the deck doesn't really pay for a lot of stuff. I mean, it is very free most of the time with the cards that you're swapping in, and you're not really swinging daggers a ton on Icelander. Really, once you knock her off of her game plan and she gets disabled, it becomes very difficult to her to come back. Something that Icelander has always kind of had an issue with has been blocking efficiently, and so her lack of ability to block and then you being able to punish her usually sets her off. The only card that's really disabling that can get difficult is obviously Channel Lake Frigid. So if they see an early channel, you kind of have to bunker down and get through it. But once you surpass that, you can kind of just keep shutting her down very efficiently.
All right, so you're getting prepared for your semifinal matchup. It's going to happen in just a few minutes. But one last question before we go into that, and that is, what are some of the traps, let's say, that players who want to explore Uzuri might fall into that they should avoid? Because, the early renditions when I was playing around with this is I'm like, all right, let's find the most amount of 6 attacks that I can switch in that have on-hit effects. And eventually you're thinking, okay, well, there's a Race Face, there's cards like Amnesia, obviously Command and Conquer, things like that. What are the traps that players are falling into when they're building this list?
Yeah, I mean, very much so in line with what you said. When we were exploring what our options were for 6-card swaps or just swaps in general, you really come to the conclusion that there's not really a ton of high-quality cards that you want to swap into. So if you look at the list, it's just the best of the best. It's the best 6 attacks, the best swaps that you can get for the most efficient, and also they're very functional on their own. They can be played without being swapped in. So I would say try to avoid that. Also, personally, I think playing too much into daggers is a little bit of a trap. Playing Concealed Blade and trying to get more value out of Flick Knives. I look at Flick Knives as an Iron Rock Gauntlet that sometimes does 1 to 2 damage and can put your opponent in endgame situations that are very difficult to play around.
Love it.
Otherwise, I think the biggest learning curve I've had with the deck is how do I utilize my arsenal? Because you end up in certain situations where you clog your arsenal. And there's a lot of times with the deck, I just opt not to arsenal, and it doesn't feel as detrimental because the deck can operate without 5-card hands very efficiently. So those are some of my early advice. But the deck is very fun. It's very fluid. It has a very wide matchup range. And it has a lot of fun play patterns that are very difficult to play around. So people compare it to Dory, and it's somewhat like Dory, but the thing is with Dory, you can actually have a reasonable guess as to how you can block a sword. With Uzuri, you're really going in blind. It's very hard to gauge what's going to happen.
Awesome. So one more time, the architect of this was?
Ben Dodd out in New Zealand. Very happy for him on Discord. His name is Red Dodd, and you can find him in the Uzuri chat all the time. But give him a shout out. I would just want to give him the respect that he deserves because the guy did a really good job with the list.
Beautiful stuff. All right, Sam Dando, you got a game to go play. I've got DM Armada is just lurking about. We're ready to bring you some more action. We're going to take another short break. The players are going to go ahead and get set up. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
And we'll talk to you soon. And yeah, don't go too far because the semifinals here at the Realm Brawl with MinMax Games is right around the corner.
to the semifinals of the Chicago Brawl as we're slowly but surely pushing CHARM3R out of the screen. You know, we were going to hit that very professionally, and then we all realized that we had just shifted that way far too much.
Electric slide.
It was like it was an interesting intro. You know what? We're here. We have results from that final matchup between Levi and the Oldham player whose name I just blanked on. I'm so sorry, Oldham player. Why did I blank on that name? Probably because
Jesse?
I think it was Jesse. Yes, it was Jesse,
Wow.
wasn't it?
All right.
Hey, there it is. So Levi ends up picking it up on Azalea. So we just have the casual 2 Azalea semifinals that you all expected at home, along with Uzuri, a hero that wasn't looking to be that impactful in the meta. But you know what? Sometimes you just find ways to get there, and you may have just an undervalue of said hero. And then that one guy, Michael Hamilton on Icelander, that we've seen time and time again. Just do work.
Just doing work.
Going to work.
Yeah, so this, I don't know if there's living legend points associated with this, but the bounty is still out there for the first living legend points that are going to be acquired by a Azalea and whoever brings it across the finish line. And it would almost feel appropriate if it was Levi Rauch, but I don't think anyone would be upset if it happens to be Brody Spurlock. But, you know, Levi's put in the work for so long on this. But ultimately, the top 4, there it is. We got Icelander, 2 Azaleas, and Uzuri. So outsiders, the impact definitely felt.
Yeah, just in chat, just posted 3 outsiders heroes out of 4. When you think about it, 2 Azaleas, one Uzuri.
Well,
That's
hold on
3
a second.
outsiders heroes.
If we're considering Azalea to be an outsider's hero, then that's a little odd. It's like saying, well, Icelander technically is an Everfest hero, right?
Well, that's also why she's so strong, though. She's coming from the same set that Starvo came from.
That is true. That is true. They did ship that.
Too much power.
So it is interesting that we have these 3 heroes in the finals with no Oldham, which was just dominant at the end of the previous meta, at the end of the previous season. This is the very first opportunity that we have to see Classic Constructed play out with this new Outsiders set, and I'm sure this single tournament is going to start informing people on a wider stage on how we can perhaps view this this meta unfolding. Is it the end-all be-all answer? I don't know. If we're on the internet, you would probably just say yes and make it the clickbaitiest thing you could. This is literally the new meta, and if you disagree, well, then you're just wrong, right?
Yeah,
but
number 5 will surprise you.
Number 5 will indeed surprise you. But really, when it comes down to it, this is our first glimpse at what we could be seeing as a new meta. And you know what? These are fantastic players at the top of their game. So I would be hard-pressed to say that if they just did this again, we might see some similar results because they're just that good on their heroes.
So one of the interesting bits to me is that we have the Pro Tour right around the corner. And while this might not be the meta, this is going to dictate, I think, the way players are testing and preparing for that event. So these lists might change between now and then. Specifically, I'm thinking about the Switchblade list.
Yep.
Sam's doing a great job with it. People might try to mimic that, or they might try to experiment further. I think we're going to see a lot more people give the codexes a try because of the impact they've had as well. But ultimately, I think about how this is going to shape things to come for Baltimore.
No, that's a very good point, because it's not necessarily that these particular lists are going to be the ones that people are going to be, maybe copying or exploring. For sure, people are going to be trying this out, and who knows? These might just be, the final lists or something very close to what we're going to see in Baltimore. But at the very least, this is basically the litmus test that people are going to have to put their decks against to make sure that either it's better, it's equal to, or it's just garbage, right? So that's basically what we're seeing here. And I mean, from the point. We have to, again, let people realize that Outsiders is literally like 48 hours old, right? And we've already had 7 rounds of competition just yesterday. So people are just now getting their hands on the cards and, really digging in. There were people out there, for instance, like Brody Spurlock or even... Jacob Bertrand, for example, who were still acquiring cards the night before and the morning of, saying, somebody please give me a Descendant Gustwave. I just need one Descendant Gustwave. Who has one? Like, these were the kinds of conversations that you had because, again, the product came out and was released and was CC legal just like 48 hours ago.
Yeah. I do want to point this out. We are a month away from
Baltimore, and you just talked about how this is going to impact Baltimore with a month left, and really that's only a couple of weeks when you think about it. With that time frame left, do you think there are players, do you think there are high-level players that are going back to the drawing board necessarily with the results here today with this top 4 that we see as 2 Azaleas and Uzuri and an Icelander, or do you think that this is just serving to perhaps inform them a little bit on what they could experience? How do you think they're going to take this by and large?
So the way that I think you approach it is twofold. First, I think you do take some of these lists, you try them out for yourself just to see what all the hubbub is about. But also you take your existing lists and you say, if I'm facing these, how do I navigate it? Because there is a very real possibility that some folks are also performing well because their opponents don't know how to play these matchups. It's not like a lot of people were playing against Azaleas before. You know how to play against Icelander. You know how to play against Ultima. You've been doing it for months. But Azalea, unless you ran into Levi periodically, you just weren't playing against her. So even on broadcast, we've seen people reading some of the older cards as well as the new cards. And then again, with Switchblade, for example, there's mind games there, but also there's unfamiliarity. And so I think the real thing that's going to happen is between now and Baltimore, you're going to have some people try these lists, see if they like them, see if they want to adopt them or adapt to them, basically, right? You either pick it up and you play it, or you figure out how to beat it.
All right, so here we go. We're lining up for the first of the semifinal matchups. It is King DDD himself, Drip Drop Danderino versus Levi Rauch. Again, Levi has been so closely associated with Azalea, finally getting rewarded. It's nice to see that the hero that he covets the most is getting so many tools. It's succeeding. He's not the top seed, but he is definitely the most experienced seed when it comes to playing Azalea, and the game is well underway here. Both players already starting things off, and we heard this in the interview prior when it came to Sam Dando's approach to Uzuri, which is, hey, I don't need blues. I just need to get some really good aggressive stuff, across the table. And one of the things I'm excited to see here, frankly, is the Uzuri switcheroo into a Ravenous Rabble. That is a move that a lot of people are not aware of, because when you do that switcheroo, Ravenous Rabble is not going to peel a card off the top. It is going to come in the old-fashioned way, which is with the go again, and it's not going to get any deduction. But here's a good start. Look at Sam just laying it down, saying, yeah, okay, cool. I'm just going to full block this.
That was a really big attack that threatened 4 extra damage off of Blood Rots, and Sam was like, that's fine. We're just going to give you 3 cards plus an equipment block. Yeah, all my cards block for 3. Welcome to that. Except this exact nimblism and falling onto perhaps its best target in the entire deck is Leave No Witnesses. And hitting a red would be fantastic, particularly if that red is in the arsenal.
This threatens the arsenal, right?
Yep.
This does threaten the arsenal. Leave No Witnesses is a very nasty card. Yep. And again, cards like Nimblism, you're always thinking like, okay, well, Nimblism is a card that you see in Briar, and that's it. And that's where it'll exist. But seeing cards like Nimblism come through in other heroes as well is always exciting to see. Sam, again, is valuing aggression, and it looks like Levi has a hand that he covets, because he's not throwing anything in front of this card and just saying bye-bye to that arsenal.
Wow.
Yeah, Sam Dando already getting work done. 40-27 in favor of Sam.
Now, there was a consideration that you could make there if you're sort of feeling like this is going to guarantee hit, that you could pop the boots just for the possibility of buying them back. It would have been a big gamble, but not choosing to do that does mean that you're going to want to recur those eventually. You do have the 2 silvers, so look next turn to possibly find a way to get rid of those, pop them, and then buy them back on a following turn.
Yeah, that was actually a really big deal, because you got the 2 silver off to Leave No Witnesses. And even if you don't pop them this next turn, just having that ability in your back pocket to use the boots like snaps, give something go again, and then get it back, get the 1 armor and another trigger, that's going to be a massive type swing for an aggressive deck like this.
Now, here we have the play of this Codex of Frailty, a card that just came out. If you're new to the game of Flesh and Blood, just came out in this set in Outsiders, a card that has, like we've mentioned before, is making some waves. This allows you to give a card to your opponent, and then they put it into their arsenal. They pick an attack action card from their graveyard, and they just drop it into their arsenal, which is really good for the opponent, right?
Right.
Isn't that
For
really-
sure. Free things are great.
It's really good for the opponent in a lot of cases. So look, that leave no witnesses did a lot of work prior, but do keep in mind you are also giving them a frailty counter, so that is going to give -1 to anything that comes from their arsenal as well as to their weapons, which is really good against Uzuri. It means you're not swinging those blades next turn.
Yeah, I mean, just the sheer reach, man. That bro flex of frailty is just absolutely disgusting and getting work done. Now, again, silver lining here. Sam gets to put that leave no witnesses back into his arsenal. So that is free information, but the frailty is going to make it a little bit less saucy as it does come out of the arsenal at a -1 clip. So it could be a 1-card block potentially, but we've seen Sam, pump up some of those things. He might even be patient. In the interview that I had prior to this match, he said, "You know what? Sometimes I don't even arsenal. Sometimes it's not even necessary."
Right.
And so we might see him just sit on that card until it makes sense.
Particularly beautiful Enlightened Strike here. I'm just going to go ahead and say that. That foiling looks so beautiful on camera. That might be an Alpha Enlightened Strike, which does actually attack for 6.
I don't think that's how it works.
Alpha foils don't go for 1 more?
No.
They that was an errata. That was actually the first thing that Brian Gottlieb
Are
did.
you sure? I don't
Never.
know.
I'm
Do
never
you
sure.
even read the cards?
So he does block. I does apparently not. He does block out the leave no witnesses. That was for 3. That's why a 1-card block covered that up completely. Both players playing at a really fast pace here, which I love to see. It. They both know what they're doing. They both know what their game plan is clearly. Even though this round is completely untimed, they both are definitely playing with some gusto.
Well, there's that, but again, kind of reaching back to what I was saying with the unfamiliarity, I think Sam, he's just saying, hey, I'm going to keep presenting stuff, and I'm going to do it at a fast pace, and maybe you'll get your opponent to buy into that pace, and then you catch them off guard, right? The entire point of Switchblade is that you either want to use the hero ability or you want to go over the top by buffing your stealth attacks, and so the faster you get your opponent playing, the more likely to make a misstep they are.
That's true.
And you played 7 rounds of Swiss that were all timed yesterday. Yes, you're playing untimed now, but sometimes you forget in the heat of the moment.
Now, this is a block from the Crown of Providence, but it had 2 -1 counters on it, so it's purely just to go ahead and cycle a card that he didn't like. But yeah, you can't see it because it's a camouflage dice that's on there. There we go. It's put aside. Levi opting to use his own sneaky dice. We can't necessarily see it. There we go. Thank you kindly. That is a 6 attack that's off the back of that Read the Glide Path. So these are cards, again, that were complete mysteries to so many people unless you've seen Levi around on stream prior to Outsiders coming through. Look at him throw that
He
around.
just literally flippantly said, yes, it's Codex time. I will load the exact arrow that I have been planning for this whole time. You can take these 2. You take this token. I'll take this one. Mine's better. Yes, this is face down, but I am going to chuck it on at you. By the way, yes, in chat, it does load it in face down. There was a possibility that because they're playing at a fast clip, he put it in face down, then he maybe cross-wrapped it up to opt. But either way, they're definitely managing this at breakneck pace, along with someone's souffle is indeed beating. I'm not sure if you can hear that.
He's throwing cards like he's flinging T-shirts at a basketball game. Like he's just tossing them out there.
Slinging cardboard.
It's great because Sam was mentioning about how his playstyle is disrespect.
Yeah.
He was saying, he's like, I like to inflict physical and psychological damage. I was like, you do you, man. That is so good.
Yeah, Sam is 100% doing this to get into the mental of Levi, and Levi is playing fast because I think he needs to use the restroom.
Now, this is the Death Touch, a fantastic little card that can only come from the arsenal, but he's going to snap that, I believe, or not snap, but we kind of count it as snap. That's a good cover-up, and that is basically going to shut down the go again on that. The boots normally give go again there, but not if it doesn't hit.
Now, the good news is, again, that silver's sitting there, so you can buy them back.
Yes. Ooh, he's going to opt it to the bottom, then he's going to jam it on out there, coming across, infecting shot with a nice big buff. I think it comes for 9.
Yes.
Incredible. Again, the pace in which Levi is just going ahead. All right, we're going to go activate the crown. The crown. We're going to activate the cross wraps. We're going to look at the top card. It's going to take me all about 0.3 seconds. Like, I know what's going on, and kablam, and it's on you, Dan. Sam.
So both of these players are attempting currently to set a record for fastest semifinal round played. We do have the timer going. We've practiced their splits. They're full speed run mode. Hey, did you like Codex of Frailty? You remember when I played that? Now it's your turn. Okay, you get to play Codex of Frailty. Everybody gets a Frailty.
Again, he just frisbeed that trophy, that token across the board.
You take this Frailty.
Yeah, I mean, they are flinging books. They are reading glide paths. This is a librarian's dream.
Yeah. Giving him an arrow, losing a card from hand, but gaining your own best attack and Death Touch dropped into the arsenal as well. This is going to essentially say, do you want to gain a counter and take a bunch of damage, or do you want to give me 2 cards to stop it? Because your equipment's not going to block here, and you're essentially just doomed to not have a turn or a hand at the end of this if you give a 2-card block.
And it does look like that's
Yep.
going to be the case.
So he could maybe fire an innocuous arrow that direction, but that's about it.
Did Sam even look at the card from his ponder, or did he just slide it over face down? I think he literally slid it over face down.
It's like, I'll check this later. It's no big deal.
I'm calling blind.
You know what it is? It's like getting a voicemail. Like, I don't want to deal with this right now.
Now that is a big swing there, playing the Premeditate and slamming down the 1/0 cost arrow in your arsenal. That does definitely add an extra little swing back, but it's just damage here. We don't have the aim counter on the drill shot, so this is damage plus a ponder. It is getting frailtied currently, so we don't have a nice little break point. So this does become a 2-card block. And the nice thing about Uzuri is that all of her cards block 3 basically, so she can just chuck out very advantageous blocks, play a little bit more conservatively at times.
So it's funny you say that. A lot of assassin cards do block for 3, but there are definitely things you're running in Switchblade that do block for 2.
That is true.
Ravenous Rabble is one that stands out, but there's also a couple of the other attack reactions, the Nimbleisms, the Codexes. So they're not going to block with Codex, like, let's be honest, but there are cards that exist that do block for 2.
Correct.
Just catching my breath, man. They're like going absolute ape here. All right, another token.
This was an interesting moment because this was the first time that we actually presented the possibility for a swap here. There was a moment there's like, okay, wait, let's slow down at this exact moment because now they could actually do some shenanigans of swapping in here, but nope. Just presenting a possible on-hit Blood Rot and content to just give him that Blood Rot and just move on.
Well, that's it. I mean, like, you don't need to swap a card around if you're going to do 5, right?
Yep.
And so that's might as well just do that. So I think Sam was just like, you're literally just winging these tokens at me. I just want to have the opportunity to send it right back.
Yeah, both of these players, again, are playing quick because they are signed up for the next on-demand draft, and they wanted to make sure that they
That's
got
what
to
that
their
beeping
pool.
was.
They wanted to make sure they're supposed to pass their next pack at this point and review their pack 1 picks. So they got to play quick so that they can get over to that Outsiders draft, which, by the way, we did draft last night.
We did?
Yeah, we did.
We
did.
Yeah, we did. I sent it out. We were in a room. It was us. It was like Yanji, Brody was there. Who else was there? Dan Rutkowski was hanging out with us and drafting. There's a bunch of people that we just had jammed into that hotel room, and then.
Oh, I was in the hotel room. I just didn't get to draft.
That is correct. Yes.
Hey, I offered you to play my Riptide deck, and you just looked at it and
I
scoffed.
didn't say that I didn't get a chance to play. I said I didn't get a chance to draft. The drafting is the fun part.
I would agree with that.
Nothing involving you is the fun part, Charmer.
Oh, ouch. Oh, my goodness. That's not true. That's not true at all. We're having fun right now watching this 12 damage infecting shot deal some damage here.
Sam get to take a look at the top there, opted to the bottom. I believe he's got a Ravenous Rabble in hand, so he may have found a card that he just doesn't like. But we're coming down towards the danger zone, as it were, as Levi is at 17, Sam at 13. Again, the opportunity to go ahead. Look at him go.
Hey, don't forget there is a Deadeye trigger. Here, take the cards. Just look at them. Just take these. Shout out to all 1,100 of you in the chat.
How many
You're
of
the
them do you
real
think
ones.
who are named Steven?
Okay. All of the people in chat
7.
named Steven, sound off in chat. I don't know. Do the pirate flag emoji if your name is Steven at home.
And this will
answer
be
Flake's
a
question.
100% legit. There's no way anyone on the internet would lie.
I agree. I don't think that's the case at all. I trust
No.
them.
The easiest way to get people on the internet to do something is to tell them not to do something. It's the
Well,
easiest way.
Okay, Flesh and Blood has a fantastic community, and I trust them.
But whatever
think-
you do do not in chat say
Cough,
Flake
cough.
is the best.
Cough Cough says Steven or Steven with your lip. Steven.
What are we doing right now?
Oh yeah, we are.
We're watching Levi
Yeah.
throw this ravenous rabble to lead things off. As,
It is.
The game is again, as DM said, hitting the danger zone. It's 11-15. Yes, we blinked and they're already sub 20. We're basically playing blitz at this point.
Yep, that is true. Going to cover that up with the sync below, choosing not to sync, and then a simple arsenal and pass here into drawing up, draws another knock the death whistle. Now we're in the end game now, as Dr. Strange would say, and looking at how to set up this finish for Azalea, you want to kind of line up a couple of dominated arrows, and the best card you can do to do that is knock the death whistle, because not only are you dominating an arrow, but you're basically closing out your opponent's crackback turn, basically.
Oh, here comes the switcheroo.
Oh.
What do we got?
He's going to respond, but this is so good. Responding
So-
first to that, because that could be a command and conquer. And he says it doesn't even matter, because we're going to go ahead and shred that as well. But that's a great timing, responding with the sync below first so that you don't get command and conquered and get rejected.
Yeah, that's what people need to realize here, is that if that was a command and conquer that came through, what you need to do is you need to, on the stack, respond with that D-react before their attack reaction resolves, because like you mentioned, command and conquer is going to shut out the opportunity to fully block that, and that could be absolutely devastating. But the Sam did have the response with the shred, so he does get to punch through anyways. And right now, is we're approaching that single-digit life total. But look at that, just yeet the ravenous rabble and say 4 go again, and I'm going to be
Man.
chucking more cards on the board.
Now, we were talking about Levi possibly having a lethal setup over the next 2 turns and trying to find a couple of dominated arrows, but it's not looking like that's necessarily going to pan out here at this hand, because you did commit several cards to block and get a little bit punished there with extra damage. Now you're sitting with the life deficit, arsenaling into a 5-card hand, while Uzuri may just come across and do some very crafty things.
Yeah, that switchblade into the shakedown was actually a really big deal, because not only did you leak the damage, but the hand disruption slowed down Levi, brought the health totals to parity. And if you can continue to pressure here, and you've got good switches, we're going to see another activation. You might be able to go over the top, and this is that ravenous rabble that you were talking about. So this is 5 go again.
I love this play. I love this play because it's not necessarily so upfront about how you can do that. Because most people, when they talk about Uzuri, the first thing they think about is yeah, I'm going to trade a free attack into something fat and sassy, like a command and conquer. But why do that when you can just throw a red ravenous that doesn't check the top of the card? It's just beautiful in how that works, and it's just a wonderful play.
And if you're wondering how he has the action point here, you switch in the card with go again, and when that resolves, you gain the action point back, so you can just go again. And that is the scary, powerful part of this. Frailty token can be very good here against Azalea, who's looking to push arrows from the arsenal.
All the equipment's still there for Levi, so that's a good thing for him. If he wants to load an arrow, he definitely has the bullseye bracer. He's got the go again effect off of the Snapdragon scalers. A loaded tunic. We might see an opportunity at this juncture in the game where he just uses that resource and then tosses the tunic at the best opportunity to close out a breakpoint, perhaps. And we saw in the Brody match the importance of the skullbone cross wraps and the opt ability. So that might be the most coveted piece that Levi has on his equipment set.
You know, there's another thing that I want to highlight here, which is the presence of flick knives is still on Sam's side, and I don't believe Levi has any way to stop that dagger damage. So that means Levi's effective health is actually at 4. Now, this is going to be a massive attack.
Not anymore, it's not, because this is a...
Pardon me?
Yeah, this is a 10 red in the ledger dominate on hit, make you very sad, and also you're not swinging daggers because you have one choice next turn. You have a 1 action.
Yeah, Levi's about to make it rain tokens if this one gets to connect, and that's precisely what's going to happen. No arsenal for Sam. It's probably just going to be a 3 block that he sends in the way here, but yeah, so.
You do have the boots.
Oh, that's nice. Great. It's like, hey, everything's flooded, but you still have your socks.
Lace with
You
depression.
got to look for the bright spots, because you could just play a Sonata and whiff, but in this case, you at least have a little bit of help in the boots.
Yeah, cough, cough with the lace with depression call here is right on the money.
Hey, if you're in chat right now, how many? What's the current count?
On Stevens, number of Stevens in chat.
Yeah,
Let's
give
find out.
me a Steven count.
Steven for sure is spelled with a V. I mean, I disagree, but okay. I don't hate that.
All right, how about
1,
this? If your
2,
name is
3,
Jennifer, sound off in the chat, Jennifer.
4, 5. There's at least 5.
All right,
There's
cool.
At least 5.
5-pack of Steves out there.
There you go.
Some Steve Weisers. All right.
We start a gang. There it is. There's the cover. Gonna switch. And the payoff. So he chose to switch before the reveal. And yeah, okay, Codex. Codex is a thing.
Yeah, Codex is a thing.
Yep.
Yeah, but again, the importance of understanding where your windows are to respond are great. Look at this, man.
So if you're wondering what happened, he had to tuck the Codex to the bottom because of the trigger on Seek and Destroy. You can't arsenal it because you have to give up everything and put it on the bottom. So it ended up basically making that impossible to keep in the hand and continue over. Getting a little bit of issues on our end. We can't. There it goes. We got a little fix here.
You think we have issues? Look at the players with their issues. 5 health apiece. This is where, if you're Levi, you want that dominate, but you're also legitimately, I think, fearing any stealth attack, because this is where the mind games start to matter the most.
And here it is. Here's the play on isolate.
You can't let this. I mean, you have to throw something in front of this. There's no way you just let this slide. The question is it do you block 3 or do you block 6 out of this? And I was talking to Sam ahead of this match, and I was just mentioning, like in terms of the cards that you want to switch a ruin to, the most attractive ones obviously are you throw something like a 6 attack in front of it. But he said sometimes that's not always the best option.
Well, and so this is the problem. That's an isolate. It's got dominate. So you can only put 1 card there, and then it has to be a D-react after the switch. So if this goes tall...
Yeah, now that right there, we were just talking about, cannot actually happen. I wonder if the players are going to catch that.
That came from Arsenal.
That is true. That one did come from the Arsenal, yeah.
So very, very well navigated by Levi so far, but... if Sam can continue to block these attacks and throw the stealth, at some point you feel like it's going to break their way.
Have the players been informed that there's no time clock on this round?
They were told that they have to finish if they want lunch. And they are very hungry.
Why? Because they have to make it? Like, I don't.
All right, so Sam going through, double checking the amount of sinks played by Levi and the other defense reactions as well. Has 1-2 boulder traps, so that he can kind of pin him on one more boulder trap perhaps. But we haven't seen any fates, and we can probably guess that fate is not the case.
Was that Levi who asked Sam to sort of do a little inventory of the D-reacts that were used? Because the lists are public, I believe. That this is common knowledge, right? So he might just be asking, all right, I know you have X amount of D-reacts. Let's do the inventory here. So we saw the 3 fates, I think, or 3 sinks that were...
3 sinks and 2 boulder traps.
Yeah, so here he's looking to perhaps cover up with the CNC plus the card. I think was it an E-strike?
He does have an E-strike as well, yeah.
Yeah, so he's looking to cover this up with a CNC plus perhaps that E-strike.
I think the E-strike is the safe one to use as a block because it doesn't give you swap value because you can't choose the modes when it comes in.
So he covers it up and loading in the red in the ledger, throwing red in the ledger on your opponent having a 1-card hand. It's going to do some work.
Does he have 1 card, or I thought he still had 2 left? He used 2 to block, and
oh, he might have 2 left.
I believe he has 2 plus the arsenal. And so the question here is, do you want to save the 1 card for an attack? Do you want to block this out? The unfortunate thing is that the arsenal card can't be used for the hero ability, but you can attack. If the arsenal card is a stealth card, you can attack and then swap with what's in your hand. But these are all going to be considerations that Drip Drop Dando has to make.
Worth noting as well, I mean, he hasn't even once used any of his weapons, right? Sam has not pushed forward any of those daggers at all.
No, this has been wildly different from that Oldhim matchup where we saw him relentlessly use the daggers.
I think in that case, I mean, you kind of have to rely on it, and especially the ones that, the dagger that goes through equipment block and such to sort of circumvent the efficiency of the rampart of the Ram's Head. This is a different game, and before this...
Oh, wow. That actually is just the game right there,
That
because
is
the
it.
5 plus the Rain Razors in response, and trying to keep a hand to be able to keep some pressure ends up backfiring on Sam's side of things, and that's going to close it out for Levi. So if you were looking to see a Ranger in the finals of this... Oh, and we're back to... Yep, there
cut
he
to
is.
me mid-stretch.
Yeah. Okay, everyone, just
Come on
listen
in.
to
Come on
the
in.
wisdom. Listen
Lean
to the
in.
wisdom.
Like it's like we're doing like a this is what Hanson looks like now.
That's actually pretty accurate. Oh my God, that's pretty accurate. So the spotlight's on you, sir. So why don't you, okay, now it's off. Never mind. All right, so we do see that Sam does fall to Levi there. Both of them good friends turned mortal enemies for that one single match, and then probably back to good friends after that. But,
Yeah, well, we don't-
and we're back.
and we're back, yeah.
And
Levi,
we're
Levi indeed is going to move on. So Azalea in the finals. Did anyone call that?
Yes.
Do you have that on your bingo card?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes.
If you did at home, punch that in.
Yeah.
Bingo
if,
card.
If you're a Steven in chat right now and you picked Azalea to make it to the finals,
So I
congratulations.
had it on my bingo card for Brody. So the interesting bit here is if Brody can repeat what he did in Swiss and somehow take down Michael Hamilton, that in and of itself is a massive story. But on top of that, that would mean a guaranteed Azalea finish and a possible bounty claim. So this other semifinals match has a lot on the line in and of itself because Michael Hamilton continues to win, continues to dominate. So if he falls like he did in Swiss, that's going to change that narrative. And then again, potentially a double Azalea final.
Yeah, so that graphic we just showed you was incorrect. It wasn't Sam that bopped his way into the finals. It was actually Levi Rauch. Now, this could be, the next matchup is going to be Brody Spurlock versus Michael Hamilton. Again, Brody Spurlock, the #1 seed versus the #1 CC player in the world, which is pretty exciting, frankly. And this might be the heel turn for Michael Hamilton. This might be where he goes from like the lovable #1 Grim Reaper to the flipping tables and power bombing people through flaming folding chairs.
Hey, so we are one round through the semifinals. It was played quite quickly, so I'm sure the other round is still going. Both players on the other side of things. I wouldn't
we're
say
showing
they're
that
probably.
match.
No, we're showing
Oh, that's
that
true.
match.
You're
Yeah.
right. I apologize. But I do want to use this time to point out that there is going to be a giveaway going on. So head on over to the DM Armada Twitter and check out this picture that we posted of none other than Young Gun Brody Spurlock carrying a grocery bag full. I mean, it looks like there's eggs in the bottom. I'm not going to lie. The way that thing is shaped.
So he's just carrying gold in this economy.
Putting the eggs at the bottom, that's a dangerous venture.
He's carrying a bag of snacks, and he's definitely mid-stride, streaking towards the camera as he, was running over to say hello. But I caught him before he was smiling, so he's got a look of determination, and quite frankly, I did hear the boss music start in the background,
Dude,
and I was like, "Oh, geez, I gotta roll, roll,
He's
roll."
in a hurry to get to the finals. That's what's going on.
It
That's
legitimately-
Bilbo Spurlock is.
It
steamrolling.
literally looks like he's delivering somebody's Uber Eats.
Oh my God!
Come to fight.
Someone put him on "Come to Fight." They cover. They
That's not
cowered,
bad, actually.
They cowered before good Brody's might, for they knew they'd already lost the fight.
I want to see somebody do
quite
Plunder Run, but call it Sandwich Run. But he's in the background of the Plunder Run. I think I want to see that one. Someone put him on. What is that? Regicide?
Yeah, that's Regicide.
Oh my God!
Which is actually kind of funny because he did take down Michael Hamilton.
Yeah.
And as Brian Gottlieb said, when you come for the king, you best not miss.
No, it's the text.
Your
that
DoorDash
makes-
delivery has. Oh my God! These are excellent. Friends, thank you so much for doing these.
Oh, no. That's
These
so
have really improved my quality of life. I've just spent many arrows. Knock the death ham. What is that? The death ham.
Oh, because we said he had the codex of ham or whatever.
Yeah,
the
the
sliced ham.
codex
God.
of sliced ham is what he was bringing to the.
This is what I hoped for. This is deep down. This is exactly what I hoped for. Oh man, I'm crying on stream. Oh, that's
No, these
hilarious.
are great. Honestly, you guys are. I've spent 2 straight days in arm's length of this clown shoe right here, and this is the reprieve. This is the solace that I seek is in your awesome
jeez.
image. So thank you very
That's
much
amazing.
to everybody who has done this. When are we? We're saying after the semifinals, we're gonna choose a winner for this.
Yes, and you
Perfect.
know what? I'm gonna throw in something as well. So,
Oh my God.
So recently, we released. So I released the brand new DM Armada playmat. It's got it's a picture of the pirate hero that we created for the channel, Scarlet, and she's in the pits and she's like deflecting like arrows. And it's really cool looking, and we released that, and there's a bunch that have already been picked up by everyone, so thank you so much if you picked one of those up. I am going to give away one of those playmats, but we need to decide who wins. How can
Steven
we
wins.
one of the Stevens?
No, that's not cool.
No,
No, we
yeah,
can't
no,
do that.
that
How about
excludes.
this?
I vote Jennifer.
Let's randomly pick a letter, and then somebody whose name starts with that letter.
No, I have a better one. I have a better one. We're gonna do
Fight to the death, Hunger Games style. You show me all of the bodies that you accumulate in the Hunger Games style thing, and we will send you a play. Don't do that. Do not do that.
No, we're just gonna give them a trivia question, and then
Oh
whoever
yeah, no, that's
answers
the
it
same
first.
thing. That's what
will
I was
get
getting
one
at.
of the DM Armada playmats.
I was getting that. Well, no, because once the mass Hunger Games thing was concluded, then there would be a skill testing question.
So whoever can beat me in putt-putt gets a playmat. Gets a playmat.
Absolute garbage.
Neither of them.
I'm going
The
back
answer
there
is
after
neither
this,
of them.
and I'm going to
I
speak
have
to the
never
managers.
lost to you in putt-putt.
That's true. You also never beat me.
This guy was like, I can't putt with one arm.
So you say. So I will give away one of those. Those we are selling those for anyone that wants to pick one up. It's in the Discord. But one of those I'm gonna earmark, and we're gonna give away. I'll think of a trivia question, and then we can pop that on. And then if you want to pick that up, then meet me in the Discord, and we'll exchange info for me shipping that out to you. But I think it'd be fun. It's a fun way to celebrate Outsiders release. I think it's a great playmat. I hope everyone enjoys it. If you want to pick one up and support the channel, I would certainly appreciate it. But we're going to give one away along with this here after this semifinals match number 2 between Michael Hamilton and Brody Spurlock. And there you can see both deck lists. Open information, taking a look at each of the deck lists for their opponents and deciding how they would like to go about sideboarding are Michael and Brody.
Yeah, this is a part of the actual tournament scene that we don't necessarily get to see on broadcast very often, which is sort of the setup and studying it. Michael Hamilton reviewing the list saying, cool sideboard you got there, bud. It's not really going to help you much when I just take your soul and eat it. So that's kind of where he's at. But again, Brody Spurlock immune to the Angel of Death because he has already got his number once. So that is one notch on the belt that Michael Hamilton is not going to get to this weekend so far. But the revenge arc is possibly going to come to conclusion right here in the semifinals. Again, Brody Spurlock on Azalea was the top seed, went perfect through the Swiss rounds yesterday. Michael Hamilton, the world #1 in classic constructed ELO, is finally took an L to the right to the face against this guy right here, Kid Wonderbread himself, Brody Spurlock.
Yeah, this is gonna be the beginning of this match. This match is just now about to start. We wanted to bring you both of these matches. This is gonna be live. I know there were some people that wanted to see more flesh and blood. I mean, come on, who would want more flesh and blood? I mean, literally all of us.
Nobody.
After this, we want to draft, right?
Yeah, I do want to draft.
I really want to draft too.
I really
think
want to
Charmer
draft.
wants to draft.
Yes, I would actually love to draft.
Where were you yesterday? We were drafting in the hotel room.
Oh,
Literally
I-
your hotel room.
Yeah, seriously.
I was ultimate pit fighting in real life with my one arm.
How did it go?
It went as
Well,
well
you're
as
here.
you would expect.
Oh, you're here.
The ultimate move is you just tear off your own arm and use it as a nunchuck, and then that's how you win the Bloodsport tournament.
Well, there you go.
I mean, if you don't do that, I mean, are you really a winner?
I mean, all I'm saying, though, is that... wait, I lost my train of thought. Never
That's
mind. I'm not
okay.
saying anything. I'm not saying
I don't
literally
think-
anything.
I get paid to speak, and I don't think I've really ever said anything.
Well, yeah, I wasn't gonna.
That
bring
might be
up.
the first accurate thing you've said all weekend.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I am booking an appointment with my therapist right now. Well done.
Do I get to charge you double because it's a weekend session?
Yeah, just stamp my card. I think I get a free sub now.
That's the one.
Oh, lordy lord. Friends, thank you so much for tuning in. Again, if you're just bringing yourself to the broadcast, it is the Realm Games Brawl, hosted by MidMax Games here in Chicago, Illinois.
If you're catching up with us, this is the second of the semifinal matches. Before the final is played, one Azalea player has already punched their ticket to the finals. That was Levi Rauch. I think we should say something. Now, I want to point out this is a privately run tournament. It's like a locally run tournament. This is not like a Battle Hardened, for example. It's not like an LSS, I guess Living Legend points on the line style event. So, unfortunately, if Azalea ends up taking it down, Azalea doesn't get Living Legend points.
No?
No.
Oh.
But I think we should personally reach out to LSS and just, see if maybe they can.
No, you can't do that.
One
One
point.
point?
Literally one point.
Are-
How
what-
cool would that be? How cool would that
Wasn't
be?
there?
No, think about it.
Wasn't Prism at like 998 or something at one point?
I don't care about Prism right now. I care about Azalea getting
I'm just
1
saying,
point. If
1
they
point
manage to-
could matter.
Say it in chat. Look, in chat, should they just like if this happens? If this occurs?
Why don't they just give me some Living Legend points?
I didn't say they shouldn't. If you would like that, you can ask them of
I
your
will
own
absolutely.
prerogative.
You know what? I'm going to ask them. I'm going to say, hello, LSS.
I'm just saying, I think it would be cool if LSS was like, you know what? That was so fun. Azalea, top dog, 1 point. No, that would be so cool. I think it. So sound off in chat. 0.5 points. I like that. Kaz thinks 0.5 points. That's the play right there. 0.5. Just like a little something, just a nod to like
A nod.
just like there you go, you got him.
They're just going to print a card, nod the death whistle.
Oh, just a
Just
single,
for
just a
you.
single like reference, like thank you for playing. Here it is. Boom. There's your point.
I suspect that Azalea is poised to scoop up a metric ass load of Living Legend points with the various different competitive seasons moving along. I don't
You
think
think
that.
so?
I definitely do. I think that. I mean, there is a very, very high possibility that the finals of a very high-level tournament is going to be an Azalea versus an Azalea. So that said, how does that translate into the big show, which is going to be the Pro Tour, everything beyond that? And, will this hero actually accumulate some other Living Legends points, like Road to Nationals?
Well, sure. And I think I assume, along with perhaps both of you, that Azalea will get Living Legend points here soon.
Sure.
After this set has now officially released. But how cool and poetic would it be to just give a first Living Legend point to the first major competitive tournament with a prize on the line? I think that would be just poetically cool.
Imagine the poetic injustice of a scenario where Brody falls to Michael Hamilton. Levi beats Michael Hamilton, the world champion, on Azalea, and doesn't get to claim the bounty because
Right.
there's no Living Legends.
There it is. That's what I mean too. Like
Imagine Levi, the community carrier of Azalea, right? The champion for this hero gets the big victory and then is denied the bounty.
Yeah, that would suck,
just
but it
give
would be
the point
okay.
Phantasm. That's a good idea.
Give
Playtime
the point
TCG.
Phantasm.
Just like in parentheses, Phantasm.
We've errated the point. It is now back to 0.
I just think it would be great. But this is not my professional hat wearing me. This is my deep down just want the coolest story.
Did Brian
me.
Gottlieb even read what Living Legend points do?
Get out of
I don't think so. No.
I don't. Hey.
Oh, man.
All right, fist bumps are ready to go. Both players, Brody Spurlock and Michael Hamilton, have studied the list. Again, the decks are open when it comes
we
to
get
the
a crow's
top
nest
8.
this time.
Yeah, so he's changing his tune here. And prior to this, Brody Spurlock was not rolling the quiver because he said, "I just don't want to give my opponent another window to respond to certain things." So, and that seemed to work out. He did have the logic, and it did pay off because he did beat Michael Hamilton in the Swiss rounds yesterday. This is a whole different ball game. He's actually bringing the quiver in this time, and we're gonna see if this game is gonna be, the same outcome. Brody took the game from Michael last time, but now Michael's got the same opponent and another chance at moving on to the finals now.
Look at the psychological warfare already. Michael Hamilton with equipment on the right, cards slightly tilted because he's so angry and tilted after losing yesterday.
That's his MO. He plays equipment on the right all the time. I know. Because I am left-handed, and I really root for people that play equipment on the right like me.
He's going full Dark Michael mode. He's like just transformed. Angel of Death is here, baby.
Starting off solidly by not allowing your opponent to filter here is just slamming down the Insidious Chill and allowing yourself to set up those kind of swing turns either mid to late game usually. But it could come at any point, really. It's just how you best get value out of those 3 counters.
Opening it up there, loading with the bow, 2 float. Blues are going to be very important in this matchup. I think Brody Spurlock is just trying to dodge some of those turns. When the Channel Lake Frigid comes out, typically if you play a hero that does a lot of different things on one turn, for instance, like a Lexi or a Phi or a Ninja or whatnot, sometimes when Channel Lake Frigid's on the board, those are the turns where I'm like, okay, these are my turns off. I'm gonna block. I'm gonna make the best of a bad situation, and we're gonna go from there. That is not the case now. So Brody's gonna have to capitalize on these particular turns. But like you mentioned, without an opportunity to filter, Brody's going to have to do what he can with what he has. And Michael just setting up the Insidious Chill, which means that at some point, Brody's hand is going to get absolutely stripped.
I think the presence of a Channel Lake Frigid is something that you don't really think is a big deal when you think about Azalea, but the reality is there's a number of activations that she makes on her turn that is just free, that it becomes cumbersome at that point. When you think about like Skullbone and her hero power and obviously the bow.
Yeah.
So eventually when that Channel Lake Frigid does come down, it's going to be very taxing. But for now, just trying to fire off this premeditate, aka the ponder run, and this is on a Bolton shot, so this should be providing go again as well because of the buff.
Yep. And holding a Codex of Frailty in hand, a card that can do some serious work after you've already managed to expend your resources in your hand after a pretty solid attack here overall from this Bolton shot. But your Codex isn't doing very much here if you use it, so we may see some way to perhaps cycle that or arsenal that and possibly use it later, simply because the only attack in the graveyard that you're going to be able to go and fetch is this Bolton shot. That might just be good enough. But
I mean, it's damage, right? And you're playing as a hero that's already playing at a life deficit at 36, right? The question is does Michael Hamilton have a disruptive effect in his arsenal?
And that's exactly the problem, because it might be good enough to just say, let's go get Bolton shot. It costs nothing. I can pay around a Frostbite perhaps with my other resources, another card in hand. But at the same time, I could also just get blown out with something terrifying. And Brody definitely was aware of that previous game that they played and all the blowouts that happened in that game with things like Brain Freeze fused at the right time after a slight misplay of ordering your triggers. And definitely want to worry about that sort of thing.
So another thing to consider here, and why Brody might want to consider potentially even pitching it to cycle it for second cycle, is that the Codex does a lot of work for you against Icelander after your opponent has attacks in the discard pile, because then you can force them to put an attack into their arsenal, and that slows down Icelander's actual hero ability. So the long-term effects of Codex, I think they become greater the later the game goes. And so if you have one early, pitch stacking for second cycle is acceptable. You could also arsenal it, but because you use it so much as the ranger with the bow, that feels a little awkward. But it looks like he might be firing it off here. He's considering it.
He's definitely considering it, and it would force the discard on the card in hand. That does happen after, so it's not a card you can target with the effect. But you do have to play this and then wait for it to resolve and see if there's any responses. There are no responses. Holding that last card there both meets the requirement of discarding, which you technically don't actually have to meet. It just says if you have a card, you discard it. But it was also I believe that was a blue. So if there was a disruptive effect, you had the resources to pay around it in that moment. So you were actually pretty well set up to deal with a Frostbite or two on that turn if needed.
Activating the opt here as well to take a look at what's going on over the top. Is it something he likes? He's studying it. He's taking a good hard look at it. Ultimately, though, with the two floating resources, you could probably pay around any of the nasty stuff that's coming out. I mean, the worst thing that could possibly happen to you maybe is that, like, if Michael decides to respond with a channel like Frigid, create a Frostbite, and then tax the next move, that could be pretty nasty to deal with. But looks like Brody Spurlock found something that he likes.
That's a great one to find. It's a 0 cost, and he's actually giving him the trigger. And this is the reason that he chose not to run the quiver at all in the first game, because this is an opening. That is not an optional effect that you trigger. It triggers every time that arrow enters, and then you can respond to it. So the biggest blowout here on this 0 cost drill shot would be like a Channel Lake Frigid 2 Frostbite play, right?
Yeah, it could be something like that, or the other option would be where you're donating a Frostbite. So the 0 cost, you provide a Frostbite, and then the Arctic Incarceration, sorry, the name was escaping me, right? So anything where you're making them have to pay 2 here, I think, gets the job done.
Exactly. So coming across, this is not a super... I thought this would come for more. I guess perhaps it's coming for less. Looks like they're only representing that it comes for 4 here, but I thought that Premeditate falls on it. Perhaps I'm wrong, though.
Oh, the Premeditate... I believe the Premeditate was connected with the Bolton shot earlier.
Oh, that's correct, yeah.
And at that rate, I mean,
yes.
I think, but it was blocked
100%.
out. I think so. He's just remaining on the board to know that there's still an on-hit effect
Ponder,
to create the Ponder.
My apologies. That's correct. And this will create a second Ponder. He did already take that damage, and holding on to a 2-card hand plus that Arsenal, considering the options before passing on over.
Yeah, different story in terms of this game versus the previous one. The other one was played at a lightning pace, but again, the stakes of this match, Michael Hamilton has revenge on his mind. Brody Spurlock has a finals in his mind as well, and both players are really gunning to win this match. And it's not purely just to get to the finals, obviously. Like I said, Brody wants to beat the #1 player in the world, and Michael Hamilton wants to take this game back that he lost yesterday.
I mean, let's be honest here. I love Brody, but he has a reputation for, at times, taking quite a bit of time, especially in the untimed rounds.
Yeah,
and now,
that's true.
Now you're taking Brody and you're putting him against the best in the world. So this is not going to be the lightning pace of the Swiss round from yesterday. I expect this one to be a bit of a methodical, just, making sure every I is dotted, T is crossed, by the book type of match, and it's going to go the distance.
Brody Spurlock still fully loaded on life at 40. Michael Hamilton took a little tickle here and there, going down to 32. He's got a frailty token to worry about. I don't think that's really going to concern Michael Hamilton all that much, but there is the Insidious Chill that is locked and loaded. That was the turn 0 play there to sort of set things up. And like you said, Charmer, I do suspect that this is going to take a little bit of time to sort out as... Well, let's start it off. I guess this is the first salvo Michael Hamilton is the first threat that he's really thrown Brody Spurlock's way. It's going to be a Enlightened Strike. Picard gets tucked away with the mode +2. So we're going for a 7 spot towards Brody Spurlock. And in previous matches where we've seen this, sometimes you just say, well, hey, if I can utilize every single card I have to just go way over the top of this 7, then this 7 does not concern me. You're already starting at less life than me. So if we're trading blows, I'm going to get there. But there is one detriment to that, is that if you're both trading barbs back and forth and you get to the bottom where you're in the single-digit range, Michael Hamilton's going to be able to send an attack, and then on the clapback, he's going to be able to pop his boots and basically get an extra turn. And that is something that Brody Spurlock is well aware of, and he's going to be keeping that in his back pocket to understand that, his life total has to be healthy if he wants to start hunting for lethal.
Yeah, and this is a strange hand that he's drawn into. He's literally drawn all 3 of his Deadeyes back to back to back. An entire hand with Deadeyes. He has 1 infecting shot, so he does have an arrow. But that's definitely a strange one to draw into, and one that you kind of question. And I think we saw him kind of stop for a second and have the judge that's standing there double check things. Perhaps is like, is there something wrong here? How did we end up doing this? This is magic.
You know, Flake mentioned that Michael Hamilton is going to have the opportunity to potentially seal things if the health totals get too low, but on the other side of the spectrum, you also have Brody with the Dominate who will be able to threaten the same thing. So I actually suspect that this is a game that the crux of the really tough decisions is going to happen when the players are around 20 health as opposed to sub 10, because both of them are going to fear the kind of like closing salvos that these decks are capable of.
Now, wouldn't it be brilliant if this match culminates into Brody Spurlock presenting lethal with Dominate and Michael Hamilton popping his boots to try to find it on his side? I mean, that is not out of the realm of possibility.
It would be the classic Wizard versus like Guardian play. You know, it's that classic, I present all my damage to you. Are you dead or am I?
Yeah.
And then you think about it for a minute, and then you realize someone is dead, and you move on with your lives. Yeah, no, that would be the quintessential way to wrap up a game. Very flavorful. He's going to pitch the arrow to possibly, I guess he's going to be trying to blind Azalea here, because I think that was the only arrow in his hand.
Well, the cross wrap is turned sideways, so...
Oh, this is true. He did flip over, and he does know the top of the deck, so he
some...
could Azalea into a dominated area. You're correct. I was so distracted by the fact that we could possibly see a classic Wizard finish off the Storm Striders, but we actually did see in the previous game that they played, Michael used those in a disruptive fashion to try and shut down a turn, rather than kind of prioritizing them as combo finishers. And wow, this is an interesting draw for Michael, because he's holding 2 Sync Belows in hand, and what kind of looked like a quad red hand. That is an interesting series of events, and Michael perhaps thinking through it, but he's got double Sync Below and 1 red Aether Ice Vein, so I'm not sure he's going to be making any plays here.
I believe the last card was a blue ice card.
Was it?
Yeah, but then that also creates a bit of a pickle, because you want to use that card for pitch, but also that's your fuser.
Yeah.
And so do you want to really pitch 2 Sync Belows to Aether Ice Vein? That feels awful for a number of reasons. One, it shoves both the Sync Belows bottom of your deck, which means it's going to gum up your hand a second cycle. It also means that your rest of your turn's basically done. You don't get to take advantage of any Waning Moon triggers, things like that. So
it does look like that's a Winter's Bite perhaps sitting there. 9 damage, the good old-fashioned 9 damage.
just a casual 9.
Casual 9 with an aim
not
counter.
even double digits.
It's got an aim counter, so it got that +1, that value. Looking at the graveyards is Brody, and that is something that you want to keep track of now that Codex of Frailty exists, because you can understand how the symmetrical effect of both players getting an attack action can be in your favor or be in your detriment if you give them something really good and you don't get the payoff for it yourself.
You know, despite the fact that we've seen so many Codex of Frailties this weekend, we haven't seen a single Marvel Codex of Frailty.
That is true.
Who are
That
these
is true.
people? Bunch of amateurs.
I mean, they had less than 24 hours, so I expected full play sets by every one of these players.
It's a big expectation there. Deciding on the block here, gonna just chip in a casual pass to reactions and block with the old Sync Below here.
Yeah, and you can go ahead and toss the other Sync Below at the bottom. Maybe you find that blue, and maybe you can connect it with the...
and he does.
Yeah, there you go. So suddenly, that one opt to sync is going to really change the tides here, because Michael Hamilton is going to be able to fire an Aether Ice Vein and fuse it and get the trigger from the Insidious Chill. So
That's right.
Brody Spurlock is going to get his damage in now
But
while
wait.
he could. Wait, what? Is there more?
Deadeye.
Oh, no.
Deadeye is going to trigger here and reveal that exact combo to Brody, and Brody says, "Okay, well that's happening." Yeah, syncing the sync is sometimes just the play.
Yeah, I'm a really big fan of that, because like I said, either way, you don't want both of those things paired. You want to split them up. You don't want them on the bottom of your deck. You also really don't want to put it in your arsenal. Icelander's one of the weird ones where normally you throw the defense reactions in your arsenal, you love it. It's exactly where you want to be, especially against a hero with Dominate. But Icelander, typically, unless it's things are really going awry, you don't want that to be in your arsenal. In fact, we saw at Worlds, right? Michael Hamilton was playing the Icelander Mirror, and his opponent put a D-React in the arsenal, and then it gummed up their hand for the rest of the game.
Yeah, it was just sort of festered in there because Michael Hamilton's like, all right, no physical damage. Gotcha. Sold. And
Now,
then...
This is interesting because you have the choice here on what you want to discard, and you're discarding the single blue card because it looked like that was a red Winter's Bite. And if it's a red Winter's Bite, then their only play and their only recourse this turn is to probably play red Winter's Bite because you no longer have that capability of fusing and playing the Aether Ice Vein.
Yeah, that's also interesting because the presence of the Blood Rot Pox also means you're going to be taking that damage as well.
Well, slow chip damage is going to get you there eventually, I suppose. So there's that red Winter's Bite. It's asking Brody Spurlock, hey, do you want to pay 3 or discard a card? And Brody was mentioning in the interview yesterday after the win, he said, every time I get Winter's Bite, I need to be discarding a card because I need to be loading up my graveyard with cards that I want to recover with Codex. So is that what's going to happen this time? It looks like he's, adios.
Drops the Remorseless so that he can maybe fetch that later with the 2 Codex that are remaining. And this also allows you to pitch in Waning Moon. It looks like that was a yellow Ice Vein, so allowing the exact resources necessary to present 2 damage, which is not nothing. But you are going to be taking 2 damage in return, so basically trading 2 for 2, which, again, Icelanders kind of want to do that. They want to bleed life totals down consistently for both players and to try to finish this end game where you just kind of catch them between a rock and a hard place.
All right, so he's taking account of the Blood Rot Pox token. 2 damage goes through. Brody Spurlock got 34. Michael Hamilton down to 25. This is a rematch from yesterday's Swiss round. I believe it was round 5, if I'm not mistaken. Brody Spurlock took that match from Michael Hamilton, despite, by his own admission, not playing anywhere as clean as he wished he could. But again, a new hero, new cards. You're going to have to sort of painstakingly make your way through and just have those growing pains of learning the new cards and the new strategy, especially the new meta, and playing against the world #1 on the hero that he is best known for is a tall order to satisfy. So Brody now is doing his best to push through, see what he can do. He did discard to that Winter's Bite, and again, by his own admission, he said, that's what I got to be doing. I want to have options for my Codex, but now he's back on the warpath here. He's got to start pushing damage. He needs to get Michael Hamilton to a position where Michael Hamilton needs to worry about those 10 dominates, those nasty arrows.
Yeah, and he's here. He's using the Skullbone Crosswrap, as you mentioned, to look at the top of the deck, trying to decide if that card needs to go back or needs to go to the bottom. It does look like it's a Bolt-in shot, and deciding whether or not you want to play Bolt-in shot dominated by, swapping it out with Azalea to the top of the deck and trying to continue a turn if you have perhaps a buff or 2. Trying to see the hand. Does he actually have a buff this turn from his hand? Is there a non-attack? Outside of the Deadeye, of course. Is there a non-attack that you have access to here? Because if not, that Bolt-in shot is going to be a bit problematic. But assuming that he's putting it on top, he might just have one. Looks like that's a Seek and Destroy.
Yeah, I was trying to pay attention. I think it might be a Seek and Destroy and then another arrow there. The decision might have been as well considering, do I want to do this with the Bolt-in shot, or do I want to try to dig deeper and find a better arrow? But given the hand, then you'd be going in blind. And we've already talked about that several times on the broadcast, where at what point is it worth taking the risk to do the blind Azalea play? I think at this point, Brody just doesn't feel comfortable with that and would rather go with the known, even if it's potentially a lackluster result. You go with the known of doing the Bolt-in shot and calling it good enough.
So we see the this is something that I noticed chat mentioned, and I do want to kind of comment on this. The arsenal has been there from Michael Hamilton for several turns, and I don't myself remember what we dropped into the arsenal. I think it's been there since perhaps like turn 1 at this point. But it has not been played out, and it could be that there's just been too many disruptive effects. Could be that there's a large number of blocks that he's had to make consistently here. But it could be something like a red Aether Ice Vein. It could be a yellow. There are yellow Aether Ice Veins in this list. There's 2. We did see one pitched prior. But neither of those would be playable from Arsenal on the opponent's turn because they are not blue.
Yeah, now that you mention it, I do remember, I believe it was the turn 0 where we developed the Chilling and then Arsenal, and I don't believe we've seen that card come out since. All of the Waning Moon stuff has been from playing cards directly from hand on his own turn, and that does beg the question of, what is sitting there for so long, and at some point I expect Michael to make a move because he's already down to 20, and we need to see Brody have some pressure put on him so that Michael can keep things at parity. The longer this goes, if the life totals keep separating more and more, then eventually Brody will be able to threaten those big dominates without the fear or the repercussions of a Storm Strider's clapback in response.
So if you're wondering why both players are deliberating right here, it's actually because there's currently a judge call and a judge deliberation going on. I don't have information as to what that deliberation is about, but I do have a word that we will be getting some news as to what is the call and the resolution of that judge result. Here they're going to come over and deliver that news to us so that we can pass that along to you. But it does look like play is resuming, so I expect that we will get that deliberation and that call here quite soon. So moving right along, we do have another arrow being fired, and that's Fatigue Shot.
Fatigue Shot's a good one, especially against this Bullander list. It's going to cut down to size. A lot of cards like Finals Fighting Spirit, Wounded Bull, E-Strikes, things like that are going to lose a lot of their value. So, and it's still coming in for 5. And what we need to understand here is also that Michael Hamilton just absorbed that Bolton shot earlier. So he does covet his hand, and Brody Spurlock saying, all right, you took that, but how about this?
Yeah, you covet your hand, but how much? And it could be that Michael realizes that if he doesn't get the card out of his arsenal, then it basically just means that he can't play disruptively for turn after turn. Now, you do have to think, well, okay, you're basically giving me the card out of my arsenal via Seek and Destroy on this next turn anyway, so maybe I can just save a couple of life points and just jam this down. It was that Red Aetherized Vein Fuse that is going to trigger here. That is a disruptive play that allows for not just some damage to be coming across, but also a card to be lost due to pitch. And if you don't have a blue here, then you might be losing more than one card.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting exchange because you have to pay the tax. We had talked about how when he's forced to discard, Brody wants to just start discarding things to get back with Codex, but with the Chilling, it has to be paid with the tax.
So discard or pay 2. Followed up by the Ice Vein that's going to be doing the arcane damage. So punching through, Brody can only hide behind 2 arcane barrier, one from the Skullbone Cross Reps, one from the Bullseye Bracers. It's not good enough, unfortunately, as Brody Spurlock is going to be taking damage and shedding cards here, 2 to be exact, and that's going to really nerf his follow-up turn here. And that is a Cold Snap, I believe, that Michael Hamilton is going to have in reserve, and that's a pretty hefty one as well.
Yeah, that is actually a fantastic little follow-up. He's going to guarantee losing 2 cards here, and also going to be able to disrupt the following turn as well. And he may even just not choose to fire it off because you're basically relegating your opponent to having a 2-card hand plus your arsenal, and then ask the question, okay, on the next turn, do you want to also get disrupted? And then get back to that standard sort of operating procedure for Icelander of disruption and just dealing. There's the double discard, as you can see.
Yep, so that was a Bolton Shot and a Ravenous Rabble that are Gonzo. One from the paying the toll for the Insidious Shell, the other because of the on-hit of the arcane damage from a Fuse.
You know what? Apologies. It's been a weekend.
It's been a weekend.
The Seek and Destroy does keep the arsenal from existing, but we have been doing this thing hot and heavy for like 8 hours of stream yesterday.
Yeah, was it that much?
It was 8-hour stream yesterday. That was a lot of fun, wasn't it?
7 rounds.
Yeah, 7 rounds yesterday. That we got. Here's the second semifinal match. Second semifinal match for you. This is deciding who goes into the finals of this Realm Games, sponsored by Realm Games, or kind of hosted by MinMax Games, Chicago Brawl.
Yeah, it's all this talking like this weekend and whatever, and we do this. We all have professions where we talk a lot, right? And it's incredible because after this, sometimes like my parents will always I'll get a call from them and they're like, "You never want to talk." And I'm like, just text me, dude. I'm like, come on, Ma. I get it. I love you. I truly do. But after speaking for 8 straight hours, I'm not mentally prepared to tell you how my day went.
Yeah, 9 damage being presented, 9 damage being blocked, which means that we're basically looking at a Michael Hamilton arsenal most likely on this turn, but that can possibly set him back up now that Seek and Destroy has cleared, and set him back up for playing that disruptive game plan.
Absolutely, and this is going to have Brody coming into this turn with just a 4-card hand as well, no arsenal, so in many ways, outside of the life totals having changed, it's almost like we just restarted the game. We do have the presence of the chilling still in Michael's side of the board as well, but this is, like I said, I think this is also where the decisions start to carry more weight because we're approaching that 20 health, and again, normally things start to get to really, really tight around 10, but both of these decks have the ability to kind of go the distance anytime you're sub 20. We've seen this weekend on broadcast Azalea's throw casual 16 dominates, and then we obviously know what Wizards can do when they pop the Stormstriders. So at this stage, the deliberation for how to block and what damage you're going to take actually starts to really influence the outcome.
And this is, again, where Brody wants to really think through his sequencing, because if there's something like a brain freeze in Arsenal that pops out, gets fused, and then rips a card exactly when he needed it before he had his exact play, then he could get blown out. And this is another possibility. Here's a Codex of Frailty coming down before you've emptied your hand, so you are going to have to discard as Brody Spurlock, but you're also gaining your best attack in your graveyard.
So what are you picking up here? If you're Brody Spurlock, what is your quote-unquote best attack? Is it Remorseless?
I think we dig for either Remorseless or Infecting Shot, depending on what your hand is, and it could be a 0 cost, because you could be thinking like, okay, I take Drill Shot simply because I'm going to have to pay through Disruption perhaps on this turn, and I want to be able to pay through Disruption in a an efficient manner and not have to deal with like the worst case scenario of Channel Lake Frigid. That's essentially what his decision-making process, and you saw he kind of hovered over that Drill Shot there for a second, so it might be just go for Drill Shot.
Well, Drill Shot does have some implications because you can go ahead and target the coordinate peak, I guess, and sort of cut down some of the blocking capability, but it depends. I mean, Drill Shot doesn't cost you anything, I don't think, right?
It doesn't cost you anything. You can't get the aim counter on it. He's going to go with Infecting Shot.
Love it.
He's going to discard there. It's going to discard that buff, and that's going to drop in face down, which doesn't allow you to put the aim counter. I wish it did. That'd be even more good, but I don't know. That might be too good if it came in face up. Nevertheless, going to fire that off with the Seek and Destroy buff for a casual 8, not dominated, just 8.
This is still a very, very impressive attack, though, because you are threatening not just the damage, but also the Blood Rot. So that's going to potentially gum up any of the other actions you want to take because it's threatening the 2 damage, but also the Seek and Destroy here as well. And this is after Michael just got back to setting himself up because of the previous Seek and Destroy.
Oh, and this is interesting. We have possibly a 2-card block plus a Sync here that can cover all of this up, which would stop the Blood Rot pox, and also allow you to maybe set up that's an Encase. Man, I haven't seen Encase played in a hot minute. Or cold, I don't know, cold second. I'm not sure. But unfortunately, you can't fuse the Encase because you've given those cards up for blocking purposes. But you do cover everything up. You can still just throw that just in case it does some extra damage.
Just in case?
Sorry, I had to do that.
Perked up there.
Yep. No, you got there.
Look.
I've never been more proud of you.
I was going to say,
wow.
Charmer is at half-mast right now. He's just so excited about that.
He glanced over, and just the wry smile.
Stop looking at me, dude.
Just the wry smile.
He's just he's like, he's just like proud Papa Charmer.
Yeah, it's exactly it. I'm so happy.
I swear to God, I'm gonna fold you into an airplane and throw you into the sun. In
Okay,
half.
all right. So,
I'm pretty malleable right now, actually. So
Yeah, just in
that's
case we
doable.
were checking in back in the game, we are seeing in case come down here. Does have a frailty token. It's not going to end up mattering because he's not playing from the arsenal. It's going to take the 3 damage and clear the tokens here. Has a 4-card hand plus the arsenal. And
Pushing through, man.
Yeah.
Slow and steady, I guess. Like, this is a grindy one for sure. And I think Michael Hamilton, like, again, these players played yesterday. Brody Spurlock wants to clean up his game plan, and he knows that Michael Hamilton's out for revenge. He knows that Michael Hamilton is not going to, I don't think he wants to lose to Brody twice, not on the same weekend. I don't think he wants to lose twice ever, frankly. So,
and this is that disruptive turn that you really want to see. You're going to create a frostbite and you're taxing everything. So this is essentially like a shutdown blowout turn because first of all, your next action is going to cost 2, and you do technically have a knock the death whistle there that can pay through some stuff. If that's a blue Bolton shot, you might actually be able to pay through this.
You're gonna
be
really
expensive.
kind of need to because one of the beautiful things about this, Michael Hamilton seeing that this is a premeditate that got revealed, so he knows Brody doesn't have an arrow there. He's gonna have to pay through something if he wants to get traction on this turn. So if you're gonna apply the ice tax, this is a great window to do it.
Considering his options, looking at a 4-card. I mean, this is a large hand. You've got at least 1 blue, which is a really, really good thing, but you're going to need those blues and yellows to be able to amount any sort of damage on this turn, and this is what Icelander does. It's going to respond to it by taking the resource. That's fantastic. And he's then going to allow those to resolve. The Frostbite there, the Mara Ferris Blackwing Studio Frostbite. Mara Ferris actually here, the Empress herself on Dromai, been very adamant about how Dromai should be played over here, literally next to us. Quite emphatic at times.
talking so much trash, man.
There's
Oh
been
my God.
a large amount of trash talked about Dromai, both to her and from her.
She was talking. She's like, you know what? I'll have a grudge match against this person, and this person was talking some garbage. So I have a grudge match against this. There's a lineup
like 3
out the
people
door.
in a row.
I believe what happened was none of the Dromais converted yesterday, and she took it personally. And she has been challenging everybody all day to just redeem Dromai.
It's not just that none of the Dromais converted, and there were like 2 or 3 of them. They were the most represented hero, and not a single one of them fluttered their way into the top 8. So
It was all an illusion.
Yep.
I'm gonna put you through one of these doors. Just. All right, so Frostbite still in the stack. The Brody Spurlock responding to the Channel Lake Frigid and the Frostbite trigger with the Tunic. So there's 1 floating resource that should just negate the Frostbite. But again, Channel Lake Frigid is going to do some heavy lifting in this turn to sort of nerf what is available to Brody as he pitches away to try to continue his game plan here. Michael Hamilton can, slow things down a little bit, but there's a premeditate. That's a good start. There's 1 floating, and Brody is 3 cards in hand. One of those is that knock the death whistle. That is a blue that can pay through, and that's precisely what he plans to do here. So the bow activation, Michael Hamilton has no more surprises necessarily. He's just got that Channel Lake Frigid that he's hoping will just sort of shift gears from high to low in this particular turn. But Brody's going to try to do what he can to get something through. And if the math works out, if his pitch values line up properly, he will be able to sort of line up a pretty hefty arrow nonetheless.
That's a Lace with Blood Rot, and you're going to be able to fire Fatigue Shot, which actually has some merit here because if we look over, there is a Scar for a Scar, which is actually going to be active because of the less life here. So Scar for a Scar will, if this Fatigue Shot connects, will be halved in damage.
Well, if this connects, though, there would not be Scar for Scar active because of the... no, you're correct.
That's okay. You know what?
You got there.
I got there.
Did I
eventually.
mention that we did this yesterday as well? We're having a good time though. We decided we would do all the 3 of us in the booth for all of these ones.
Yeah.
Normally, when there's more than 2 casters, you try to take a little break, kind of rest your mind and rest your voice. Really, is a big one.
The sour taste of regret.
But you know what? We were like, let's all hang out together with you on stream, and you know what? It's been a blast.
For
And, it's for hopefully for everyone involved. But literally, I am over here just casually just waiting.
I just want to just mention how important that tunic resource was,
Yes.
and the awareness to respond to Michael Hamilton's reveal of the channel like frigid, because again, everything, the math checked out, everything was there. But if if Brody Spurlock did not respond at that particular time to create the resource, he would not have been able to create this turn where Michael Hamilton thought he was going to get away with murder here by saying, all right, you got a big turn, but hey, surprise, surprise, Blizzard coming through. Unfortunately, that's not the case, and Michael Hamilton is still facing down an 11-point dominated saucy arrow here that is going to basically cut in half whatever Michael Hamilton's response is going to be.
Yeah, this is a nice big chunk of damage, and it's also threatening the on-hit of creating a blood rot, which means it's even more damage on the crackback, which is fantastic if you are sitting in Brody's seat. Not so much if you're in Michael Hamilton, but you may have some outs after the fact. You do run a lot of blues. You do want to trigger something like a Cornet Peak so that you can keep the CLF around. But you're going to probably eat a lot of damage here.
Just blocking with that Winter's Bite. That's only a 2-block. So a big fat chunk is going to bust through on Michael Hamilton. There is the Blood Rot token, and Brody gets the Wondrous Ponder token
Ponder
too.
run, man.
Love it. So Brody is putting in the work, and you mentioned it earlier, Charmer. It's not necessarily about that, about how nervous you are when you get to those single digits. It's sort of the steps right before where you're trying to protect yourself away from that danger zone. It's not about being in that. You just want to avoid it altogether. But Michael Hamilton has approached it right now.
But, and this is a big one.
This is a big what? A big butt?
No, I wasn't going to say that because I knew that's bait in the chat. I knew what it was. Oh, so he is going to pay to the Blood Rot, stop the Blood Rot, and be able to channel there. By the way, that is a great little play that you can do. End of turn effects are ordering, and you're going to first pay for the Blood Rot with an ice card so that you can then use that to channel. Nevertheless, this is a big issue. You don't have a card in your arsenal that can allow for disruption because that is a scar for a scar. So you're at a 10 life deficit. You can't disrupt. Luckily, you have some disruption already established in Channel Lake Frigid. But outside of a boots pop here, you're basically just dealing with what you have and what your opponent can present. But if they just drew a bunch of reds, you might actually just kind of dodge it.
Well, the good news is it looks like they did not draw a bunch of reds. I do see the Fighting Spirit there, but there's another Channel Lake Frigid. So
no, I mean in Brody's hand. If Brody's holding a bunch of reds, they might not be able to pay through the taxes, the constant taxes of the Channel Lake Frigid.
I see some reds. I think he's holding raisins as well.
He does have the raining raisins, allowing you to both be hungry and also buff your arrow attacks.
But not much fuel, frankly. I think it's a lot of it is just it's a lot of reds, and again, you know, how much can you do when you're staring down a double down of that Channel Lake Frigid? You know, the raisins are going to pitch for 2, but it's not really going to do a whole lot if that's all you can do. If you can just, because it's not just the arrow you're firing, it's the loading of the arrow, it's the opting of the top of your deck to get things going. Yeah. And like you mentioned earlier, Charmer, it's not. You know, Azalea has so much little accounting to do before she's able to present a threat.
I will say this too. I want to point this out. It's not that Brody knows that there is a scar in Arsenal. He actually doesn't. So if you're considering wow, that's a big play. Rain raisins from the Arsenal, actually, that's kind of a big deal. You don't know if there's disruption in hand. I don't believe that scar was revealed at any point.
I don't believe it was either.
So if you have to pin your opponent on some form of frostbite creation.
Hold on a second.
Go.
No, so Brody played raisins, pitched raisins, and floated 1. There should be. Is that? Oh no, never mind. There's
then
only
he-
one channel. That is the other one. Is the never mind. I thought that was 2 channels on the board.
No, we still have the chilling.
Chilling Ice Vein. Again, the size of the dice is freaking enormous. So I don't
know. I
see
think
any.
we could probably go slightly larger just to make sure we see that too.
I can't do health math, but I can remember the cards that were played. So between you and I, we make up one
Yeah.
co-caster for
It's
poor Armada over there.
It's
we'll
like
get there.
that episode of Seinfeld where Jerry and George combined forces to be one good person.
All right, gonna block with a fighting spirit that gains you a life. That's fantastic. But this Bolton shot is definitely threatening more after the fact. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like we're floating anything, so we probably can't pay into doing anything after the fact, which does leave a 3-card hand for your opponent. You want to be at a life lead against Icelander, but if they can keep that channel around one more turn, I think you're really, really scared. You always need to be scared against an Icelander, and you always want to consider the following, in the words of Bill Nye, about what you can play into.
I think the real question here is, do you keep this channel around, or do you just arsenal the other one that's in your hand?
Right.
Because then you can surprise Brody. You let this one lapse, and then they think, okay, now I can do stuff, and then you're right back to where you started.
Right, and from Brody's perspective, you're starting to see the end game kind of unfold. You've got your opponent in single digits. You have the ability to dominate arrows, but they're about to start drawing into more disruption, and if they're able to, then this is very scary indeed.
What a turn of events over here. Scar for a Scar, punching through for 4. And then you're following that up with a Findale's Fighting Spirit for another 7, but you're gaining a life as well. Like that's the conversion on what occurred here for just 3 resources puts Brody in a tough spot, because if it was just 4 or 5 damage, Brody would be happy to take it and start sending it back. But this is now putting him into a range where the boots are a threat, and we're approaching that end game. It's been quite the slog, but it has been a grind, but a very satisfying one, as both players have played very well. They've been responding at the right junctures. Again, Brody was a little bit upset about how he may have played a little bit sloppy, but still, with that sloppy play, he managed to beat Michael Hamilton. And I don't think it's going to be as easy in this case. So Brody's been playing cleanly. He's been responding at the right in the right windows. Michael Hamilton as well has done his best to sort of slow down the pace and try to keep those arrows in the stratosphere versus just having these, massive, like right into the space, into outer space, tall arrows. So he's been doing a good job. Brody going to throw 3 in front of this, drop down, I believe, to 13. And that is just, I think, on the cusp of where Michael Hamilton maybe cobbled together 2 nasty turns to close this game out. But both players are approaching that danger zone.
Yeah, this is a bad spot to be in now that Michael has started to get a more firm grasp on these life totals. You never want to be this close, especially when they have an arsenal, and things can get kind of scary here, and we can expect a possible reveal unless we've drawn into lots of reds. But I do think that is that a Brothers in Arms blue? So that guarantees you have at least 1 blue, and yeah, that's a blue ice card as well. So you have resources here, and you have options here, so you can consider just establishing that Channel Lake Frigid and making this turn even slower, and hopefully that just covers up what Brody can do. But Brody does have, I think that's the 3rd copy of Knock the Death Whistle. The other one's towards the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, we did see them use the one for the blue pitch to pay through the tax earlier, but that might be enough to try to get the job done here. Again, the real issue, as we've been pointing out, is that with the presence of the boots there, if you try to go all in, like, yes, you could probably get a tall arrow with Dominate and try to threaten 9, but then you're not going to have any way to respond to the boots. So how do you navigate being threatening while also just not dying on the spot?
With a compass.
Usually that would make a lot of sense. That's true. Now, looking at what Michael Hamilton can do on his turn, he's got the Fighting Spirit that he can kind of follow up with. He's got a blue to pitch for an ice card so that you can keep the Channel Lake around, and you have a blue Disruptive ice card that you can arsenal. You don't have a fuse target. That is one thing that we have not seen him make a ton of use of, and it's, I think, simply because he hasn't drawn into them. But a fusible card to trigger those Insidious Chills would basically be game-breaking. And it's really kind of up to Brody to figure out a way to cobble 9 damage together before he can really steal the cards from his hand and finish this game out. And
it is a very scary proposition when you're staring down at 13 life on your side, because that can dwindle very quickly when you don't have cards to block giant attacks with.
I think Michael Hamilton right now is just hoping that this play of the Channel Lake Frigid is going to turn Brody's turn into something that's a little bit more digestible, wherein maybe you take a couple points of damage, you throw your Coronet Peak in front of it, you stay healthy, and that way you can follow up with the Finals Fighting Spirit.
Yep.
Threaten some significant damage, recover a point, and then jam an ice card in your into your arsenal, and then the game is then much more equalized. It becomes much more in reach. In fact, it might even favor towards Michael Hamilton. So the dynamic of the game, the landscape of this matchup right now has really significantly changed because Michael Hamilton's hand and the way that he's responded to this play, to that the way he's responded rather to the activation of the Skullbone Cross Wraps here is kind of his hope here is that the damage sent his way is like 6 or less.
Well, this is going to be complicated because he's allowed him to resolve that drill shot. He's going to draw the card. No matter what you draw here, you are going to have the resources to fire said drill shot. So the drill shot will come for, I believe it comes for 7. A drill shot base 4 gets the +3 buff from the Seek and Destroy. I believe that should come for 7.
Oh, you know what I just realized? I think so. In his hand, I believe it's a Frosting, the Red Winter's Bite, and the Finals Fighting Spirit. So if he wants to send it back, he's gonna have to pitch the Frosting and then throw the Finals Fighting Spirit there, and then in his arsenal is gonna be a red card. So he's not gonna have the same kind of response that he may want.
If he wants to send it back because of the Seek and Destroy, he can't have the arsenal.
He won't
anyway.
have an arsenal.
Right.
The Seek and Destroy really kind of messes up that possible sequencing of turns, and the Seek and Destroy established here might actually be a nice ticket to save Brody another turn or two.
Yeah, and another thing to consider here, because of the Seek and Destroy and the presence of the 2 blocks, trying to cover this entirely is also a bit awkward. Like, you can cover the health, but the Fyendals technically blocks for 2, and then you heal the 1, but the on-hit would still get through.
Yes. So he's going to toss that Fighting Spirit. It's going to toss one of those ice cards. Looks like that's maybe that's the Winter's Bite Red. And then he's going to pay and block with the Iron Hide Gauntlet. But it's still going to leak the damage.
Yeah, so a little bit of work got through there. Michael Hamilton, I think, is still relatively comfortable. He's holding on to the Frosting.
Now, he may choose to actually pitch it here for 3 free damage off of the Waning Moon. Of which you could stop some of it, but...
so the other potential play here is you're saving it for the Coronet Peak to keep the Channel Lake Frigid around.
Exactly, and so the consideration here for 3 damage to maybe reduce your opponent's health a little bit, or the second set of like disruption turns, if you will, with Channel Lake Frigid might be the consideration here rather than just going on resolving everything and passing.
But like, let's talk a little bit about the efficiency and the effectiveness of these Channel Lake Frigids and how they've not necessarily completely railroaded Brody Spurlock's turns at all.
Point.
I mean, Michael Hamilton has jammed those cards out at really opportune times, and Brody's been like, okay, let's figure this out, and then still managed to cobble together like a 10-dominated arrow. Like, he's actually been able to create some fairly significant threats in the face of a Channel Lake Frigid turn. So Michael Hamilton, maybe he pitches and keeps it around. It is a good safety net. It's really hard to argue that point that you made, Charmer, for sure.
I think he's definitely going to do that. I think that is the better of the 2 plays, and it looks like that's what they're doing. They're cleaning up, passing on over, and this would be where Michael would start his turn, tick up his Tunic to 3, which is fantastic to be on, by the way, and then go ahead and pitch on away.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the reason you take this path is because you're guaranteeing to pull a card from Brody, and if you were to take the damage, you're kind of going all in on saying, I need to draw 4 cards that I can kill with my boots, and when you're looking at the deck sizes here, right? We haven't hit second cycle, so Michael doesn't know what he's drawing at this point. It's going to be blind, and that's a lot of faith to say, okay, well, I can do 10 damage with 4 cards off my boots.
Yes, it is a lot of an ask to try and put together a large turn on a single turn, but what Icelander does really well is plays efficiently and then chips damage, and basically I want to call it unavoidable because like there's just these breakpoints that are so powerful in the deck that just make it so difficult. So if you can keep playing consistently and efficiently, you might be able to just chip over 2-3 turns and put them in an unwinnable scenario.
This game is approaching. I think are we in like the almost close to an hour? I think that this has gone on, and the what's at stake here is a ticket to the finals, frankly, of this this Realm Brawl hosted by MinMax Games here in Chicago. Brody Spurlock versus Michael Hamilton. This is the rematch. They faced each other yesterday. Brody took that game off of Michael Hamilton yesterday. This is revenge is what Michael's tasting here, hopefully. He's managed to equalize the game relatively so, but he's under the gun here. I mean, that's a Ravenous Rabble that you got to pay for. But again, it's still 4-go again. That's half your health total if you let this slide.
Now, this might be a good break, though, for Michael, because while I don't believe he has the ice cards in hand to keep the channel around, this channel is basically preventing that Codex of Frailty, which is in hand, for being played, and essentially stonewalling Michael's arsenal. And following up, there's no recourse to pay for Codex of Frailty because you're not floating a resource. You have to pay 1 for it instead of it being free, and you can't take Tunic because it costs to take Tunic. So this this turn ends up kind of being a sort of a saving grace here, where they're only threatening 4 damage and then just passing.
Yeah, and to make it, that much more emphatic, right? The Ravenous Rabble did not reveal an arrow, so you can't even try to, pitch the Codex if you were trying to mount more pressure. Really, this is just kind of showcasing why choosing to go the Coronet and save the Channel Lake Frigid was the right call.
And so now we have a Brain Freeze fused, and this is finally what he needed. He needed to trigger those Insidious Chill targets. That's going to trigger first, and then Brain Freeze Fuse is going to trigger as well. So this is going to dump a lot of cards out of Brody's hand, and I think he does. Did he block with the Emeritus Scolding? He did block with Emeritus Scolding on the previous turn, but I think he also has another Brain Freeze in hand, and that's most likely going to make its way into the arsenal.
Yeah, I suspect that this is going to be a situation where after this Brain Freeze, we still fire the Waning Moon and then Arsenal the final card.
The complexity of this matchup is incredible, I find. I mean, there's the timing has to be spot on. Brody Spurlock's trying to sort of weave together this, complex melody that just, culminates in a big, fat, nasty on-hit arrow, whereas Michael Hamilton is just poking and prodding at the right windows to just disrupt that, to just kind of trip you up, tie your shoelaces up a little bit here and there to not give you the sort of the clean walk to victory. And in this matchup, maybe half an hour ago seemed lopsided, and an hour ago seemed lopsided, and now here we are, and 2 hours from now, it might even feel more lopsided.
You just painted a mental picture for me of playing against Michael Hamilton is like trying to burglarize the home in Home Alone.
Burgle is the word. Excellent use of the term burgle, Admiral.
I'm an American.
Oh,
so
I'm sorry.
Of course, we use made-up words.
Do you?
Just like our measurement. But the
no
point
problem.
here is that every time that you're trying to do something, you're getting thwarted, you're getting poked, you're getting prodded the entire way. And so what I need, if you're watching at home, is for somebody to do one of those face swap videos where you put Michael Hamilton's face on Macaulay Culkin, and then the other competitors that he's played against, and he's just thwarting them at every turn.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Brody's there saying, "Keep the change, you filthy animal."
Filthy animal. There are some fantastic editors out there in the fab space, so I would not be surprised if that surfaced on the internet like within the next 10 minutes. Someone just goes and gets like a couple of screenshots of Michael Hamilton's face and finds that scene and then just like snips it over, and I could see that happening like within 10 minutes. That would be hilarious. Not hilarious for Brody is that you're losing a card here most likely, and then you're probably losing another card after the old Brain Freeze from Arsenal happens on the next turn. So things are going to get a little tricky here. You may not lose that card if your opponent doesn't draw into an ice card for the fuse, but still.
Which one would we be if we were like the home invaders in Home Alone? Like, which one of us is Joe Pesci? Which one of us is is it Daniel Stern, I think, who played Marv?
I just know that I'm Marv. There's no way around it. I'm
strike
Marv.
me as a Joe Pesci.
Yeah, Flake is 100%
Why?
Joe Pesci.
Funny how? Funny like a clown?
see?
Like I make you laugh?
See, there you go.
Yeah.
Because he's angry. I don't know why,
angry.
but he's just so angry.
I'm not angry. You're
Perpetually.
angry. Get out of here.
Perpetually.
All right, so that turn wraps up. It looks like Brody's at 11. The card was peeled away. He's still holding on to a E-Strike. And what is that, a lace with...
Looks like that's a Spire Sniping.
Spire Snipe, that's the one. My bad.
It's a solid little Spire Sniping.
Spire Sniping.
I do believe Spire Sniping is blue, or am I wrong?
I believe
in
you
that?
are
It
correct,
is
yes.
blue, so that's a nice little card to have access to. Decision points on this turn are weird for Brody. How do you start your turn? Do you start by taking Tunic? Do you start by playing Codex and discarding a
Dude,
card?
We're at the point of the game where Michael Hamilton is flipping the page on his life counter. He's like, oh, I'm gonna add another name to my list, I guess.
Well, with the speed that this semifinal round has been played, it actually might just be that the paper has started to disintegrate.
It's yellowing.
Did you know? I'm not sure what we are looking at there, but there is a bright look. It is yellowed on the edges.
Yeah.
Did you know Oldham is somewhere in this matchup? Actually,
Oldham is somewhere in this. Are we playing like I Spy with the board right now?
there is a white and Yaha. We can't read it, but
There-
was
oh, it's a bathroom
There was
break.
a requested bathroom break.
See?
And
I didn't
honestly,
think these were allowed.
I don't
That's
know. So
what-
you know what?
That's why the previous players were playing so fast.
There you go.
No, we are kind enough to acknowledge the humanity of the players, so they do have to go and use the bathroom.
They're using the facilities. I will concede that it is important sometimes, and I don't think there should be. I don't think there should be a penalty for that.
So-
I know in some other instances there's been some talk about having to step away, use the restrooms, cause some detriment.
Look,
but I don't think.
when it comes to competition, nobody pees more than I do. I get nervous, I get anxious, my body just seizes up and it wants to just, and I like between each round, and sometimes, man, and I play Oldham, like that's what I played in Indianapolis at the Calling, and my games would be oftentimes go a long way.
So, Flake,
Andrew Ostman said they could just pee on the floor. Keep going.
no, I actually really think that this is a great opportune time for content. So I need you to take this microphone and go interview.
Yeah, do one of those urinal interviews.
A mid-game
Dude,
interview.
Isn't that what got Dr. Disrespect like banned? Like, didn't he get like cut out of
I
Twitch
don't
for a while?
know. I don't know, and I'm not sure I really want to know anything about
I'm
that
not
person
doing
in my
it. I'm
life. But
sorry.
all I do know is that would be absolutely pure, organic, free-range content.
Look, shout out to Daniel Rutkowski, and I'll tell you why. Because Daniel Rutkowski, when I bumped into him the other day, I said, "Oh, Daniel, what's going on?" And he's like, I actually saw you in the bathroom, but I know your rule that when you're using the bathroom, you don't want to engage in conversation. I said, thank you so
Which
much.
is so funny because when I went to use the restroom earlier, one guy was next to me and he would not stop talking to me.
Well,
And
that's,
his name was Matt DeMarco.
that is correct,
yep.
and it was,
And I didn't start the conversation.
No.
I want it on the record. This was not
we
me.
were engaged in
this is
in locked eye contact.
That's horrifying. Ben in chat says, in German, we say pee-pee pause. Ben, you're awesome.
What does it say? Let me
in
read
German,
that.
we say pee-pee pause.
Pee-pee pause.
Pee-pee pause.
And then Chad says, if I can't use the restroom without missing part of my Marvel movie, these players can't compete in the meantime.
Oh yeah. All right. New game.
Oh, that's
Everybody, if you're
hilarious.
playing Oldham, okay, you just jam down like a 36-ounce big gulp, and then you go. First person to have to leave loses the game. That's the rule. Okay.
Oh, man.
Weapons only.
I need to step away and use the restroom, too. But you know what?
Yeah,
We're
I
just
didn't
gonna-
have to go until they said something, and now I have to go.
We're just going to keep it here.
No, man, don't do that.
I
The quality of this stream has just absolutely gone down the toilet.
skyrocketed. No, here we are sitting with 1,300 people.
Yeah, and
all
we're
having
talking
a
about
great time.
pee-pee
It's a
pause.
pee-pee pause.
Pee-pee pause.
Use that at your local game store.
Please do.
Say that you found out about it on the DM Armada stream because that's what I need to be. I'll take it. I'll take that right up. Pee-pee
just-
pause.
But it's funny because when you say it, he's like, "Oh, in Germany we say," and then you use a different voice. It's like in Germany
pause.
you say "pee pee pass."
yep, that's about right.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I do something similar, but it's not usually for game time. My wife makes fun of me because when I'm getting ready to go to sleep, I say I have to pee-pee before I sleepy. and she reacts the same way you gentlemen are right now.
Well, there's what I say, but I don't know if we could say it. I can't say it. We will not say it because if you, all right. So DM Armada is going to go and rethink his whole life right now. Are you going for PP Boss?
Yeah, right. At this point, I might as well. This is not a bad. Call it PPP. Why is this the best chat that you could be in? Why
I don't know,
is it?
but
hey, while we're paused, actually, we should talk about that giveaway that we're doing. Those 2 giveaways. Look,
while you are out there for PP Pause, we will give you
Stap. Okay, look. Hey, so if you wanted to play along, look, here's what we're doing. We've got an Outsiders box that we're giving away. This is the midpoint. This is the intermission of this semifinals match. I posted this tweet with this image of Brody Spurlock just strutting his stuff yesterday. And if you would like to caption it with the best caption that you could possibly come up with, we're going to pick one. Oh, man, that's great. Oh, there's more. There's more Photoshopped ones. We're going to pick one.
Oh, that one looks amazing. Check it out, Flake.
Yeah, look at that. Isn't that awesome?
Just put it in front of my face, please. For a second.
Okay.
So look, if you would like to play along, we're going to give away a box of Outsiders to the one that makes us laugh the most, perhaps.
I think it goes to PP Pause guy.
No. It has to be a. Has to be an entry on Twitter.
Do you want to win? If you could,
don't.
I was gonna say
No.
my vote goes to whoever can Photoshop Brody Spurlock into a PP.
Yeah, you'd make him dashing to the bathroom.
Oh, there you go.
Okay. Oh, God.
We're
Well,
back.
look, we're going to be back here
We've
in
been
just a
saved.
second. I'm also going to give away one of my new DM Armada Pits playmat. We have
I heard nude DM Armada.
so that is definitely a different
Yeah, that's
Patreon
the
tier.
PP Pits map.
Yeah, that's only Fabs right there. That's the only Fabs account. Anyway, so I'm going to give away, and I'm trying to give things to people. Okay, I want to give away one of the new playmats that we are featuring on this channel. If you want to go see what it looks like, head into the Discord. Go to the purchasing instructions page where I posted the image. It is really cool. It's got our pirate hero that we created for the channel. It's got Scarlet kind of like cutting an arrow in half, which is interesting because we have in half. One Azalea already in the finals here, possibly a second in Brody Spurlock trying to punch his ticket to that finals, but he's got to get around the formidable Michael Hamilton, Angel of Death.
You know what I just realized? When these two went for PP Pause, they were probably in the same washroom, like next to each other during the PP Pause. Do you think that they actually were like,
Should I go ask them?
This is like those moments in the wrestling match where they're both laying on the mat talking through how they're going to finish it.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. And they're like communicating. They're like, okay, that's right. All right, let's just finish this.
Except that we've got a nice little prize pool on the line here for the Chicago Brawl. So both of them fighting their way up there and both wanting to claim that victory. They're going to have to, whoever wins here, they're going to have to go through Levi after this. Levi, of course, perhaps the best Azalea player in the entire world.
Well, this world.
Yes.
Yeah.
We
don't know what they're doing on like
that
Neptune.
I thought that was assumed.
5 go again, or was this a draw card? Because the snappies are still up there. I think that honestly, like both players have very, very potent leg pieces right now.
I'm gonna assume it's the go again simply because we know that the arsenal is Codex of Frailty. I had to whisper that because I know there's people that possibly in chat that might just cringe at the mention of that Codex. And so this also allows you not to have to discard off Codex. And it also means that the Brain Freeze and Arsenal that he doesn't know is technically there has no targets.
Ah, yes. The Broflex of Frailty. Good card. Again, every set's going to have a Majestic that just kind of dictates, and and the power level is really high, and to the defense of the card and such, it was printed for classes that were kind of lagging behind, right? So, are you going to say that everyone is talking about Channel Lake Fridge is a super strong card? Absolutely. Are you going to ban it? No. Classes are allowed to have access to strong Majestic cards. It just so happens that one was printed for a hero that has just seen a surge in power right now, and that card is very strong. There's no doubt about that. But Majestics are strong cards, except for Blink.
So one of the interesting dances that's occurring right now is if this is go again, there's no other options for resources other than that tunic. And if Michael is trying to put his opponent on having an attack as opposed to like not Codex, for example, there's going to be a timing window where you're trying to donate that frostbite and make sure that the tax is gumming up their turn. So I think that's why he's considering just blocking here and then waiting for Brody to try to do the next thing. Again, we know it's the Codex, but with only the resource on the tunic available for the rest of the turn, that really makes things interesting here.
And since we did have a little bit of a stoppage of play, if you forgot, the previous turn to this was the play wherein the Channel Lake Frigid kind of stonewalled that turn, and literally it was just a 4 damage Ravenous Rabble that was pushing damage, and then that led to the Arsenal. So there's not a ton of tells as far as what could be there. It could be just any red arrow, or any, honestly, even like possibly like a yellow arrow. It could be Codex. It could be a variety of things that could make their way there, simply because that previous turn didn't really give you a ton of information outside of it being a card that you just couldn't play because you didn't have any resources up.
5 still in the stack over here. I believe the priority now is on Michael Hamilton to decide whether he wants to respond to it. If I'm not mistaken, he is at 7. This is a very, very dangerous game that he's playing over here. Brody Spurlock at 11. That can be burnt down in a heartbeat here. What I've noticed is that Michael Hamilton hasn't really used the Waning Moon much. Almost, I think he's only swung it once, if I'm not mistaken.
It's just not been opportune, and you're using your cards to try and stop these really oppressive on-hit effects, right? And instead of just trading damage. Looking at the hand here for Michael Hamilton, we do see an Ice Bolt. We see a Aether Ice Vein that could be blocked with here. Looks like it is going to be blocked with here. There's an Ice Eternal, and I think that's a Polar Blast as well. Oh, it looks like it was draw a card. Okay, so draw a card here does give you some resources. Going to pass to reactions, going to snap this. And the draw card here does give you the capability of playing around some disruption, of which we know that there's probably not any, because the next action is most likely going to cost that card in hand. And if Brody is thinking around a possible second Brain Freeze or Disruption, then pitching that card away will most likely allow you to dance around a Brain Freeze for whatever you ended up drawing.
Michael Hamilton down to 5 now. A dominated arrow can spell doom for him, but he does have opportunity to perhaps just pull the rug under Brody Spurlock. He still has a little bit more that he needs to shave away from Brody Spurlock's life total. I think, if you're going to hit something like Stormstriders into, a fat attack and pair it up with something like the Waning Moon, you can possibly get there, but it's still onto Brody Spurlock using read the glide path, taking a look at the top card here.
Now, this is a great card to draw into, because this allows you to dump this card out of your hand before it gets disrupted. And keep in mind, too, this is something I didn't mention. If you come in with Brain Freeze and fuse it, it's going to use that last Insidious Chill trigger, which is something you actually kind of want to preserve. Because if your opponent doesn't have any cards in hand, you can just choose discard and then, move on with your life, basically. So this card allows you to dance around any hand disruption, and you're sort of disincentivized from using it anyway as Michael, because you're burning your last Insidious Chill trigger, and at this point you can't really take the turn off to establish another chill.
The interesting bit there is that if you are not utilizing that Arsenal card, though, you're also not getting that Waning Moon damage in. As you said,
yeah,
it's not been used a lot. And if you're just going to be defensive for this entire turn, then Brody's going to reload with a hand to the following turn. And then, yes, your disruptive effects will have, a bit more impact. But at some point, you've got to get his health low enough where you can go for the boots, to get the win. And right now, again, with no Frost Hexes on the board, only the one chill, I just don't see a scenario where you can do 11. So this is a really important window to continue to leak damage. We talked about how you just try to get that chip damage in here and there, but you still got to get those windows while trying to survive at 5.
Now, speaking of windows, he's choosing to go the cross wrap route, which is going to opt for him. possibly looking for a 0-cost arrow on top, or even a 1-cost arrow. But I think you kind of have to assume in the range analysis of it that your opponent can give you a frostbite, because that would be the worst case scenario. I mean, technically, the worst case scenario would be a Channel Lake Frigid from Arsenal. Then you 2 frostbites and your turn's over. But we would expect that would probably have already happened at this point. So we can maybe assume that 1 frostbite is the worst thing we can stare down, and we have to manage our resources accordingly. But if it hasn't happened yet, perhaps we don't have to worry about a frostbite at all. And in that case, if we find a 1-cost arrow on top with Dominate and +3, we might just win the game.
There's also the possibility that this was just to establish mental dominance, because you turn over that codex.
Right.
And we know from Twitter and from chat that is just enough to make people shudder. They're quaking in their boots just at the sight of it.
Quite a good card.
I mean, you might be joking, but it does factor in. I mean, sometimes you just show somebody and you don't know whether they're going to play it or try to cycle it with the bow, let's say. So it can force a reaction from Michael in some case. Who knows?
The other play that Michael has here is to use his tunic and his boots to try and save himself, or to try and push lethal damage. Because we know on the face of it, your opponent's going to have max 1 resource, because this is now the response window for Brody taking that tunic resource. So there's the resource. He's got some capability for some stuff in hand, but not a ton. And there's the Codex of Frailty play. Looks like everything passes on, and no dominated arrow on the top, it looks like. Instead, we're going to try and drop an arrow into the arsenal, and perhaps not dominated necessarily, coming from the graveyard.
It's getting some help, though, from the Read the Glide Path, I believe,
Yep.
so it's going to be tall enough
will
where
be
Michael
tall.
Hamilton is going to have to respect it and throw some stuff in front of it. What does he have in terms of equipment? Well, you've got 1 block left from the Coronet Peak. You have the Finals Spring Tunic, rather, that you can use, and that soaks up 2 if necessary. Michael Hamilton is on the edge here. Brody Spurlock is looking to close this one out in the next few turns, perhaps, but I mean, it has been one hell of a marathon on this one, as both players have just not really given an inch. It has been every single point of life has been fought for tooth and claw the whole way through, and Brody Spurlock really wants to get to that final. He's already, disposed of Michael Hamilton in the Swiss rounds yesterday. He wants to follow that up today, and then he's got Levi Rauch. So one of these players is just going to have to get it done, and the next step is to play the Azalea player with all these brand new cards.
Yeah, either of these players going to have to face down. I would maybe just straight up call him the OG, the one and the only Levi on Azalea. Knows basically every matchup in and out, and even with new cards, knows how to pivot around, knows how to play Azalea to the nth degree. But Brody has been showing time and time again that even though he picked up Azalea like 2 days ago, he's kind of got a good handle on how Flesh and Blood is played.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
So the interesting exchange here, in my mind, is we see the 1 resource floating. If Michael chooses to not respond to the codex and let it resolve, then Brody essentially has to grab a 0-cost arrow, right? Because you don't want to get into a scenario where you put a 1 cost in, and then after all of this, you get shut down.
Well, that is true, but the choice to slow roll all of that would have been just a masterful, like poker play almost. Just
Sounds
the
like
bluff,
something
right?
that, the world champion Michael Hamilton would do.
Certainly
so.
could be, and so maybe that's what Brody's deliberating on. I mean, did you literally slow roll like a 0-cost iced card that gives me the single frostbite to completely blow me out? Or do you just take the safe play, lose 1 point of damage and possibly a blood rot trigger? I mean, you're probably just assuming that this arrow, whatever you end up playing, is probably ripping the cards necessary to full block it. And if it's not, it's taking the tunic to go along with it, or the Coronet Peak perhaps to go along with it. So we can assume that this arrow, whatever is chosen, probably getting fully blocked out, unless there's some weird combination.
Oh.
He's just going to go for it. This is a bit of a gamble. You have the Ponder token. You've got the Frailty token. He's going to throw it out there. There was no responses, so he knows he's in the clear. Remorseless for 8
I don't think you can respond to it, can you? Once the codex resolves, once Michael Hamilton lets Brody put the card in,
I think you're right.
he doesn't have a window anymore. The response has to be on the stack before the
totally right.
So Brody was safe the whole way through.
You're right.
All right.
And he just gave him the hand, and that's exactly what you can kind of expect. You know now that the hand is gone. They've got one chill trigger. That is like the saving grace here. You've got your boots up. You didn't have to give away the tunic, but you're staring at your life total at 5, a full hand of cards, and based on the way that turn played out, you can assume as Brody that that card isn't going to give a frostbite in the arsenal, but you can't make any other assumptions outside of that.
Michael Hamilton was holding on to an Ice Bolt. What else has he got in hand over there? Another CLF. I believe there's a Cold Snap I saw, and one more piece to the puzzle. Not a very potent hand. A blue Ice Bolt is cool and all, but it's not really going to change the dynamic of the game. Brody Spurlock trying to sort of get some clues of what you've got left. How many times have you cycled through your deck? What has been played? One CLF left to be played. Cold Snap in hand for Michael Hamilton. Do we know what's in his arsenal?
I believe it's still the Brain Freeze.
Brain Freeze.
So another interesting thing here is I think I saw a knock the death whistle in Brody's hand. So
yeah, which does cost 0, which means if he starts with something else, that knock the death whistle fused can actually rip that card out. Or sorry, the Brain Freeze fused can actually rip that card out of hand.
And so we are starting with the cross wrap here.
Oh, danger, danger, danger. This is the window for Michael Hamilton. But knock the death whistle in a certain case. Are you, maybe if that's your only blue, are you holding on to it to maybe pay through some frostbites?
I mean, maybe, but when your opponent's at 5 and you can set up a big dominate for sure, that's...
So here, this is interesting. Michael is gesturing that you can resolve the trigger of the Spire sniping first, meaning that you can order the 2 cards that you find on top in whatever order you want putting them back. It's not opt, but it's ordering those 2. So you can choose the order there, but we are not going to be opting yet. But then he may choose to respond with a frostbite to the opt portion. But it would be at this timing window or the next timing, or really it'd be the next timing window since he's already gestured that this one is good to resolve, where he could possibly play that fused Brain Freeze, which would end up leading to ripping that blue card out of hand and possibly causing some serious disruption to the hand along with that last Insidious Chill trigger.
If you were here at the beginning of this match, I believe it is currently time to renew your passport.
Yeah. Yeah, we're definitely going the distance on this one.
Oh, yeah. You can add an extra glaze to the ham.
Yeah, the timer went up. The Blitz tournament, I think there's like a 1K Blitz tournament going on in the other room right now, and they've had time in the round called 3 times at this point.
Yeah. They've played 3 rounds of 1K Blitz tournament. Meanwhile, Brody Spurlock has been tossing arrows and having pee-pee paws.
Yeah. Yeah, we may need to call a second to PP pause here in a moment to allow players.
We're close, though, man. We are close. I can taste it.
Okay, yeah.
Can we not use that turn of phrase after the PP pause?
After the PP pause. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. Nevertheless, they are assessing the current situation. We're sitting at 11-5 on the life totals, which 11 is nicely out of range of like some major, Stormstriders plays. But any lower than that, and you start to get very worried and counting major threats. It's probably what Brody's doing here, trying to find those ice veins.
Both players heavily going through each other's discard piles because this match has went so long. They are filing their taxes. They're looking for write-offs, anything they bought this weekend to play.
Dolcam Fab says, I cleaned my entire kitchen since the bathroom break.
Yeah, basically. Hey, guess what? Congratulations. You have completed War and Peace by Tolstoy. By now. We're muscling through again. We make fun of this and such like that. We have fun, but ultimately there are some some significant prizes and such at stake over here. So you can't rush through these critical turn sequences over here. This isn't the Sam Dando match where people were frisbeeing cards back and forth.
I am fairly certain that match actually did set the record for fastest semifinal ever played. I think I wish we would have stopped the clock right then just to see. But someone over in chat can probably run it back and time out how long that match actually took.
I like how you're like dishing out chores to the chat.
Oh, it's always so fun to hear like how long or short that match ended up, or like this chat figured this out or that out. They're very resourceful.
I just want to know if the Sam Dando match took less time than the bathroom break.
You did call it though at the beginning when you said that Brody is very, very known for
Yes,
playing
absolutely.
long games.
Yeah.
Very methodical, and you're against the world's best. So we knew this was going to go the distance.
I'm not going to say it. Just show it to
please
Charmer, please, because it is absolutely great.
Sorry, there was a fantastic comment in
Aussie
the chat.
Napalm, congratulations. You made me break. I can't wait to discuss this with Brendan.
Hey, wait a minute, gentlemen. We have action.
Oh, we got action. We
No,
can talk
wait,
about this on
stop.
Arsenal PP Pass.
There it is. You went for it. All right, we have the resolution there. We have the Azalea trigger, but in response, as we were mentioning, in response to the Azalea trigger, you're going to get the Brain Freeze, fused with an Arsenal, not an Arsenal Pass, what am I saying? Fused with the Channel Lake Frigid. And that's going to reveal the hand. Now, I don't think there are any responses that you can make here from Brody's side of things. I think it's literally just throw it on down. You can't take the tunic. You can't respond in any other way. Just throw the hand down and take a peek. I guess you are first waiting on the Insidious Chill trigger, so of course you are going to pitch into that or discard here. But pitching makes sense because you have the Knock the Death Whistle in your hand, which was, I think, your ticket into finding exactly what you needed to win this game, and now it's going to be pitched for resources, which is a good usage. But that is going to cover the chill trigger first, and then you're revealing the hand to show really what you're up against, what your opponent's up against, and a premeditate. Card's really good.
I would say so.
This hand is really good. Look at
this hand would have been a nightmare for Michael if they did not have the disruption here. I mean, you have the premeditate, the knock, you've got the infecting shot there as well.
It still may be a nightmare because this is looking like more damage that you can just push, and it's dominated. You're going to have to find a way to stop resource production or to freeze the arsenal, but you have to freeze the arsenal at you can't even really freeze the arsenal because you're the only way you can boot something in at this point is if it's a wizard non-attack.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough.
Yeah, this is actually a really tough spot for Michael, as this Dominate could just push enough damage over. Well, it's not going to kill, I don't think, but you can definitely put him into a really tough spot, really low life. But maybe if it's the infecting shot, no, you can't swap that in either.
Friends, I never thought I'd have to say this. I think I have to shave.
Yeah, I think you do too. I see
so.
it popping through.
Didn't start that way this morning, but
No. We're approaching it though. 11-5. That is not a glitch. That is not a frozen screen. We've been at 11-5.
Yeah, the match is officially at 1 hour 19 minutes.
Man. I remember I think it was the last realm brawl that they did.
yes.
Remember that?
The Brody Noah.
Brody Spurlock versus Noah Clark. That game went, and the part of that really kind of grind my gears was that you and I were hoping that tournament would end so that we could play in the team sealed.
Yeah.
And the fact that the Noah versus Brody match was, I think it was an hour and 40 minutes.
It was, yes. It went to fatigue essentially.
Yeah, an hour and 40 minutes was that match, which was basically 2 rounds, right? And we had to wait for that match to complete so we can do the finals, and we ended up having to concede, I think, our first round of team sealed.
That is correct.
Yeah, we were actually planning today after the stream was all said and done of going and drafting.
I was
at this point.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I was planning to eat while the sun was still up.
At
don't
this
know.
rate, we're going to get drafted into World War III because it will have started by the time this concludes.
Hey, read the glide path.
Yep, there it is. Taking the read the glide path away, by the way, and then swapping in the card. But I guess we're waiting. No, I don't think we're waiting for the response here, because the Azalea swap happens, and then it goes ahead and resolves.
I've actually played in a tournament. I think one of the PQs I played in, I top 8'd, and the rounds were timed. And it was fascinating to me because we asked, okay, what are the breakers, you know, if it goes to time? And they said, well, life total. I said, well, what if the life totals are like 1-1? They said first blood, whoever deals the first damage. So I was on Oldham against, it was a Guardian Mirror, and I was like, this is probably going to go the distance, and it might end up 1-1. So on turn 0, I pummeled a hammer just to get first blood, and it made no sense. It seemed so dumb, but I had to do it, and it was just interesting how your behavior changes when there's like a clock staring you down in a elimination match.
Now this is interesting. Chat says you will have the opportunity to eat another crueler. We could go and get you a crueler. You can.
Oh, I could do that. Beat the 20-second thing. You're not allowed to make me laugh, though. That was
that was you. You can try the crueler challenge if you wanted to go and get another one.
Do we have one? Are we like with it? Are we crueler adjacent? Like, where are we?
I think the Pro Tour Top 8 was announced while this game was going on. Nevertheless, I think we're about to see an exciting conclusion over this next 1 to 12 turns.
I think
pitching here,
Steven Seagal has released 3 more movies.
released 3 more albums. What are you talking about? Reggae albums at this point.
All right, we have an attack, ladies and gentlemen. 11. This was dominated, was it not?
I think it was dominated. No, and this was loaded in via the Death Dealer, actually.
Okay.
Yes, that is correct.
But so Azalea is turned sideways.
I think it found Premeditate on top. And then he played perhaps Premeditate.
Sure, no problem. Either way, 11 damage is pretty nasty.
I think when you realize that you're not going to be able to push over 5 here, when they can just give you the entire hand, that not dominating it is actually better in this scenario because you want to rip basically the whole hand.
This is a win if Brody can just end this turn where Michael Hamilton does not have an arsenal.
Right. I think that's what he's trying to play for here.
And I think that's going to be the case because with some of those 2 blocks, you want to block as much damage as possible, and you also are facing that potential blood rot, right? So
that's
we
all of
give
it.
up the peak, we give up the hand, but that's going to put Brody in a good position to continue to pressure.
Now the only recourse for disruption is Storm Striders, and it can't even really be disruption because it can only be wizard non-attacks. So you can't necessarily come in with like an ice like really heavy disruptive card. It's really just like frosting or
Aether Ice Vein could really help you out. I think.
I mean it could be something like that, right?
And you do have Michael Hamilton still has the tunic available, so the tunic will pay for the Striders.
But wait, I think. Oh no, Brody does have. He has 2 lace with blood rots. Okay, so for a moment there, it looked like he drew into only Bolton shots and infecting shots, but all of those cards are red. So they have red art in them. So it did appear for a moment that he had drawn into just arrows, no buffs, and that might be kind of tricky.
It is very hard to tell the difference between one red arrow and another red arrow because while the art in this game is absolutely stunning, there's only so many ways you can make a red arrow look different from the other red arrow.
All right, so I think in Michael Hamilton's hand, I believe I saw a frosting. There may have been a scar for a scar. Nothing ultra disruptive. However, if you do pop the boots and you throw the frosting, it does create a frostbite.
Yeah.
So that could be enough to stick around. Who knows? We'll see what Brody can cobble together here.
If you do draw into a full hand of like Bolton shots and other things like that, you do have capabilities of like getting the first Bolton shot go again with the bullseye bracers, and then you can load with Death Dealer and maybe find another non-attack somewhere around there. You don't have to worry too much about like. Some big, giant disruptive plays outside of like maybe cheating an Ice Eternal might be like some weird thing that you could have to deal with. But by and large, you have some recourse here, even if you do draw into the kind of a weird hand. And it doesn't look like he's got a blue Bolton shot to pitch here. He's going to load an arrow in, going to load that yellow Bolton shot, draw a card. And he hits a dead eye. That's great. I think this might straight up be the lethal that everyone's looking for.
Yeah, I was trying to look at the cards in Michael Hamilton's hand and do the math on blocking potential and think about breakpoints here as well because you're going to get to fire 2 arrows, and even if you get Michael's hand, you might be able to leak some more damage because of the breakpoints. We do know there's a couple of 2 blocks in there.
So you're going to need to start with like a lace, for example, lace with blood rot here, or that dead eye. so that you can give that bolt and shot go again. And you do have a follow-up arrow, and perhaps the best arrow in the deck outside of one of your 2 Majestics, an Infecting Shot. And that could be all she wrote if you can line this up, and if the hand is too sticky and too unwieldy for Michael here.
All right, so the following movies are under 90 minutes.
Wait. There's a cracked bauble.
That's
Proxy in Michael's hand.
that's
which
the Heart of
which is
Findle.
a Heart of Fiendel, which means you can't block.
Oh,
You can't. Yeah, that cracked bauble Heart of Fiendel means you can't block. You can pitch to gain a life, but that's a
you
big
might
deal.
have to blow the boots then.
Right, just to pitch
Just
to gain the life.
Just
Yeah.
to gain the life. That's huge.
I honestly thought I was seeing things. I'm not lying. When I saw the cracked bauble, I'm like, that can't be a cracked bauble. Like, what's going on over here? And then realized, yeah, that's a proxy. Okay, full block. Let's go.
Now look at this. He double stacked his buffs here on bolt and shots. So he's blocking for what looks like 10, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 to cover up the 9. And that doesn't allow for the reload.
So not using the tunic and floating the tunic resource here purely so that if he needs to stay alive, he can pitch to crack
Yeah.
the boots.
And here it is. I think this is what you have to do. You're going to drop this in. Yep, you're going to drop this in, wait for a chance to respond. Michael has no recourse here. There's nothing he can do. This drop-in's going to allow that one final resource to push Infecting Shot, and Brody Spurlock on the back of a brand new Outsiders card, not named Codex of Frailty, is
Yeah.
pushing for lethal.
Yeah, so the issue here is that even if you gain the health, you're going to die to the blood drop.
Right.
well,
So this
no,
pushes for 4.
so he
it's
goes
for
down
4.
Yeah, he goes
Okay,
down to
so
4.
Yes.
So he's
He
going to
takes-
take the 4, go to 1, then he can gain the life. So he's not quite there yet.
No, because he's going to pay through this, gain a life, actually. He's at 1. The Blood Rod is going to ask for the payment. He's going to pay, go up to 2. And that's it. And then he's going to be
But again,
spent again.
A 4-card hand. But hey, could you play for fatigue? Could you possibly play for fatigue as Michael Hamilton? As Brody's starting to look a lot thinner as far as your deck is concerned. But he's got a razor. Not a razor reflex. He's got the rain razors in hand.
Yeah, a surprise like that, especially because right now Michael Hamilton wants to just cover up these attacks as efficiently as possible, not overbump.
Gentlemen, what if
Okay.
Michael plays for fatigue, but also can't finish the game out himself because he has no weapon, and we have to play this again?
In which
How
case,
excited are you going to be?
I'm going to go draft.
we might as well. I mean, we could probably actually get into the Blitz tournament.
At this point. So a 4-card hand, Rain Raisins, and let's see, read the glide path. Another buff. Is there an arrow? There's the Rain Raisins pitch. Oh, he does have a Remorseless.
So
Drop
we're
that
going
in.
to activate the Death Dealer.
The only one you can drop in here is your Remorseless. That is for 5. Defense reactions can't be played.
No,
From Arsenal?
for which?
From hand. Remorseless. It's been an hour and 30 at this point. I can't recall at this
It's been 1 week since we started this game.
But what a game it's been, though.
It
this
has
is the
been pretty-
Finals. It's literally 11-2. Brody has managed to stay literally just inches out of range of lethal off of Stormstriders. Looking at that 9 break point from Arsenal. Okay, so it's not from hand.
Yeah, but the From Arsenal is traditionally very relevant with Azalea because of the Dominate. So in this case, not going to matter. We have no Arsenal on the side of Michael Hamilton, but that is one of the key benefits of that card.
Thank you, everyone at home, all 1,500 of us, for toughing this one out together. We did it together. And we're in the final stretch.
We did.
After this, we're going to have the finals.
No, after this, we're going to have a PP pause.
I
PP
think we're gonna have a PP
pause.
Literally, all of us, one leg is just
Yeah,
on
we're all
spasm.
dancing.
All right, so here are some movies that we could have watched since the beginning of this thing. Big Daddy, the Pink Panther, the boy who cried werewolf.
Stop.
What? I'm just saying. I'm
Big
giving
Daddy.
people some options here.
You give him all the easy ones.
Oh, here's the
Hip-hop Anonymous.
protest trigger. He's looking to put an aim counter on this card that doesn't need an aim counter. He drew into a knock, and he could possibly use the knock, but he already used the Azalea to swap. He's just double stacking here.
He's just going to go tall. You have the read the glide path, the melting point. I believe that is looking to melt the final bit of this Icelander health.
Just a casual.
Oh, yeah.
It's at 17. No, it's not really 17. What a crazy arrow. Michael shows the hand, says, good game. Good game. GG. Both players are now going to go to lunch and dinner. Yeah, we are just cut to ribbons over here.
So
Back in the booth.
I know we're all exhausted, but I just need to say congratulations to Brody Spurlock, because
Yes.
this is, yes, a marathon, but you have beaten Michael Hamilton twice in the same event now.
Nobody
That is
has
unheard
done that.
of. That is absolutely unheard of. That is
Yeah.
a huge accomplishment. So
It
congratulations. You're moving on to the finals, which is also
Instagram style.
a great prize. But this also means that we're going to have
A PP
Azalea
pause. Oh,
versus
yes.
Azalea in the finals after the PP pause.
I just want to say this. I'm just going to say this again. I'm going to throw this out there into the ether. What if we just retroactively made this a Living Legend event? I'm just saying, what if we just put some Living Legend points on the line?
The two brain cells I have left are fighting for dominance right now.
I could see that. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take our own version of the PP pause here. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we have several things to do. Give away 2 things, a play mat and a box, okay? And also watch the finals of this tournament. It is one of the first Realm, maybe it's the first Realm Games Invitational tournament being hosted by both Realm Games and also MinMax Games. Don't go too far. Chicago Brawl finals coming up soon.
You hypnotize. you. Out of the know, I deliver add to you. The blow, add to you. Add to you. Add to you.
You're live. Oh, sorry. You're live. You are live.
Boom, we're live. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to get the finals started. Right before that, though, we do have a couple of things we want to relay to you because as many of you kind of surmised in the chat there towards the end of one of our semifinals games, there was a pretty pivotal, kind of rules infraction that occurred during that game. So there was some deliberation and some decisions made and some judge ruling on that. So with that said, I'm going to toss it to you, Howard. Howard,
Yes.
the head judge here, is going to talk us through what happened, what they ruled on and deliberated on, and how they're going to handle that here in the finals.
So let me begin with a brief summary. The essential nature of the problem is that one of Uzuri's attacks was Isolate, which has Dominate, and Levi on Azalea followed a play pattern that they had done basically they would defend with a card from hand for 3, and then when Uzuri activated their attack reaction, they would follow up with a defense reaction from hand, presumably because it doesn't matter what card is incoming, you're going to prevent some damage or prevent an on-hit effect.
And it's before the resolution
Before
of
the
that
resolution of
Uzuri.
Uzuri's effect, yes.
And that's beneficial if you are, going to be swapping in like a Command and Conquer, which
Yes.
is what ended up happening.
Yes, or a Death Touch or any number of other things. This pattern had happened 2 or 3 times previously in the match, and it was always the same thing. It was a stealth. It was an attack with stealth, followed by an Uzuri activation, and immediately the defense reaction would be played from hand. So both players were playing this pattern repeatedly and at high speed. Unfortunately, the last such attack was an Isolate, which should have had Dominate, which wasn't correctly represented, and therefore the Azalea player should have been limited to defending with 1 card from hand. The game ended on the next turn, but it wasn't with a dominated arrow situation. So there are several things that could have happened, and it's always very difficult to conjecture. Oh, I might have done this, or I might have played this differently. But the long and short of it is, the results could have been different, and because they could have been different, we rate that there was enough of an advantage gained. And the nature of the problem, the rules infraction is a game rules violation because it is a rule that you can only defend with 1 card against a dominated attack. So for a game rules violation that you can't rewind because the game is over, and you can't partial fix because the game is over, the penalty assessed is an IP2 for the player that committed the infraction and a failure to maintain game state for the other player, because it is the responsibility of both players to maintain a correct game state. So we are assessing an IP2 penalty against Levi to start in the finals.
Okay, and that's going to take place, and for those of you who don't know, an IP2, would you like to explain what an IP2 essentially causes or brings about at the start of this game?
Yes, it is. The reason we assess a penalty to the start of the next game is to correct a potential advantage gained, and the potential advantage in this case is it's possible entirely that Levi may not have been in the finals. An IP2 is an intellect penalty. It basically means the next 2 times you would draw up to your intellect as an end of turn function. You draw 1 less card instead. And starting the game with an IP2 means he'll start the game with 3 cards in hand instead of 2. So it is a detriment for the first couple of turns for Levi, which is intended to be a deterrent to avoid those kinds of penalties in the future.
All right. So with that understood, we are going to cut to a quick break, make a few final changes, and then we're going to give away not 1, but 2 Outsiders boxes along with a playmat, and then we're going to have the finals of this tournament. How's it going to shake out? It's anybody's guess. We're going to watch that here in a bit. So thank you so much for coming on and explaining all of that. I hope everyone at home understands what is going to be occurring, how the game state is going to be assessed at the beginning of the game. We'll go ahead and cut right now to a quick break, and then we will come back with you, give some stuff away, and finish this thing out.
Thanks very much.
hypnotize me. You 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 hypnotize me. add to you.
We're back for what is one of the best parts of this stream, because we're giving away some boxes of Outsiders. We have 2 boxes here. In fact, we were given 1 extra. So instead of 1 winner for our fun little caption giveaway, we're giving 2. And these are some good ones. So for some context, if you didn't see, I posted a picture of Brody Spurlock strutting into day 1 before it all started, carrying a baggage of detritus, most likely snacks probably. And I asked you to caption it with the best caption that you can come up with, the funniest thing. And then people started taking it to Photoshop levels. And that's when things got really good, because these are the winners. So if you see your entry on screen here in a moment, you're winning one of these boxes. You need to go to the Discord, and you need to hop in there and message me there. Look
There
at
they
this.
are.
Yes.
There they are.
And I'm in the middle of them too.
You're being cradled by a pair of PP
So,
pauses.
yes, so Flake chose PP Run.
No, this one.
God. Flake shows PB Run. I love how they put a toilet and there's a guy like right behind it just like doing one of these. The next time it just PB Run is played from Arsenal, you get that buff. So sweet. And not only that, but Charmer and I picked PP Paws. Simply because it's got Brody on there going, hurry! God, these are so good. There were so many good ones. Oh my goodness, these are so fantastic. So the 2 winners, reach out to me on Discord. You know, honestly, you could probably reach out to me on Twitter.
So one of the reasons that I chose, one of the reasons I chose PP pause is also the implication that the brute there is Michael Hamilton, because that was when the break was taken, and so we have Brody on the one side, and apparently
We don't
Michael
know if
Hamilton.
Brody called for the PB pause.
It's true. I like how, like you mentioned, like Michael Hamilton is the ultimate tactician. That he's like creating a strategy to get to the washroom as fast as possible, and Brody's like, hurry!
So those are the 2 winners there, and we were also given by Realm Games. We were given a beautiful cold foil Young Dash. These were gotten at Calling Indianapolis.
That is
right?
correct.
Yes, Indianapolis.
Okay, so for this one, we're doing a trivia question. Okay, here's the trivia question. I'm just gonna give you. I'll give you some of a card, and the first person. And I have to watch the chat for this because I'm gonna screenshot it. First person
It's gonna be hard though.
to list the name of the card. Oh, is it the card gonna be hard to guess?
Yeah.
It's a
Make
little
it
more
tough.
obscure.
Make it tough. Yeah,
Okay.
go ahead.
So the first person to put the name of whatever card is going to be the winner here. Okay, here's the text. Here's the text.
Don't just.
Each hero puts an attack action card from their graveyard face down into their arsenal. Each hero that does discards a card. Create a ponder token under your control and a frailty under each opponent's control. If you're not sure what this could be,
PP pause.
if you're not quite sure what that card is, it is a card that can block for 2.
Pitch
If that
yellow.
If that helps.
Oh,
If you're
there
trying
it
to
is.
If that helps, it is indeed T-Bone. T-Bone is the...
If you're trying to ask your friends for help, don't ask Brian
T-Bone.
Gottlieb because he has not read the card.
T-bone.
Oh, yes, you did indeed guess the card. It is Codex of Frainty. Codex of Frainty is
Frainty.
the answer. Codex of Frainty is correct. I will give it to you for that one. Just Codex of PP.
Codex of PP. First of all, that is a Katsu specialization. Visit the wandering toilet, I think, is that goes along.
We've broken him.
It's a Brody specialization. I can't. We have a game to play. It's been a long weekend, ladies and gentlemen, here in Chicago, Illinois,
Okay, so-
and we've got the finals for the Realm Brawl in partnership with MinMax Games.
Your chaperone's going to get you back on track.
Oh
here.
my God!
Thank you.
Oh, you know what? I do have one more giveaway. I got to give.
You got to give away the mats.
I got to give away the DM Armada Pits playmat. Okay, this one is not as memey. I'm actually going to pick a card from Outsiders that is not Codex of Frailty, and I will pick. Yeah, I think I'll pick this card. Okay, so this is another card. So you can go ahead and pause the Codex of Frailty talk. Please, God, don't say another hilarious thing because I'm so dead right now. All right, you ready? This one I will screenshot as well. You reach out for these on Discord to me. I'll send these out to you. This one is a card from Outsiders. It is a yellow pitch, 0 cost. It is a ninja action attack with text that says, when this hits, you may discard a card with cost 0. If you do, search your deck for a card with combo, banish it, then shuffle. You may play it this turn. So the first person to guess that card is going to be the winner of the playmat. There it is. Chad Blankenship picks up the card. It is Wander with Purpose. It is a 0 cost
Congratulations
yellow
for
pitch,
getting it
2
correctly.
Attack,
That it is
3
PP
block.
with purpose.
God, stop. No, I'm done now. It's not happening.
Well, that was-
Wander with Purpose.
Brody
Wander-
and Michael Hamilton just both wandering with PP all the way to the back. Okay.
Yep. All right.
We
All right.
we can't beat this to death.
Okay.
We need
Congratulations, everyone, on the wins. I think it's time.
Yeah,
I think it's time to jump into this.
Let's do
Both
it.
players are waiting. God. All right. What are we doing with this?
That's what's happening.
Look, that's it.
Hey, first of all, props to the person who photoshopped this to actually put the ponytail hair thing under
Yes,
the arm.
I did
Yeah,
notice
see on the
that.
left-hand side, you could
That
have just
was
put that out.
solid.
Yeah, that was an extra
quite
17 seconds
good.
of work there, and we appreciate that.
That was solid. I'm a fan. Look at that. They were like, we could just kind of do this halfway. Nope.
All right.
We are representing it all.
Well, it is Brody Spurlock, who is the #1 seed and basically undefeated all weekend, is going to be going up against, frankly, I guess the master of the arrow, the Legolas of Flesh and Blood. That would be Levi Rauch. Now, again, just to get you all up to speed, if you missed it prior, we did have the head judge explain that Levi Rauch is going to be under an IP2, an intellect penalty 2, meaning that the first 2 times they drop to 4, so the beginning of the game and the follow-up turn, they are going to be at a disadvantage of 1 card, and that is because of a game violation that occurred in the semifinals that was not recoverable. It was not rewindable. The game was done ultimately, so that penalty essentially carries over to the next match, and that is the truth of the matter. That is the judge call. That is what we're dealing with here.
So the story here is going to be that we have the prodigy versus the veteran, because Brody, as we've mentioned, just recently started playing Azalea, has yet to lose this weekend. Levi, all the experience you could ever want on an Azalea player. So what I want to know, if you're Levi, is, even with all of that experience, how much experience do you have in the mirror? Because yes, you're the foremost Azalea player, but it's not like you've got so many other players that you have had the opportunity to test with up until this point. And what do you look for? What is your key card in this mirror now that we're in a post-Outsiders world where Azalea is going to be more prevalent.
Honestly, that observation is a lot smarter than you look. So because it's the truth of the fact that you cannot necessarily get the reps in against somebody who has the same level of you, of such a fringe hero that has been at the basically just trailing along while everyone else had their time in the sun for a little while. But now it's Azalea's turn to be in the spotlight, and ultimately, you do have to rely on the fact that you are essentially the utmost, authority on this hero. And even though you may not have the mirror matches, you have so many reps with the hero that when you see turns unfold, you will automatically have the muscle memory to say, hey, I know what's going on here. You immediately recognize the turns and how they're going to turn out, and you know how to counteract them, or you know how to block and such. So, but you're spot on about that, because until you're actually playing against another player, let alone a player on the hero, but somebody of the caliber of Brody Spurlock, this is going to be probably Levi Rauch's most uncomfortable game he's possibly ever played, frankly.
It could be that case. Here we see the declaration of the equipment. Nothing out of the realm of ordinary that you would expect. Brody keeping it under wraps. No, he's revealing it. Everything's good. Gonna both be playing Crow's Nest, which is kind of to be expected. You do get some incremental value on that from time to time, simply because you could use that to gain the aim counter. And in this matchup, you're probably looking at that as just the easy quiver to go for. And that's such a fun thing that we get to say now, is that Rangers get to decide between multiple quivers. That is so cool, and that's all because we now have access to Outsiders, and both of these heroes feel, well, I should say the hero, Azalea, feeling a lot more bolstered by this set and these cards.
It was an intriguing conversation I had with Brian on my podcast, where we were discussing how does LSS and how does he and James keep power creep in check. And he said, well, frankly, this set possibly has one of the most blatant opportunities of power creep for a particular hero. And he said, do you know what that is? I said, my first guess is the quiver. He said, spot on. He's like, it's just a free extra equipment piece. Like, that is kind of the realms of power creep that we're exploring, rather than just creeping numbers up. And here we see a hero with a brand new tool that they can use to get an advantage.
So considering what to throw out there, Ravenous Rabble to start off, revealing the Bolton shot there. Can't quite tell if that's a blue Bolton shot. It looks kind of like a blue Bolton shot.
Yeah, it's a blue. So two go again off the top of the hat here, and both players. I mean, the initial salvo, the turn zeros are kind of, so as it were. I mean, you're sending attacks that are eventually going to get blocked out because both players can drop at the end of the turn here. Levi, however, again, under an IP2. That's the penalty that he's going to have to sort of navigate for the first two turns of the game, but then it's going to be all even Steven, then we'll see how it goes. And again, Levi, nobody in the world has more experience on this hero than Levi Rauch.
So kind of peering into the hand of Brody here, I think there's a knock the death whistle already there. If you really like your hand, and since this Ravenous is only coming for 2, and you know your opponent is going to have the penalty, is there the opportunity that this might be underblocked a bit? So here we're going to go with a Ravenous Rabble blocking the other Ravenous, and we're going to have a rain raisins coming over the top.
Ah, yes, the delicious raisins under the sun. I think that's just purely just say, I got to get some cards out of my hand, and this is not going to help me because it doesn't block. And frankly, when I'm under IP2, I need to soak up as much damage as possible. So the raisins there are not really going to connect with anything. It's purely just to go ahead and sort through the hand.
So if you're just catching up, there was an incident in the semifinals round that did lead to Levi being assessed that IP2 for this round. He's drawn his first hand of 3. Now he's drawn back up, and it is over to Brody to send his first salvo, as you so eloquently put.
This has to be, I think, a very important turn for Brody because of the fact that Levi is, this is, I believe, the last turn of IP. Is this the last turn of IP2, I think, for him, of having an intellect penalty? So Brody here has an opportunity to actually, if his hand looks like the right recipe, he can go super tall, and he might not even have to dominate. He could just go super tall here because Levi is only afforded 3 cards to block out of hand.
And looking at his hand, I think that is a Codex of Frailty off the top already, along with a along with a knock the death whistle, which can really just find you anything, and it also makes it really nice because you have the capability of just dominating things. And let's say you dominate a red in the ledger, and that connects all the way through. Well, you're basically saying that not only your IP2 is hitting you, but you're also just not really just doing anything except firing maybe one arrow with no buffs.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about potential targets, and I think perhaps since your opponent's already at a disadvantage, you don't get the red in the ledger. Instead, you get something like an infecting shot because you're going to threaten the on-hit, and then your opponent's not going to have the cards to pay for the pox anyway. And so you could take advantage of the small hand size, whereas I think red in the ledger tends to shine when you can dominate it and your opponent has a full hand, but then they still only get to take the one action. So we'll have to see what the option is here, potentially looking to pitch that as well.
But look, if any Ranger player, or if any player on their respective hero would know how to navigate their hero through a penalty like this, it'd have to be Levi. Knowing this hero front and back, left and right.
It is. I mean, like, again, we are going to put a lot of respect on Levi's name when it comes to Azalea, but ultimately having one card less is very, very, that's tough to overcome, especially on a hero that can go so tall with on hits. I do want to just make note is that looking at both lists, you can tell that it's early on into this fresh meta because the lists are fairly different. I mean, and there's obviously a lot of the MVPs in the list, things like Seek and Destroy, Remorseless, Premeditate, Red in the Ledger. Those are always going to be there, the Bolton shots, But there's also a lot of different cards and decisions that players have made that are unique, like blue infecting shots, other type cards that are in here, the drill shots on both sides and such. So as the meta develops, as people become more comfortable, and as the dust settles, you'll see some of these lists start to gel and sort of approach each other towards the center and become a little bit more congruent. However, right now, with new cards and a new meta, people are making decisions and kind of taking risks, as it were, because they have to make predictions as to what they're going to face.
I do want to point out that you bring up a great point, and a couple of cards that I think they're perhaps undervalued by early opinions in the community. Both players playing Melting Point, and Melting Point just a really solid buff, and we've seen it not necessarily be considered a sideboard card, but just straight up in the main board. Melting Point really does a lot of work and allows for a really, really tall arrow to be fired. So cards like that, where you see them across both of these lists, feel very strong indeed and very, heavily favored. One copy of Command and Conquer floating over in Levi's deck. No copies over in Brody's deck.
Looks like Brody just kind of considering the knock the death whistle, hasn't committed it yet. At what point in your mind, just not under any kind of heavy scrutiny of a very, professional event or whatever. At what point do you consider a card committed? Is it when they kind of drop it on the table? Is it they say okay, this is what I'm doing or whatnot? Just out of curiosity, you're playing casually. At what point do you say that card's committed?
Right about now.
Oh, you still kind of giving it a little pat on the head.
In my mind, it is when the
hand
card is on the table, hand is off, and they have said the title. Because there are times where I've had people put it on the table and say, hold on, I'm still thinking. And so for me, it's card on the table and they say, knock the death whistle. Okay, that you've declared it, you've played it, that's satisfied both conditions for me.
Yeah, I'd probably agree with that.
So in which case I would play the card and wait for them to present their defense. I didn't say the title. They're buckaroo. Knock the death whistle again. It's incredible how many of these cards, you could have gotten a knock the death whistle for 50 cents, $1, not too long ago, and suddenly with Azalea's resurgence into the limelight, these are cards that are now super coveted, as we're seeing to see the top players in the world just showing just the sheer power. What Outsiders did to Azalea, just supercharging her and turbocharging all of these attacks, as we see Knock the Death Whistle just creating consistency, being able to tutor any kind of attack is such a valuable asset.
Yeah, this is 6 Dominate with the Blood Rot creation, which is solid.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was kind of talking about before, where if you know your opponent has the smaller hand, you can threaten a relevant on hit that also is going to get more damage because they're less likely to pay for the pox. So I think that saving the red and the ledgers for later makes an awful lot of sense. And then this allows you to push that early damage. You want to be the person who has the health lead so that when you get to the stage of the game where both players are trying to set up the dominates, you are in a scenario where you can take it on the chin and then come back to threaten lethal. And so this kind of opening drawing of blood on the side of Brody is really important.
Well,
So
the first first arrow on the way.
Yep. That is a Bolton shot being fired out there for 4. And do keep in mind that die on top of the deck is the penalty assessed. From that prior round, as we mentioned, here in the finals between Brody, Spurlock, Levi, Rauch both on Azalea, perhaps the most beloved underdog hero in Flesh and Blood, now sitting in the finals in a mirror match. What a shocking turn of events, and all kind of enabled thanks to the release of this new set.
Most definitely, absolutely. It's nice to see, the underdog finally get its day in the sun, and we're like knee deep in March Madness, where you always see those Cinderella teams and such. It feels like Azalea is that 16th seed that just is finally getting there. Can she cross the finish line? Well, at this tournament she will. It's a mirror match. We're gonna get there.
I was just about to say, I know that the health totals are high, but I'm gonna call it right now. Azalea wins.
You are such a brave soul.
I know.
I'm so glad that you're my friend.
That's the first time you've ever said that.
Yeah.
I will take it, even
And
if it was
one day I'll mean
entirely
it too,
laced
man.
with irony.
I will. One day I will mean it.
These lists both rocking lace with blood rot, lace with inertia, but Flake very, very proficient with the lace with irony.
Yes, the irony rot gloves are on, and I just smacked you across the face with them. I think that honestly, if Levi can finally get through this IP penalty with in the 30s in life total, I think that's a very, very good thing. I think that's perfectly fine, and I think that that's definitely I think that's definitely a good feeling for him.
Yes.
In the sense that, hey, that like it's anyone's game, because I'm sure Levi has played matches where he's been down by 20 and has turned the corner. So that is definitely what he's probably gunning for. He's dodged some very tall, dominated arrows. He hasn't necessarily taken it too hard, so he's pretty happy with where he's at, is my suspicion.
Yeah, as far as this life deficit, there's a 4 life deficit for Levi. He's played defensively throughout this beginning phase of the game. And yet here he is standing on, the last turn where he's penalized and maybe being able to hold his own and take care of this thing and start to climb back in. And I mean, again, anybody that could pull this off on Azalea it's got to be Levi. And here he is taking a bit of damage here, unfortunately, which is going to trigger that reload effect because that is buffed. It does have go again now. He is going to be able to reload here. And let's see what Brody chooses to drop in. He can drop in like a Remorseless here, for example. If he were Riptide, he could actually play one of those non-attacks and drop Remorseless in without having to pay for it. But instead, going to use the Death Dealer and load up that Remorseless here. Drawing a card off the top and draws into another fantastic arrow. Man, there are so many great arrows now for Azalea, and that infecting shot is perhaps just the best now.
There's so many options available to Azalea that weren't there before, and it's been very refreshing. Absolutely wonderful to see some of these Outsiders cards making an absolute impact. And one of the things that I'm really excited about going forward is how these decks evolve, right? Again, these are the lists that are 24 hours old. But when we're rolling into Baltimore a month from now, is it going to be an identical list to this? Or is it going to be, okay, this is what people have planned for, so how do I shore it up for the mirror?
Well, I
right?
think
These are Azalea lists that are not used to battling Azaleas. These are probably built with Oldhim in mind, with Icelander in mind. And so if the field is going to warp, what do you do when you're trying to plan for the Ranger mirror? That's not something we talk about.
And the gap widens here with a large attack, but it is covered up in some respects, but unfortunately not in others. You are left with one card in your hand,
as Levi, but I think you're 100% correct. Both of these players, by playing in the finals of this tournament, are essentially blazing the trail as far as competitive deck lists go, because they are establishing what I think people are going to be looking for and looking to just start learning the hero if they haven't picked it up before, because these are tried and tested lists that found success and brought them into, at the very least, the top 8 and more.
Yeah, I just find it kind of fascinating because, again, we've never really been in a meta. We've never lived in a world where Azalea was something that you were considering. And so when you were trying to build your sideboard or trying to build your deck, if you were worried about Dominate, for example, you were thinking, okay, what do I do against, say, Bravo, right? And a lot of the times when you would plan for that matchup, you're trying to hit the crush thresholds with your blocks. But with Azalea, those big dominate attacks just have to touch you. It doesn't have to have any sort of damage threshold. The on hit just sticks. So how do people then start game planning for that? And I'm just really looking forward to seeing how the players adapt, because yes, Azalea has been here for a long time, but it has not been threatening. And that's going to change. I think that's very apparent.
That has changed, yeah, at this point. So a Bolton shot here, I believe that is represented as dominated off of Azalea's effect and buffed as well. So this is a really, really solid kind of crackback, and perhaps allows you to claw your way back in after, making your way through those turns of penalty here on Brody's side of things. Considering the block, there's only a 1-card block available as the dominate, so he's just going to say, I'll take it all. With no arsenal and a 4-card hand, dropping 1 really can nerf your output, particularly when you have an E-Strike in hand. So he can start his turn off with something like E-Strike, tuck a card, and 5 go again into perhaps an arrow and fired it away.
And we're going to see a Ravenous Rabble into an E-Strike on the top. So this is already a threatening start here. Looks like Levi's just going to take it.
Mm-hmm. Levi just snapped that off, no decision. He must have just seen his cards and said, I know what I'm doing here. Unless he presents something that's actually scary, some sort of on-hit, he might be able to just send it back in spades here. But an E-Strike again for the, this looks like a go again move. No draw off the top.
I think he's actually going to go for E-Strike for 7 here, simply because the last card in hand is a Read the Glide Path, which is actually a fine arsenal target if you want to. You can flip it up with Skullbone on your next turn. You can see the top of the deck. And then that way you're pushing, 11 damage?
I mean, that seems pretty solid when your opponent's already taking a beating as a result of that penalty.
Yeah.
Right now they're down to 17, and it looks like they're, again, just challenging the bull. They're waving that red flag and saying, come at me, I like my hand, going all the way down to 10. So we're going to see the fruits of Levi's labors here as we start things off with the Tunic activating Death Dealer. You only had the 4 cards to start, but you're going to get the extra activation here because you don't have to waste a card on the Death Dealer. So that means you're essentially coming in with a 5-card hand.
Different kind of story here when you don't have an Icelander to stare down that might disrupt midway through your plans there. You don't have to actually take into account, what if I get taxed by an extra 1 or 2 or whatnot. So Levi just saying, hey, I've got the magic spice here, and I'm going to send it.
Oh.
Yes, he does. That's a dominated red in the ledger with a Blood Rot on trigger and a losing the arsenal and hand on trigger. This is disgusting.
Yeah,
By far the most disgusting thing I have seen since I watched Flake try to eat whipped cream with a fork.
Hey.
Yeah, and not even by taking the top off. You can't see it on the broadcast.
Yeah.
But
First of all,
and I have been watching Flake try to eat the whipped cream off of a coffee through the tiny hole, and he's been doing it with a fork.
First of all, I have nothing. I was really hoping you guys would fill that spot.
I was like, how are you going to defend
I have
this?
nothing. I have nothing.
Honestly, that's how Brody feels right here. He's got now. He can throw a single card block in front of this, lose his hand, lose his arsenal. Say, all right, well, all my best laid plans to close this game out on the next 2 or so turns are gone. They're up in dust. I'll give you the old block on melting point, and then we'll take a bunch of damage and pass the turn. And is there a window here? Is there a chance? Is it possible that Brody could be on the back foot. I don't even want to say back foot. That's not even really how I would describe it. It's just is feeling a little more threatened than before, and it definitely depends on what Levi presents on the next turn, I think.
I just got to give credit to Levi's confidence that when the Ravenous Rabble into the E-Strike were presented, it was just snap that off. It's like, I don't care. There's no on-hit. Just send me the bill. I really do not care. We're going to send it back in spades, and that's precisely what happened here as Brody Spurlock looks like he's going to go ahead and send it back. Again, another 7, and now Levi has to start considering blocking here. It's not the same situation. He's got 10, and when you're playing against a hero that can easily dominate an arrow, you need to make sure that that 10 does not become like a 6 or a 5 or anything around that nature.
Still only blocks with 1 card, though, so Levi's already down to 6. And while Brody is not going to have the Arsenal because of the Seek and Destroy effect here, that is still a very low health total. And we saw Levi pop off, again, with no Arsenal, just that 4-card hand where he assembled Voltron and came for a huge amount of damage. And so if Brody gets a similar hand with Levi so low in health now, that would be enough to potentially close out the game.
As he draws into his new hand of cards, can't keep an Arsenal with Seek and Destroy available. Flipping over the E-Strike, but before you premeditate is actually going to fall the buff on the E-Strike, which means that you can do 5 go again, but it's really 8 go again.
Yeah, this feels like a channel mount heroic turn in many ways, because you're just sending the E-Strike with go again, but you get the +3. Instead, it's from that crucial Ponder run. Again, such a great Majestic that was added in this set. Rangers love it, but I do suspect over time we might be seeing other classes take advantage of this as well.
This might be a situation, again, Levi, I doubt, is going to be able to threaten 19 here. There's no chance for that. If Brody's hand is just great, I mean, you just send it, right? I mean, you're factoring in the you got to factor in the dominate effect. So what does he need to get past? You've got 1 block off of the tunic, 1 block off the skull cap. Not the skull cap. The cross wraps.
Wrap, yep.
I don't believe there's any D reacts. No, sorry. Where's Levi?
So
Levi's
Levi
running.
Does run sync belows. I know
3
that for
syncs.
sure. And I believe he has the 2 boulder traps as well, because we saw that in the previous round.
So let's just say that he's got a sync below in hand, right? He might pocket 1 in Arsenal, let's say.
He might get it from the Ponder as well. That's the thing to consider with the premeditate.
So let's say, like, the best case scenario for Levi is that he's got a sync below in Arsenal. He's got a 3 block in hand. That's 7. And he's got another 2 more. So he could block out 9, which means that in order to cross the finish line, Brody needs
15 dominate.
Again, that's against the worst
best scenario.
Best scenario for Levi, worst case scenario, obviously, for Brody here. So Brody might be thinking, okay, maybe it's not a 1-turn shot, you know. But again, does he have that sync below? Because if that sync below is not in Arsenal, that changes everything drastically. That turns a 15-point arrow that he needs into an 11-point arrow, and that is much, much easier to come by.
So he was choosing the mode draw card, which is why he has a 2-card hand, but he's going to go ahead and follow up this with the Snapdragon Scalers, giving it go again, and then allowing him to swing with this arrow. And a Remorseless. This is fantastic, because Remorseless is going to come in and, oh my God.
Wow.
This is a swing turn.
Yeah, this is a big swing turn for one reason that I really want to point out. Levi, we know, has the defense reacts. However, Brody does not. We've talked about the differences between the lists. Brody does not run sync, does not run the boulder traps. And so if Levi can get Brody low, he doesn't have to worry about that math. He doesn't have to do that extra calculus to try to get that lethal damage in.
That's true. That's absolutely true. I mean, the worst that they can do is block 3 out of hand, right? Plus the equipment, and you'll get there. So, again, the differences in the lists, and I don't want to say you have to trust Levi more than Brody here, but Levi has, ages more experience on this hero than Brody does. So, Levi here has really just faced, it's been an uphill climb from the get-go, from the IP2, from Brody's relentless attacking, going down to 10 at a certain point and just saying, all right, I like my hand, let's see what we can turn it into. And here we are. I mean, it was a big attack, and it was an 8-point E-Strike draw card snapped into this Ravenous Rabble. Now, the Ravenous Rabble did show a Codex,
Now,
Is that a Codex on
yeah,
top?
it is.
Yeah.
And I want to point this out. You still have the Azalea activation. If you want to, instead of playing Remorseless from Arsenal, instead of playing that, you could actually Codex, go get whatever you want, like Red in the Ledger if there is one. I believe he played Red in the Ledger previous to this, so you could go get Red in the Ledger and then drop that.
Yeah.
Which is insane. And in fact, it would be giving a card to Brody into his arsenal. And he is going to do that, exactly that. Azalea brings in the Codex, goes and fetches Red in the Ledger. He arsenals that. He doesn't have to worry about discarding. And Brody's going to go get, but Brody's going to be forced to discard here as well. So he's going to get an arrow, but he's going to have to think about this one because he's given him a frailty token as well.
Yeah, I was going to say the frailty token is going to be incredibly relevant because, yes, he gets an arrow, but it's going to be at -1. That's going to help Levi with, catching those breakpoints.
Well, and the issue here, too, can become, you would think, like, oh, this is a snap pick Bolton shot because you play any buff and then you come in with Bolton shot with go again and you're fine. But that frailty token might make things a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, the buff has to be more than +1 because you got to get it back up over the base.
Exactly, which is really, really intriguing. It just depends on the hand because you're also discarding a card here, too. What a crazy turn to try and make this huge comeback. 8-6. Taking a Bolton shot, perhaps.
We wait with bated breath.
2 Ponder tokens going to be created because he's getting a Ponder token here from the Codex. He got a Ponder token from the good old Ponder run, also known as PP run.
Yeah, PP run. Now, that's also incredibly relevant as well because you can draw both cards before deciding to Arsenal. And as we talked about with Levi running the extra defense reactions, that's just one more chance to slam one of those into your arsenal for the crackback. So this is just honestly a clinic. This is exactly Levi saying, I know how to navigate this. I was against the wire. I had a penalty, but who cares? I've been playing with Azalea for months now. That's a penalty in and of itself. I know how to get out of this mess. And we're seeing that.
So lots of decisions here to make because you got to fetch an arrow, but you also have to think about your resources. And it looks like he's got a decent number of reds in there. And if you can't pay for, well, technically you can always try to Death Dealer into an arrow and into like a resource card off the top, off of a red. And he may be realizing, I can't cobble together a really big go again turn with Bolton shot with this frailty counter.
Yeah,
so maybe just grab the infecting shot.
I was going to say, if that's the case, I really like infecting shot because with the health totals so low, again, all you have to do is touch Levi. So even 1 damage getting through, now the pox on top of that is going to threaten that much more. So I think this is just your best high-value arrow. I know that you, DM, have said how much you like this arrow. You think it might be your favorite from the new set, and I agree. It's just a bit of a nightmare for these, single, 2-card hands, for example, or these single attack turns because you don't want to take any damage from it because you're kind of giving away damage for free whenever you do.
He's going to discard a Bolton shot, perhaps. Changing his mind at the last second, going with Remorseless, which does matter. There's the Red in the Ledger. He's going to give the Red in the Ledger a 2-card block, which leaves him with a 1-card hand and a single arrow. So the best he can do is swing that arrow, most likely.
What did he put in there? It was the Remorseless?
Infecting shot.
Infecting shot.
Infecting shot. So he can
pay for it.
Yeah, he can throw infecting shot most certainly, and he also has a tunic resource.
Yeah.
So at the worst case, he's always able to play an arrow. This is not Icelander where you have to worry about attacks.
Now keep in mind, frailty, like you mentioned, is going to make that infecting shot less infectious. I don't know how to properly say that. Ultimately, we're just going to go for the opt instead. You might just want to go for the old switcheroo. That's totally possible.
Yeah,
I mean, if you're getting dominated damage, then you might just close the game out.
Right,
regardless.
I was going to say, you want to take the peak regardless, because yes, you got your infecting, but if it's another infecting on the top, then just make the switch and send
actually,
it.
this might even be better. I think it's a Bolton shot, and I think it's a non-attack in his hand, which means he can play the non-attack for the buff, swap in the Bolton shot. You don't care about the go again, you just care about the dominate.
Right.
And if you can push free dominate damage, you drop your opponent to like 4, 3, then you can basically close it out on the next
and
turn.
depending on what the non-attack is, if that is something with another relevant on-hit, if that is a Lace with Blood Rot or a Seek and Destroy, either of those would
it's
be
laced
very
with inertia.
solid.
I was going to say, I think it's laced with inertia. It's the only thing that is that blue I love that blue color. It is the only. No, he's just going to send the infecting and the lace. So this is not
fine.
dominated though.
No, it's not dominated, but I think that you don't. It's win-win either way for Brody, because either this gets blocked out completely and the return fire is very digestible, or this actually cuts through and does some damage, and then the blood rot token gets you closer to the finish line. So it's not exactly it's not ideal. If it was 7 dominate, a whole different story, but just 7 alone is a breakpoint number. You maybe get the tunic here from Levi plus 2 cards. Otherwise, maybe it's time for Levi to show if he's got a sink below.
I was just going to say, we did have that double ponder, so there's the chance there's a defense reaction down below there. And this, we would want to potentially save it for a dominate, but because you have to use your arsenal for your attacks anyway, this would be a great time to just utilize the extra breakpoint defensive-ness there.
I was about to say this may be the time to throw the tunic at this, along with maybe another card, and avoid that, or maybe he just feels comfortable paying around the blood rot, taking some damage. That is quite interesting. It takes inertia.
He might be looking to actually close this out.
Absolutely. You're going down to 3 with an inertia and a pox, so I have to assume that you've got big plans.
That is so intriguing, because if you can't close it out, if you can't close it out, you're sitting at 1. Because that pox is going to go off, unless your thought is like, I'm just going to deal some damage, pay for it. And then I just feel like being at 3 against dominate is so horrifying, because it is the break point. That 3 is the break point.
It's 1, and keep in mind no arsenal as well because of that inertia token. But as I pointed out, when you look at Brody's list, it is not D-react heavy. I think Levi knows that and is saying, okay, yeah, you're at 8, but I might have enough to go tall enough here to get there. Or even if
seems so far-fetched, though. 8 is such a you'd have to push.
If you've got the lace with blood rot, though, like that's an extra free
perhaps. And we did see a knock earlier, and there's the knock played down there. He's going to be able to pick whatever he wants, and it's going to be the red in the ledger, which does, even if you don't finish him, that actually does slow things down. So that, I think, is the real tell for how this turn is going to wrap up. He may just use that floating resource to pay for the red in the ledger, and then that card left is blue, and then he just pays around the blood rot and forces a 1-card play by Brody to possibly find his way to a victory.
All right, we're going to wait to see. Does fire off the red in the ledger here. So it is dominated. Do you have the other non-attack up front? So this is going to be coming in for,
8,
enough to threaten lethal anyway. Again, Brody can block with 1 card, nothing in the arsenal. Does still have equipment available. We have the tunic and the headpiece, the skull bone cross wrap.
Look how this game has just equalized after so long, right? Despite the fact that, Brody came out firing heavy and Levi was under the IP2, it's really, the gap has been closed significantly, and it's going to be even closer to the wire when Levi has to, pay the toll on that blood rot pox.
So he's looking for the 1-card block. You could also chuck the 2 pieces of equipment to block 5, but at this point...
Do we know what the last card is for Levi?
We do not.
I was just wondering.
It won't end up mattering because of the inertia token, if it's an arsenal target or not, because I think exactly.
What if it's raised?
I was just wondering. That was literally what I was thinking. Is like, what if it's a situation where you're just trying to get there with a surprise, rain the raisins down?
Well, he drops to 1, and it's literally just down to this. Got no arsenal. Got a 4-card hand.
Did he find a D-react? I mean, he's got to be saying, I've got to find one of those bad boys. Those sink belows they're going to be so valuable.
Both players at the end of this could vary into, he's just going to arsenal, but he's going to pay for the pox. But
that might be enough.
That leaves him open to a dominated era with no D-react. We know that there's not one on the list. Both players actually know that there's not one on the list.
So here's the interesting bit. I looked for the usual suspects. There are no sink belows, no boulder traps. Brody does have tar pit trap. Now, whether or not he put him in, I'm not sure, but that is the only defense react in his list.
Well, we don't see it in hand. We don't see it in arsenal. So it literally just comes down to this. And wait, Levi's put his hands down. He's thinking. This is the longest Levi has ever considered a cross wrap reveal.
The thing about those opts with the cross wraps, right, is like the worst thing that can happen is you find like a weak arrow because you
Right.
don't want to send something that's not really going to be that dangerous, but at the same time you don't want to risk opting it to the bottom and then just going for the YOLO play and coming up empty, right? So it's difficult in that regard. I think that might be what he's.
Yeah, you could be staring at like a blue Bolton shot, for example.
Yeah, and I mean, well, the blue Bolton is not terrible because if you have a way to buff it up, you'll be at least able to pair it up with something else from hand. So that's not the worst case. But does Levi have any other blue arrows in there? Like, I guess like blue Bolton is probably the worst case scenario for him to a degree, but that might be what he found. He might have found a really weak option, and he doesn't want to take the risk of picking up something nasty off the top. The worst thing that could happen is like, what happens if he just goes and flips that over, YOLOs it, and picks up the sink below? And
That would be the worst case scenario.
certainly that ends the turn. But then you have a sink below an arsenal.
Well, sure, it's revealed and all that. I think he's gonna go for it. He's gonna go for the. He's going for it. Let's see what he's got. All right, I believe that's Melting Point. Melting Point gonna be able to play out there, and he's gonna use the Bullseye Braces as his only way to load here. But he is gonna be able to drop the drill shot and a lace.
Oh, and a lace.
It's
okay.
not dominated, but that is so much damage.
I think that might have been the deliberation. Is it's not a dominated arrow, but I could go tall.
12. Oh, man. 4 plus the 1 plus the 3, and it's got base 4. Does this steal the entire hand?
It's either going to steal the entire hand, or it might be a 3 block and then equipment, and then you try to strip more cards back from Levi just by sending any arrow at all.
Every point of life now is like incredibly precious. I don't think that. I mean, it's such a difficult call. 12 to the moon here is nasty. Are there any on hits? Is that a Blaze with inertia? Then
Yeah,
it
on
is?
hit win the game probably is what we're really at this
but
point.
To answer your question, yes, it is the inertia. So there is some merit if you've got 4 3 blocks to just you block this all the way out because you have an arsenal. Levi doesn't. You kind of reset it. But if you're Brody, you also have to be thinking like, all right now I can block this out. But if I give up my hand and I give him the initiative again, he could find that dominate that he didn't this time.
That's exactly correct.
So
And
if I don't come back with anything at all, I'm just kind of like praying.
it's at this point, it's literally you're just stuck to being dead here or likely being dead in one of the subsequent turns,
Yeah,
right?
this is the classic. There's a difference between playing to not lose and playing to win. And right now, Brody can't win without some sort of offense. He can not lose this turn and maybe even next turn, but eventually Levi's going to find that dominate. So Brody has to find his own path to victory somehow.
Yeah.
And I think that's what he's considering.
12 points of damage are being directed towards Brody Spurlock, who's at 3 life. Levi Rauch has overcome quite the adversity in this match, opening the match with a IP2 that basically was inherited from a little snafu that occurred in the semifinals matchup that had to get addressed into this matchup against Brody. So Brody came out swinging. I think the score was something along the lines of like Brody's in the 20s, Levi all the way down to 10 at one point, and Levi took it on the chin to send it back, and it actually paid off in spades because he's in the driver's seat here as he's loaded up a 12-point arrow with a lace with inertia, with an inertia token that is threatening for the on hit. Brody Spurlock here doesn't have much room to breathe, as it were, as that inertia token at the end of the turn will basically cause Brody to take his arsenal in his hand and dunk it underneath his deck. So for a hero that really is just all about that arsenal space, having that just gonzo is such a detriment. So Brody just agonizing over this particular decision. How do you block this? There's only so much that you can give up. Whereas, the thing about it here is that Levi, for as little room as Brody has, it is so much more than Levi. Levi has absolutely no margin for error.
That is true. Already given up the tunic as well, so has literally 1 block on equipment and whatever you draw into at this point.
I think that it's entirely not hyperbole to say that this decision will decide the game. And so I think that's why Brody was taking so long. And ultimately, I think lands where I did, which is you have to have some sort of offense back.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree with you there. I think that's exactly what he's thinking. And he had to give up a a large proliferation of fantastic arrows, and 2 red in the ledgers are remorseless. But if you don't make that play, do you even have a shot? You have the inertia token, so you know you're 100% not getting an arsenal here. You know you have to present some threat. And depending on what you have in hand, what you have in arsenal, and a premeditate's actually fantastic. If you have a 0-cost arrow, perhaps, or a 0-cost arrow on the top. And I think that's a Spire sniping, which does cost 1, but you could dominate a Spire sniping and close this game out that way, perhaps.
Yeah, the interesting bit here is that once you play that premeditate and then you use your death dealer, like what are you?
Well, no, you would have to swap that premeditate out. And
right.
Then, yeah.
I was going to say, like, what are you? You've got the bracers to
load. You would
load.
drop the bracers. That's the only option. The only option would be premeditate, drop a 0-cost arrow with bracers and a +1, like a Bolton shot or a drill shot. But looking at this, I think he's going to tuck this, and his only play may be the blind Azalea to try and find lethal, which would be perhaps the most memey way to finish a game.
I mean, a 1-to-1 Azalea, blind Azalea rip is exactly what we were all hoping for. Let's be honest.
Send it, Brody.
Is that
Let's
not the
do it.
most
Attaboy.
poetic possible right here?
My voice has been failing all weekend long, but I would erupt if that was the play that resulted in this victory.
That would be pretty spectacular. I'm not going to lie. That would be. But this goes back to what you said: playing to win or playing to not lose. If you want to play to win, you rip it and you cross your fingers. If you're playing to not lose, you take the safe play, you load up an arrow, and you send something like 5 or 6.
Looking at the discard file, I think he's doing the math.
Yeah, he's counting the ratios. What are my chances? I just bottomed a Spire sniping blue that wouldn't cut it off the top. What are my chances of hitting any arrow to give dominate and win the game? And at this point, there's 1 block plus a 3 block from hand, not considering a defense reaction, right? So if there's a 3 block plus the cross wrap, it has to be a 5 arrow, which means it has to be infecting shot. It has to be what else? It has to be like the last copy of Remorseless. There are no more copies of Red in the Ledger. He's seen all 3, I think. So there's a small chance that you hit this.
Well, he has got to be a 0 though, right? Because of the resource issue. So
no, he'll have a card in hand because Azalea's free. So he has a single card in hand. He can pay for a 1-cost arrow, but it has to be a 1-cost arrow because a 4 attack arrow is a 1 card plus the skull bone.
But here's the thing: if you do rip it and you get the 4, and he does commit the cross wraps, then there's no more opt ability. So then Levi's ripping it blind too, right? So it's just become the shootout at the OK Corral. A bunch of idiots just firing their guns blindly into the air, just trying to figure out which one actually hits. Kind of where it's at right now. I mean,
what about battering bolt? Is that actually your best case scenario?
A 2-cost arrow battering bolt? If it's in the list, definitely.
I mean, Brody is running it for sure. So as long as you've got the ability to pay for that, then you hit a point where they cannot block it regardless.
That would be game no matter what, because even if they have a sink below, that would be sink for 4 plus the skull bone, and then you die. We haven't seen a battering bolt, and I would doubt that is in the list simply because battering bolt is like a sideboard card you bring in for specific matchups. But if it is, then we got something. Oh no, I think we've frozen.
We got a little. Okay,
no,
we're back. We're back, baby.
Okay,
we're back, baby.
No one panic.
That was basically the stream saying, "Okay, prepare yourselves."
No,
fools.
this is where the conspiracies start, right? That everything is fixed from this point in.
Yeah, I love it because he's about to play Codex of Illuminati.
Get everyone in here for this moment because I think the only course of action here is Blind Azalea. I don't think the card in hand is a 0-cost arrow.
I don't think so either.
I think it's literally you can count it. You can count it over
I haven't
and over.
been this
the
excited
numbers
since I watched Flake eat with a fork because he's still doing it.
He's eating his coffee with a fork. I think he's looking at Levi's graveyard.
What are you looking? Are you looking for your own arrows in there,
No,
buddy?
I think
Come
he's
on.
looking for the D reaction. He's doing that math,
I think
right?
he is. Yeah. I mean, doesn't the math doesn't matter. The math does not matter at all. Only the top of the deck.
I love it. You know you're in America when you hear the math doesn't matter.
The math doesn't matter.
All right, let's go, baby. Come on, Kid Wonderbread, looking for it. He doesn't like what he saw. He put her at the bottom of the deck. He's revved up.
Wait.
He's ready to rip.
What if he hits a codex off the top?
He knows that. Look, he absolutely knows the implications here. He absolutely. If he hits a codex off the top, he gets a zero cost arrow, right? Like that's his only recourse.
Oh my god.
Brody, come on, buddy.
So when you took that photo, it turns out Brody was rushing to find an arrow on the top of his deck in the finals in a 1-to-1 Azalea mirror.
Oh,
There's
man.
there's no other option. He's got to go heart of the card style.
Let's go,
someone in
baby.
chat
I
said it
can't
too.
remember
Love
the
that.
last time I was this hyped up at a stalled out moment
I know.
in any game.
Oh, come on, Brody. No more pee-pee paws. We gotta go, buddy.
Hurry!
Hurry.
Such a good
The implications of this dice roll here is so enormous. The game is basically whittled down to 1-1. Levi Rauch had an uphill battle the whole way, battled through an IP2, battled through an entire onslaught from Brody Spurlock. He has tied the game up at 1. He has done everything he can, and it comes down to an opt. Let's go.
comes down to the top of the deck, one card in hand.
The numbers don't change, Brody.
Here's the really interesting bit, right? Does Levi feel justified if he loses this to the blind Azalea, or does he feel bad because he's been on Azalea for so long, right? Like
That
he's
is
got to
such a
have
good
such
point.
mixed feelings too.
Maybe this is just the whole test. Maybe this is the test all along. He's like, you have passed.
Welcome to the cult. This was the test.
This was the test. You made it.
Here it is.
I need
the
somebody
finals.
to do an Azalea altar where it's got the Daredevil mask.
Go, 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 go.
Is there another play?
What is he thinking
does he
about
have
here?
Oh, wait, that's a Spire sniping. It only costs 1. There is no other play.
There is no other play.
There's no recourse.
You must do it,
It's
Brody.
going.
What is he? Where is he going here? Oh,
Did we miss?
No, he's
something?
gonna. So he's gonna ponder run. He's gonna load the arrow with Bolton, and then Azalea.
Yeah, but you don't have to.
Yeah, he needs a zero cost arrow. He must have been counting his 1 cost arrows.
Spire sniping helps you find it. Maybe that's what he's playing towards. He sees a lace.
Oh no!
Is that a Bolton shot? Yeah, he left it in order. I think
He's double checking. I think he knows what he's doing over here. He's gonna activate
All
the
right,
Azalea.
here it goes. The Bolton.
Wow! Wonder Bread gets through
Brody.
the PP pause and the opt and just rips it. The absolute stone cold determination. Ladies and gentlemen, the apprentice has become the master. Incredible.
What an ending. What an
Incredible.
ending.
I
a
was eating
choice.
coffee with a fork.
You know what's crazy about that is he took the obscure line of loading Spire sniping so that he could see the top of the deck, and he just had the 0 there the whole time anyway. So
Right.
he could have
I
blind
know,
Azalea
I know,
anyway.
but that's fine. It's like, listen, sometimes you just got to do it. But incredible the amount of the way that the stars aligned for him, because it was at a red Bolton shot on top at the end of the day, and wow, the way that one finished up. Brody Spurlock wins the first ever Realm Brawl event hosted here in Chicago by MinMax Games. What an event. Holy Moses.
That was an incredible game, incredible finish. Levi showed that he can't be slowed down. But at the end of it all, we had Azalea doing Azalea things to finish the game and to finish the tournament undefeated. So
Yeah, absolutely.
anyone looking at this result and going, oh, let's put an asterisk by it. You can just exit. You can exit right now. We'll see you another time. Step away.
Listen,
Go away.
I don't think
go
you
away.
could ever even attempt to argue an asterisk when somebody not only goes undefeated, but they beat Michael Hamilton twice.
You know what
There,
that's like?
there is no asterisk here. If anything, there is an emphatic stamping on this victory in my mind.
That's like getting hit by lightning twice and walking away.
Yeah, this needs to be a lot more memes. There needs to be a lot more memes about one Brody Spurlock, because he earned them
Absolutely.
today. He earned the street cred.
if you will.
Incredible. Hey, well, all right. So here's the list. I will be selling it to the highest bidder. Just kidding.
I will give you 1 Flick Knives Rainbow. Oh no,
that's already get out of town. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. If we're going to recap over here, quite a thrilling match. It came down to the most nail-biting of endings that you could possibly hope for. A blind rip of Azalea, but that wasn't quite as blind, but it could have been. Ultimately, so it was Brody Spurlock on Azalea in the mirror match against the Master of Arrows. That would be Levi Rauch. So a thrilling tournament all weekend long. Quite a wonderful time to be had here.
And I have to say, I'm just going to say this again. One living legend point. Just pop it in.
Get out of here.
Leaderboard. Just one. This was a monumental achievement. Just one. Just throw it in there. It's gonna be fine.
It's not happening, dude. Respect the rules.
I'm gonna see if he wants to hop on for an interview. I think it would be nice to.
I think that would be
to talk to him. Don't you think it would be fun to talk to him?
It's always fun to talk to Brody.
It would be fun to talk to Brody.
Heck yeah, it's fun to talk to Brody. Where is he at?
Maybe I can just run over there. Yeah, I think
You should
someone's running over
probably.
there.
You should probably rip through some of those memes and such and just show him and ask him. Maybe he should decide what his favorite is.
Oh my God! Actually, that's a good.
And then he can
we
give
sit
away
here for like 5 minutes.
He can give away
I
the
don't know.
dash. Oh no, we gave away the dash.
We gave away the dash. Yeah.
Do we have anything else you want to give away?
I don't know.
Dude, give me my blue binder over there, right there. We're gonna find something. I'm gonna give you something out of my my special sauce binder.
It would be very fitting if we could give away something that was like an Azalea card.
Oh my gosh! Yes, we should give away an
I'd love to
Azalea
give
card.
away garbage.
I think so. Hey, that's my card.
That is your card. I still
you
have
can
it.
give that card away. Garbage.
Should I just give? Should I?
No,
No?
that's not an Azalea
No.
card.
Give
It's
away
not-
a
it's
cold
not a-
foil death dealer. How about that?
Yeah. Okay. Like I'm good enough to win those way back in the
You got
day.
a cold foil death dealer sitting there. We got to give something away. Yeah,
I'm looking
we're
for
gonna,
something.
We're gonna get a hookup. Tell us in chat, what should we give away to someone in chat? Something Azalea themed, perhaps.
Azalea themed. What does Azalea like? Hey, maybe.
Oh, a cold foil blood rod pot. That's kind of a cool idea.
I can do here. How about this? I'll do. We'll give away one of each of these to somebody, whoever. We'll just do this. So we're gonna do so cold foil blood rot frailty token, cold foil inertia ponder token, which is, I guess, at this rate, that's. If you're gonna play Azalea, you got to have one of these. I know that a lot of people have these. They were given away
I
at
actually
pre-releases.
still need them.
Okay, cool. So how about this? How about you go into the chat and remove yourself from this conversation? I'm kidding. I love you, Dad. Here.
What are we doing?
I'm gonna put these into the pile, I guess.
Yes.
I don't know. I
Pots
don't
or
have anything
ponder
else that
tokens?
people want, dude. I'm not a good player. I don't win anything.
I didn't think about bringing some extra stuff. We could do another playmat. I could do another one of my playmats.
Yeah, sure.
It does have, a sword-wielding pirate hero destroying arrows.
Oh wow.
So it's like kind of connected. That counts, right?
kind of
Would we want to do
connected.
another playmat? Someone said, give away my hoodie. Now the white hoodie.
No.
Nope, that's a negative.
That's
I
a
can't do that.
hard pass on that
Can't
one there,
do that.
Chief.
Things get a little weird when I'm giving away worn clothing.
People's gonna find a hair fiber and clone you.
Yeah, like,
Some
right.
people pay extra for that. sort of thing.
White hoodie is limited edition. That's what. That's right.
Oh, is it?
Yes, it is. Actually.
All right. Hello, eBay.
Signed Spire sniping. Oh my God! Can we have Brody sign a
That's a
Spire
great
sniping?
freaking
Okay.
idea.
All right, that's 100% it.
I do want to talk about the brilliance of that just real quick because
You don't have
No, you don't have time.
I mean,
You don't
I
have time.
legitimately don't,
You have
but-
no time.
Those
You
are-
have no
well-
time to talk about this. Hey,
all right,
Brody's here.
I am going to move so that Brody can get in
Okay.
here
Oh,
and
okay.
answer some questions.
Brody.
But, I do just want to say that by doing the sequence he did, he got the buff from the premeditate.
Yeah, that's
That is
that's
true.
exactly why he did. Yeah, that. Yeah, ask him.
Oh, I knew that. I knew that.
That was the goal there. That's the
Oh,
close
here
ahead.
he is, Kid
Oh,
Wonderbread himself,
hello.
my man.
Oh, hello.
What's
Okay.
up, guys?
Hey,
All right.
how's your day been?
It's been wild.
You been okay? Did anything interesting?
Nothing much.
No.
Nothing special.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. By the way, have you ever been to Germany?
I have not been to Germany.
Okay, there's a little something that we want to explain to you called that was explained to us by chat. Here, put this up a little bit closer so we can hear you. It's a little something called pee-pee pause, which was explained to us because you guys had a break for a washroom, which I mean, justifiably, that match itself, I think it almost hit an hour 40 or something.
Really?
Yeah.
30.
We were reading off movies you could have watched in the span of that. But when you guys went for the break, the chat actually we're like joking around, we're having a chat or whatever, and somebody said in Germany it's called pee-pee pause. So I just want to know, did you feel rejuvenated after said pee-pee pause? Did you just was it just like
Don't
your
answer that question.
Okay,
no one
let's-
needs to know about bodily functions, but do know that there were people making fantastic memes.
I saw the one, what's the card called?
pee-pee run?
PP run.
There was pee-pee run.
I didn't see that
Oh,
one.
that one's
There was
good.
plenty
Urgent
of them.
delivery.
Urgent
I saw
delivery.
Urgent Delivery, yeah, that was funny.
No, you're all over the board there, buddy. But we want to get to the final play there specifically because, frankly, let's get real here. As we were in just navigating that and trying to explain what was going on to people, it came down to it where we all just realized that, this might come down to a blind rip off the top. And we saw you absolutely agonizing. The body language was just crystal clear in terms of it. First question is, was it a situation like CHARM3R had mentioned of, I'm going to play to win, I'm not playing to not lose?
Absolutely. I decided that I had to do everything in my power to dominate an arrow that turn. And that was the priority.
There was also a moment, I think, where when did you realize that you had that alternative out to perhaps look at the top two cards? Because it seemed like you were just like, okay, do I rip it? Do I not? Do I play it safe? Do I not? And at one point, you're like, let's just have a peek at the top two cards. Was that like the initial game plan? Was that always on the menu?
That was actually the initial plan, which it definitely was the best line. I was basically just double checking. The alternative play, basically, if I don't play the premeditate and I just ship it to the bottom, then any of my red 1 costs are lethal and they win. And drill shot also is lethal because I can put an aim counter on it, and then that means that the skullbone thingy can't block, and so it also wins the game on the spot.
Right, because piercing.
But in both of those situations, if he has a sink below in hand, he stops it. So sink below aside, which is also kind of relevant, I counted my graveyard. I had 5 hits with that play. 2 infecting shots, 1 red in the ledger, and 2 drill shots left in the deck that would win if I did that. And with the other play where I play premeditate and then I put the spire sniping in, I have, I believe, 5 Bolton shots plus 2 drill shots. So it's 7 hits, and I look at 2 cards, and it doesn't get blown out by single. So it's an infinitely better line, and I actually took way too long, just trying to figure out. Most of the time spent was trying to remember my own deck list, honestly, and trying to make sure I knew which arrows were left in my deck. Because I changed the deck list a ton before the event, and then I was just trying to figure out what the things were. But then once I had the numbers, the correct play was definitely to put the spire sniping there and try to hit a 0 cost.
Yeah. After all is said and done, and after playing through 7 rounds yesterday on Azalea and all the 3 rounds that you played today, how are you feeling at the end of it all with the top spot going to you?
I feel really happy. It's just been a really fun weekend. All these events are always great, just getting to see everybody, and I had a really good time playing Azalea. Friday morning, I was planning to play Icelander, and I just decided we were YOLOing. I did have some reps. I had some practice on Azalea, but mostly I just called up my teammate Dave and asked him, he had been playing Azalea all week, so I was like, just tell me what to do in every matchup. Give me all the info, I'll try to absorb it. I'm feeling happy. It's always such a fun experience to come to these things and see all the people who travel and get to hang out.
So the other point of real interest here is the fact that you beat Michael Hamilton twice. And I don't think there's many souls out there who come close to that. But you know what does defeat the Angel of Death? God. So I don't know if we're quite prepared to assign a new nickname, but we're getting close, man. Ultimately, though, do you take a little bit more pride in this trajectory, this entire journey to winning it, given the fact that you beat the world champion twice on his bread and butter deck?
I did have to. In this event, I played against a lot of really strong players, and that always makes it more fun too. We have these really tight games where the expectation is your opponent's probably not going to make any mistakes, and so you can't afford to make a mistake. It makes it more exciting. I'm really thankful that like things lined up the way they did so that I was able to come out on top. But mostly I just had a fun time playing against him. He's my teammate. We we practiced this matchup earlier in the week. It was fun this is the first time I've gotten to play him in a tournament. So, I think that a lot of it was just like luck. My deck gave me what I needed to win, and thankfully I was able to make the right lines to get there. But yeah, I mean, I just I feel very fortunate.
Yeah, well, we wish you nothing but congratulations, and we are excited for you. And we need you to sign a Spire sniping so that we can give that to someone. So
Also, why not? We're gonna sign these bad boys too.
All right,
Because we're doing a giveaway. So Aspire sniping, if you've got one, do we have one?
we can find a
We'll
Spire
find one, but we're
sniping.
gonna do a giveaway. But you also need to pick your favorite one of the memes, right?
Yes. Okay. So here's what we'll do. We'll give you this. You get to go through, find your favorite meme, the one that you enjoy the most,
Exciting.
and the one that you pick will win all of these really cool things. Cold foil tokens. It'll be cold foil tokens along with a signed Spire sniping. I would imagine we should do the Spire sniping blue, since that was the.
If that's the winning play, or if
that
that would
was the
cross the
card.
finish line, why not?
Do you guys want me to grab the one that I?
Oh,
let's
the
go.
one. Absolutely.
Okay,
Here,
after,
I'll
hold,
grab this
after,
for you.
after the, we do it after the fact because
Yeah,
you want to pick that one.
Yeah.
The Spire sniping.
So-
It's the actual.
The other question here, frankly, Brody, is the fact that you won the tournament on a fresh hero that was obviously a little bit of a laughingstock for a while, but you beat essentially the flag bearer for that hero, beating Levi Rauch. Now, is there extra joy in that, and the fact that, hey, you know what? I beat the guy who basically put this hero into relevancy when it was not even a question, and now you beat Michael Hamilton along the way, and you finished the tournament out in that mirror match, beating the master of that hero.
Honestly, it's just an honor to have gotten to play that match against Levi in
Yeah.
the Azalea mirror. We talked a lot this weekend about Azalea and about honestly, the mirror is like probably both of our like least favorite matchups. It's like not actually that much fun to play, but it's very cool to play against him. And mostly, I'm just very thankful to Levi. Every time I've ever had a question about Azalea, he's very willing to share his thoughts and talk to me and give me advice. And even this weekend, I'm like new to the deck, and I was asking him like whether to go first or second in some matchups and like his thoughts on things. And he's a great guy. I really appreciate all the help he's given me in learning this deck, and it was just like a really fun time to get to play against him.
Stop being
love
so
that.
damn likable.
I love
swear.
it.
We need heels in this game.
That's you.
Am
You're
I the heel?
Yeah, you can be the heel now. You're
All right, fine.
now the heel.
Sure.
All right. Well, here's what I think we do. I will post the winner of this final giveaway on Twitter. I think that'd be in my Discord. So
Sure.
If you made an entry and Brody selects it after finding the best one in his opinion, I will post that as a tweet. I will say it on out there. I'll kind of retweet your thing, and then we'll just get into contact together. But before we go, I have to say thank you so much to MinMax Games for putting on this coverage. All of you need to hype up MinMax, say thank you, because this stream exists because they brought us here and they set it up, and they have been putting their blood, sweat, and tears behind it. These fine folks right here, okay. These fine folks right here are two people that I worked with this weekend.
That is correct.
And I am
Wow,
so glad that they are people I worked with this weekend. And so a huge shout out to them for coming out and hanging out with us and, watching these games. And hopefully you at home enjoyed these wonderful co-hosts and their antics along with me.
Yeah.
With that, unless I'm missing anything.
You say goodbye, Charmer, because you've been giving us some space here. So love you all, but here's Charmer.
Also, shout out to these guys. Thanks to them for doing awesome commentary all weekend.
You weren't even listening to
And me.
I went back and watched some of the games.
All
It was
right.
very good.
Yeah, these two did great commentary, and I was
He
also
was here. You remember he was here?
I was here.
That was awesome. Oh, man.
All right, assuming that y'all can hear me, thank you for joining us. We really appreciate the Flesh and Blood community. You're the reason that this game is great.
Yes.
We will see you next time.
All right. And with that, we are done. Have a great evening. Goodbye and good luck.